Hey there. You finally made it. I'm Nick, the real Nick from Chilling Lullabies, and whether tonight has been wonderful, exhausting, or somewhere in between, I'm really glad you're here. This is your chance to slow down without feeling guilty about it. Let these mysterious stories gently replace whatever has been filling your mind today. Just a few ads in the first 10 minutes, then nothing but peaceful storytelling for the rest of the night. If you enjoy spending your evenings here, I'd truly appreciate a subscribe and a like. Let me know where you're winding down tonight. Now close your eyes, and let's begin. Lydia Ferris had the brush poised 3 inches from the canvas, loaded with a mix of cadmium yellow and raw umber that would, if she could get it right, suggest the exact dusty gold of desert light an hour before sunset. When something heavy moved past the studio door with a gait she recognized before she could name why it was wrong. The footsteps. She understood them as footsteps. In the same instant she understood they came from nothing she could see. Had a weight and deliberation that made her hand freeze mid-stroke. The brush trembling slightly, and she understood, not for the first time that week, that buying this house had been the worst mistake of her life, or possibly the last one she would be permitted to make. The sound continued down the hall toward the kitchen, each impact separated by a measured interval that reminded her of something she could not quite name, though the rhythm was familiar in a way that made her chest tighten before her mind caught up. Not Warren's pacing, heavier than that. The gait wrong for a man. She set the brush down on the palette with care that felt like prayer, and turned toward the open door of what the realtor had called the sunroom, but which Lydia thought of as the only space in the house where she could breathe without counting the breaths. The house was silent now, which should have felt like safety. It didn't. Safety had been Titan's weight against her legs when Warren was in one of his moods, 200 pounds of dog settling beside her chair like an anchor, solid and warm and immovable. Safety had been the way he growled low in his chest when Warren raised his voice, a sound that meant Warren would have to go through the dog to reach her. And Warren had learned early in the marriage that going through Titan cost more than he usually wanted to pay. The house in Abilene had been full of Warren's anger, but Titan's presence had created pockets of air where she could breathe, spaces Warren's temper couldn't fully penetrate because the dog wouldn't permit it. This house had no such pockets. The silence here had weight but no warmth, had presence but no protection. And Lydia stood in the doorway of the sunroom, listening to that silence and understanding that she had moved 300 miles to escape Warren's memory and had succeeded only in finding a different kind of trap. The hallway beyond the doorframe showed her nothing. Afternoon lights slanted through the window at the far end, illuminating a strip of pine floorboards she had scrubbed twice in the first week, trying to remove a stain that turned out to be the wood's natural grain. The light fell across empty space, and she watched it for the span of 30 seconds. She counted, because counting had become a habit during the marriage, a way to measure how long she could hold still before he noticed she was afraid, and saw nothing move through it, though the footsteps had definitely passed that window, definitely continued toward the kitchen, where she had left her coffee mug on the counter next to the box of Warren's letters she kept meaning to burn. Lydia stood and crossed to the doorway. The floor beneath her feet gave the familiar small protest of a house 60 years old, built when someone thought the desert 20 miles from Van Horn would support a family before they learned otherwise and left the property to accumulate silence and dust until a bank in El Paso acquired it and eventually sold it to a woman who wanted nothing from the world except distance and a door she could lock from the inside. She had walked these floors 100 times in the 6 weeks since moving in, learning which boards sang and which kept quiet, and she knew without looking down that she was stepping over the loose plank outside the bathroom, the one that clicked like a camera shutter if you put your weight on the left side. The kitchen was empty. Her mug sat where she had left it, the coffee gone cold. A skin forming on the surface that caught the light from the window above the sink. The box sat beside it, lid off, the envelopes inside arranged in chronological order, because even after everything Warren had done, some part of her still organized his cruelty by date. The top letter showed his handwriting, the angular capitals that had once seemed strong and now looked merely aggressive. And she had the brief, irrational conviction that the letters had moved, that they had been shuffled or read or touched by something while she was in the sunroom mixing paint. She had opened the box for the first time the night before, after 6 weeks of keeping it sealed, had pulled out the letter on top and read it aloud in the dark kitchen, speaking Warren's words into the silence because some part of her needed to prove she could hear his voice without flinching. She had been wrong about that. She had flinched. But she had finished reading it anyway. Every sentence about how he would find her again, how distance meant nothing, how she would never be free. Then she had folded the letter back into its envelope and returned it to the box and told herself she had won something by reading it without breaking. The footsteps had started that same night, 3 hours after she spoke his words aloud. She crossed to the counter and placed her palm flat on the box. Cardboard slightly warped from the humidity of 6 Texas summers in a storage unit before she claimed it from the property office, cool to the touch. The letters inside had not moved. She knew this with the same certainty she knew the sun was lowering toward the horizon and that the temperature would drop 20 degrees once it set, leaving the house to the desert's distinctive cold that seemed to rise from the floor rather than fall from the air. The footsteps had stopped. Lydia turned slowly, surveying the kitchen as if it were a room she had never entered, which in some sense it was. She had been living here 6 weeks, but she had not yet learned to see the space as hers, had not stopped expecting Warren to appear in doorways the way he used to, filling the frame with his shoulders and his silence, until she explained herself or apologized or simply left the room because staying meant waiting for his patience to fail. The kitchen showed her a refrigerator humming against the far wall, a stove she had used twice, a table with 1 chair because she had not bothered to buy a second. The back door locked. The window above the sink latched, the pantry door closed, and she stared at that door for longer than the others because Warren used to lock her in the basement, and the pantry door had the same dimensions, the same pressed wood construction that would muffle sound if something were trapped behind it. Nothing emerged. The house settled into its afternoon silence, and Lydia released a breath she had not realized she was holding, which was another habit from the marriage. The breath held until the danger passed or until she fainted, whichever came first. She had fainted twice, both times in the kitchen of their house in Abilene, and Warren had stepped over her to get to the refrigerator, told her she was being theatrical, told her no one would believe her even if she tried to tell them what he did when no one was watching. She returned to the sunroom and discovered she had ruined the canvas. The brush she had set down had bled paint across the surface, a yellow-brown stain spreading from the point where the bristles touched cloth, obliterating the careful layering of desert light she had spent 2 hours building. Lydia stared at it, the painting that was now unsalvageable, and felt something close to relief because it gave her a reason to stop pretending she was someone who painted, someone who deserved a sunroom and a view of the desert, someone who had earned 6 months of freedom before the universe corrected its mistake. The light outside had gone golden in the way she had been trying to capture, and through the window she could see the landscape that had convinced her to buy the property. Miles of creosote and lechuguilla stretching toward the Diablo Plateau, the soil the color of rust, the sky enormous and indifferent. No neighbors. No roads except the caliche track that led 3 miles to the county highway. No one to hear her if she screamed, which was either the selling point or the fatal flaw, depending on whether you believed isolation was safety or trap. Warren had taught her it was both. Lydia cleaned her brushes in the jar of turpentine she kept on the windowsill, watching the paint bloom into the liquid like blood in water, and tried to recall whether she had left a window open somewhere in the house, whether wind could account for footsteps, whether 6 weeks of solitude had finally bent her mind the way Warren had spent 20 years trying to bend it and never quite succeeded. The turpentine smelled sharp enough to make her eyes water, and she set the jar down, wiped her hands on the rag she kept tucked into her belt, and walked through the house checking windows. All of them were closed. She confirmed this by testing each latch, running her fingers along each seal, and in the process discovered that the house had more windows than she had consciously registered. 12 in total, counting the narrow casements in the bathroom and the half-moon transom above the front door that she could only reach by standing on a chair. Every one of them was latched, some of them painted shut, and by the time she finished checking, she was breathing hard. Not from exertion, but from the mounting understanding that something had walked through her house, and she had not imagined it, and there was no innocent explanation she could construct that would allow her to sleep tonight without barricading the bedroom door. She had locked Titan in the bathroom once during a fight, the night Warren came home late with whiskey on his breath and violence in his posture. She'd been trying to protect the dog, had shoved him through the bathroom doorway, and turned the lock and told him to stay quiet. Please stay quiet. Because Warren kicked when he was drunk, and Titan was too loyal to back down, and she couldn't watch Warren hurt him again. The dog had broken through the door in under 2 minutes, the frame splintering where he'd thrown his full weight against it, and he'd planted himself between her and Warren, with his head lowered and his teeth showing, and Warren had looked at the dog and then at her and had left the house instead of fighting both of them. She'd never tried to lock Titan away again. Protection that loved you couldn't be contained for its own good, couldn't be convinced to save itself and let you face the danger alone. The sun was setting now, the light going orange and then red, and Lydia stood in the center of the living room, a space she barely used, furnished with a couch and a lamp she had bought at the Goodwill in Van Horn, and listened. The house gave her the creak of wood contracting as the temperature dropped, the tick of the kitchen faucet she had never managed to tighten properly, the hum of the refrigerator cycling on. Nothing else. No footsteps, no weight moving through empty rooms, just the ordinary sounds of a structure settling into evening and herself standing in the middle of it, listening for ghosts she did not believe in, because Warren had taught her that the worst things in the world were always human. She made herself eat dinner, though she could not afterward recall what she had eaten, only that she had sat at the kitchen table with the box of letters beside her and thought about the house she had left behind in Abilene, the one she had signed over to Warren's sister in exchange for being allowed to leave without a fight. That house had been full of sounds, traffic from the street, neighbors arguing through shared walls, the building's plumbing groaning every time someone 3 floors up took a shower. She had hated those sounds. She had dreamed of silence. And now she had it, or something close to it. And the silence was worse than the noise because it had room inside it for other things, for footsteps that came from nothing she could name, for the weight of attention she could feel even when she was alone. After dinner, she carried the box of letters into the bedroom and set it on the dresser, where she could see it from the bed. The letters were the only things she had kept from the marriage besides the scars on her ribs, where Warren had broken them 3 times, the 3rd time badly enough that the doctor at the ER had asked questions she did not answer. She had kept the letters because destroying them felt like admitting they had never existed. And if they had never existed, then neither had the marriage. And if the marriage had never existed, then she had not survived 20 years of something. She had simply wasted them. And the distinction mattered in ways she could not name but felt every time she considered throwing the box away. Warren was dead. She knew this with absolute certainty because she had received the call from the Texas Department of Criminal Justice 6 months ago. A woman with a bored voice explaining that inmate 2847391 had been killed in an altercation in the exercise yard, that his body had been released to his sister for burial, that Lydia's contact information was listed in his file and they were notifying her as a courtesy in case she wished to contest the disposition of remains. She had not contested. She had thanked the woman and hung up and sat in her apartment in Odessa for 3 hours, waiting to feel something other than the dull surprise that anyone had cared enough to kill him. Now, lying in bed with the lights off and the desert dark pressing against the windows, Lydia thought about Warren in the ground outside Abilene and tried to remember what he had looked like the last time she saw him in the courtroom after the sentencing, when he turned in his seat and found her in the gallery and smiled the smile that meant he was filing this moment away for later, for the day he got out and found her again. He had not gotten out. Someone in the prison had solved that problem for her, and she should have been grateful. And she was grateful. But gratitude did not explain why she was lying awake at 10:30 listening for footsteps in the hall. The scratching started at 11. It came from the bedroom door, a rhythmic scraping that sounded like fingernails on wood, though the door was solid pine and the sound was too heavy for fingernails, too deliberate. Lydia sat up in bed and stared at the door, which she had locked before lying down, an old habit from the marriage that she could not break, even though there was no one in the house to lock it against. The door remained closed. The scratching continued, moving from the center of the door to the lower panel, then back up to the height of the knob, and she understood with cold clarity that whatever was making the sound was moving, adjusting its position, searching for a way in. She did not turn on the light. Some instinct she did not examine told her that darkness was better, that seeing would be worse than hearing, and she sat very still in the bed and counted the seconds between each scrape of what? Not fingernails, claws, possibly, though that was absurd. There were no animals large enough to reach the doorknob, and besides, the sound was coming from inside the house, from the hallway she had walked down an hour ago, from the space between her bedroom and the kitchen where she had checked every window and found them all sealed. The scratching stopped. Lydia waited, her hand curled into the sheet, and heard nothing. The house had gone silent in the way that meant something was listening, was waiting for her to move or speak, or give some sign that she knew it was there. And she did not move, did not speak, barely breathed, and the seconds accumulated into a minute, and then 2, and then 5, and the scratching did not resume. She did not sleep that night. She lay in the bed with her eyes open, watching the door, and when the sun finally rose and light began to seep around the edges of the curtains, she got up, unlocked the door, and opened it to an empty hallway that showed no sign of disturbance, no scratches on the wood, nothing to confirm that she had heard what she had heard. But she had heard it, and she knew, with the certainty that came from 20 years of marriage to a man who made her doubt her own senses until she learned to trust them against his denials, that something in this house wanted her attention, wanted her afraid, wanted her to know she was not alone. Lydia walked to the kitchen, made coffee, and stood at the counter staring at the box of Warren's letters, while the sun climbed and the desert heated and the house settled into morning silence. The coffee tasted like rust. She drank it anyway and told herself that tonight she would sleep in the truck if she had to, that she would leave this house and find another. The 6 weeks of peace was more than she had expected, and she should be grateful for even that much. She did not believe herself. She had nowhere else to go, and something in the house probably knew that too. The footsteps returned the next afternoon while Lydia was washing dishes, the same heavy, measured tread she had heard the day before. And this time she did not freeze or investigate, but simply stood at the sink with her hands in the soapy water and waited for the sound to pass. It moved through the hallway, paused outside the kitchen doorway for a span of seconds that felt much longer, and the air smelled suddenly and impossibly of wet dog, warm and specific, before the scent vanished as quickly as it had come. Something in the smell reached for a memory she did not let herself hold. The footsteps continued toward the living room, where she heard nothing further, because the living room carpet was thick enough to muffle footfalls, or would have been if the footfalls were being made by anything that had weight in the ordinary sense. She finished the dishes, and by then the water had gone cold, and her hands were wrinkled, but she had not moved from the sink except to reach for the dish towel, and when she finally turned around, the kitchen was empty, the doorway vacant, the afternoon light slanting through the window at the same angle it had been slanting for the past 20 minutes, while she scrubbed 3 plates and 2 mugs with the focused attention of someone performing brain surgery. The footsteps came again that evening while she was reading, and again the following morning while she was still in bed, and she stopped trying to construct explanations and began instead to chart the pattern. Twice a day, roughly 12 hours apart, always the same route through the house, hallway to kitchen to living room, never deviating, never accompanied by any other sound. She wrote this down in the notebook she kept beside the bed, the same notebook where she used to record Warren's mood so she could predict when it was safe to speak and when silence was the better strategy, and the act of writing steadied her in the way documentation always had, creating the illusion that if she could name and measure the horror, it could not touch her. Then the chair moved, and she stopped believing in measurement. She had been standing in the kitchen doorway, coffee mug in hand, watching the morning light climb the living room wall, when the oak chair beside the couch, a heavy mission-style piece she had bought because it reminded her of her grandmother's house and seemed too solid to break, slid 4 feet across the floor, scraping against the wood with a sound like a blade being sharpened. The chair moved in a straight line, as if pushed by invisible hands, and came to rest against the far wall with a thud that rattled the window in its frame. The coffee mug slipped from Lydia's hand and shattered on the kitchen floor, and she did not move to clean it, could not move, could only stare at the chair that now sat at an angle it had never occupied, facing away from the room toward the wall, and understand that whatever was in this house was not content to walk through it anymore, was not satisfied with scratching at her door, wanted her to see what it could do. The neighbor woman appeared the next day, or perhaps 2 days later. Lydia had stopped being certain about the passage of time, had stopped trusting that morning followed night, followed morning in the orderly progression the calendar suggested. The woman drove up the Caliche track in a dust-colored sedan that Lydia heard long before she saw it. The engine noise carrying across the desert in a way that made her realize how accustomed she had become to silence. She went to the door because not answering would have been more suspicious than answering, and because some part of her that was not entirely controlled by fear wanted to speak to another human being, to confirm that she still existed in the world outside this house and its increasingly inexplicable disturbances. She opened the door before the woman could knock and found herself facing someone who looked weathered in the way everyone looked weathered out here, skin lined by sun and wind, eyes that had learned to squint as a permanent expression. The woman smiled, said her name was something Lydia immediately forgot, and said she lived in the house 7 miles north near the highway and had seen someone moving around and thought she should introduce herself, be neighborly, make sure everything was all right. She spoke in the manner of someone who did not expect to be invited inside, but hoped to be, and Lydia found herself nodding, saying thank you, saying she appreciated the thought, saying she was settling in just fine. All the polite deflections she had learned during the marriage when people asked questions she could not answer honestly. The woman talked for perhaps 5 minutes, standing on the porch because Lydia had not stepped aside to let her enter, explaining that there was a store in Van Horn if she needed supplies, a clinic if she needed medical attention, a sheriff's deputy who came through once a week on patrol. She offered her phone number, said to call if anything came up, said it was easy to feel isolated out here, and sometimes it helped to know there were people within driving distance. And Lydia thanked her again, said she would keep the number, meant it sincerely because the woman seemed kind in an unobtrusive way that did not demand anything in return. The woman walked back to her car, turned to wave once before opening the door, and in the moment she was turning, her hand already on the door handle, her body angled away from the house. The windshield exploded. The glass did not crack or spider or develop a small impact point that spread. It exploded all at once with a sound like a gunshot, and the woman staggered backward with her arms raised to protect her face. And Lydia was moving before she understood she was moving, down the porch steps and across the dirt yard to where the woman stood swaying, her hands cut from the fragments that had sprayed back toward her, blood running down her wrists in thin streams. The woman was making a sound between a gasp and a sob, her eyes wide and unfocused, and Lydia caught her by the elbow and guided her away from the car and toward the porch, saying it was all right, saying they would call someone, saying things she did not believe but needed to say because the alternative was standing silent while a stranger bled on her property. The windshield lay in 1,000 pieces across the front seat and hood of the car, glittering in the sun, and there was no rock on the ground, no stone that could have caused the breakage, nothing to explain it, except the thing Lydia could not say aloud, that something in the house had done this, had reached out and shattered the glass because the woman had come too close, had spoken to Lydia, had tried to make connection. She brought the woman inside into the kitchen where she kept the first aid kit and cleaned the cuts on her hands while the woman sat at the table shaking, saying she did not understand, saying the glass had just exploded, saying she had never heard of that happening. Tempered glass did not just break for no reason. Lydia made soothing noises and applied bandages and did not say that she believed the glass had broken for a very specific reason, that the house was territorial, that it did not want her to have visitors or neighbors or anyone who might ask questions that would require answers. The woman left an hour later in her ruined car, insisting she could drive, refusing Lydia's offer to call someone, clearly eager to be away from this place and whatever had happened here. Lydia watched her navigate the Caliche track with no windshield and no protection from the wind, dust streaming into the car's interior, and knew with cold certainty that the woman would not return, that she would tell people in Van Horn about the strange incident at the house near the plateau, that she would advise others to stay away, and that Lydia would not see another neighbor as long as she lived here. The house settled into afternoon quiet, and Lydia sat on the porch for a long time, watching the dust settle where the car had been, thinking about Warren and the way he had isolated her, had driven away her friends and her family, had made her world so small that it contained only him and the space he permitted her to occupy. She had thought herself free of that. She had thought 6 months was long enough to be sure he was really dead, that death was a condition from which even Warren could not return. She had been wrong about that, or about something, and the wrongness was costing her what little peace she had managed to accumulate. The mailman came some days later. She had lost count, had stopped marking time by the calendar, and begun marking it instead by the scratching, which came every night though she could no longer say whether it came at 11 or at 3, or simply appeared whenever she closed her eyes. The postal truck climbing the track toward the house pulled her from a fog she had been navigating for hours or days, and she met him on the porch when he climbed out carrying a package that required signature. He was a young man, younger than she had expected, with the kind of face that still looked surprised by the world. He handed her the electronic pad to sign, made small talk about the heat in the drive, said he had the route from Van Horn to the border and back, said he did not usually see many people out this far. Lydia signed the pad and handed it back and was preparing to thank him and let him leave when he paused, his hand on the truck door, and looked at her with an expression that was part concern and part something she could not identify. "You doing all right out here?" The question surprised her into honesty. She opened her mouth to say yes, to give the automatic reassurance, and found she could not make the word form, could not lie to this stranger who was asking a simple question that no one else had thought to ask. She shook her head instead, a small motion, and his face changed, softened, and he was about to say something else when the ceramic pot launched itself from the porch railing. Later, Lydia would not be certain whether she had seen it move or whether she had only seen the result of its movement, but in the moment what registered was the pot, a heavy terracotta planter she had bought in Van Horn and set on the railing to hold sage that had died within a week, arcing through the air in a trajectory that had nothing to do with wind or accident and everything to do with force and intent. The pot struck the mailman on the side of his head with a sound that was wet and solid at once, and he went down, not collapsing but staggering, his hand coming up to his temple, blood immediately welling between his fingers. Lydia was moving again, had apparently become the kind of person who moved toward injury rather than away from it, and she caught the mailman's arm as he swayed, steadied him, helped him back to his truck. He was saying something she could not parse through the rushing in her ears, and she was saying something back, apologies probably, though she had no idea what she was apologizing for except the house, the thing in the house, the fact that she had somehow brought him into the radius of whatever was happening here. The mailman climbed into the truck with her help, his hand still pressed to his bleeding head, and she watched him execute a clumsy three-point turn and drive back down the track, weaving slightly, too fast for safety. The pot lay in the dirt where it had fallen after impact, unbroken, and Lydia stared at it for a long time before walking over and picking it up and carrying it inside and setting it on the kitchen counter next to the box of Warren's letters. The house was silent, and Lydia understood, with the clarity that came from having survived 20 years of a marriage that had taught her to read violence as language, that she was not permitted to leave, was not permitted visitors, was not permitted anything except the house and what lived in it, and the knowledge that every attempt to reach beyond these walls would be met with escalating force until she stopped trying or until something broke that could not be repaired. Time became unreliable after that, or perhaps it had always been unreliable, and she was only now noticing. She would find herself standing in the kitchen with no memory of having walked there, would discover her hands submerged in dishwater that had gone cold hours ago, would look up from the notebook where she had been trying to chart the pattern and see that the sun had set and risen again while she sat motionless at the table. The scratching came every night, but she could no longer say whether the nights were consecutive or whether weeks passed between occurrences, could no longer distinguish between the memory of last night's scratching and the anticipation of tonight's. She stopped changing her clothes. Changing them implied a future in which appearances mattered, implied that she would leave this house and be seen by people who would notice wrinkled fabric or unwashed hair, and she had stopped believing in that future. The clothes she wore, jeans and a shirt she had put on some morning she could no longer identify, became a second skin, became part of her body in a way that made the idea of removing them feel like flaying. Her hand shook when she tried to hold a coffee mug. She noticed this distantly, the way she might notice weather happening to someone else, and she stopped trying to hold things, started drinking from the mug while it sat on the counter, bending down to meet it rather than lifting it to meet her mouth. The coffee tasted like rust, or like nothing, or like the specific flavor of defeat. And she drank it anyway because drinking it was an action she could still perform, was evidence that she existed in time rather than suspended outside it. The bedroom became the only room she occupied with any regularity, not because it felt safer than the others, but because it had a lock on the door, and the lock gave her something to do when the scratching started, gave her the ritual of sliding the bolt and wedging the chair under the knob and stacking books against the base of the door, all gestures she knew were meaningless, but performed anyway because performing them was better than lying still while the scratching started, and admitting she had no defense except endurance. Warren had taught her endurance thoroughly, had made it the skill she practiced most during their marriage, and she found herself drawing on that education now in ways that made her hate herself and hate him and hate the fact that the lessons he had beaten into her were the only tools she had left. She knew how to make herself small. She knew how to hold still. She counted. She had learned to count during the marriage, to measure the seconds between the moment Warren's voice changed and the moment his hand moved. And she counted now, measured the distance between one incident of violence and the next, and convinced herself that the distance meant something, meant she was surviving, meant she had not yet reached the moment when survival became impossible. One night the scratching lasted until dawn. Another night, or perhaps the same night, or perhaps a night weeks later. The scratching was accompanied by a low rumbling that seemed to come from everywhere at once, from the walls and the floor and the air itself, and the sound vibrated through her chest in a way that made her teeth ache and her vision blur, and her hands shake so badly she had to press them between her knees to keep them still. One night the door began to buckle, the wood flexing inward with each impact, and she got out of bed and pushed the dresser against it, using her whole body, her shoulder against the side, her feet braced, and managed to wedge it into place just as the door buckled inward and held and buckled again. The dresser held but moved 3 inches closer to the bed with each assault, and she backed away from it until her spine hit the far wall and then slid down to sit on the floor with her knees pulled up, watching the door and the dresser and the space between them, where splinters of wood were beginning to fall like snow. She could no longer remember which night that had been, or whether it had happened once or many times, or whether she was remembering something that had already occurred or anticipating something that would occur, or simply constructing a memory from the raw material of fear that filled the house like smoke. One night she woke from a sleep she had not meant to fall into and found the room darker than it should have been, found the air colder than it had been when she lay down, and understood before she was fully conscious that something had changed, that the rules had shifted again. The scratching was coming from inside the room. Lydia sat up slowly, her hand reaching for the lamp on the nightstand, and the sound stopped immediately, became silence so complete it felt like pressure against her eardrums. She found the lamp switch and turned it, and nothing happened. The bulb dead, or the power cut, and she was reaching for her phone on the nightstand when the scratching resumed. Closer now, close enough that she could hear the rasp of whatever was making it against the floorboards beside the bed. She pulled her hand back and held still, listening, trying to locate the sound in the darkness, and it moved around the bed in a circle, staying always just beyond where she could see, just past the edge of the mattress where the darkness was thickest. The rumbling started again, lower than before, close enough that she could feel it through the bed frame, and she realized with a clarity that felt like ice water in her veins that it was in the room with her, had found a way through the door or the walls or the floor, had stopped scratching at the barrier, and had simply come through. She opened her mouth to scream, and no sound came out, her throat closed by terror or by something else, by the understanding that screaming would not help and would only satisfy whatever was doing this, would give it the reaction it wanted, the proof that it had won. The scratching circled the bed again, faster this time, and she could hear breathing now, heavy and wet. The sound of something large moving with effort, and the breathing was wrong, was deeper and rougher than human breathing. Came in gusts that smelled like dust, and something else she could not identify. The bed shook. A sudden violent motion that felt like hands grabbing the frame, and Lydia was thrown sideways, caught herself with one hand on the mattress, and then something closed around her ankle with pressure that was immediate and crushing, and she was being pulled, dragged toward the foot of the bed by a grip that felt nothing like hands, felt more like a clamp or a vice, cold and hard and absolutely certain. She grabbed for the headboard and missed, grabbed for the pillow, and got a handful of fabric that tore away in her hand, and then she was off the bed entirely, hitting the floor with an impact that drove the air from her lungs, and being dragged across the floorboards toward the door that was somehow open now, though she had locked it, though she had wedged the dresser against it, though she had done everything she knew how to do to keep this from happening. The dragging stopped in the center of the room, and Lydia lay on her back, gasping, her ankle still caught in that terrible grip, her free leg kicking uselessly at nothing. And she reached for the fire poker she kept beside the dresser, the one weapon she had thought to arm herself with. Her fingers found the iron and closed around it, and she swung blindly at the darkness, at the space where the grip on her ankle suggested something must be, and the poker connected with a sound like metal hitting stone, a solid impact that traveled up her arm and into her shoulder. The grip released, and Lydia scrambled backward on her hands and knees, the poker still clutched in one fist, and reached the wall and pressed her back against it, and waited for whatever she had hit to retaliate, to come for her again, to finish what it had started. The room was silent. The darkness was absolute. And then from across the room came the sound of something large shaking itself, shaking like a dog would shake. And the sound was so specific and so wrong that Lydia's hand found the lamp again, found a different switch, and this time the light came on. The room was empty except for herself and the dresser pushed away from the door and the door standing open to the dark hallway beyond. And at the foot of the bed, settling like mist in the air, was a cloud of white powder she recognized from the container that had fallen from the dresser during one of the assaults, had spilled across the floor and apparently across whatever had grabbed her ankle and dragged her from the bed. And in the powder, visible in the lamplight, was an impression. Not human. Not worn. The outline of something massive and low to the ground. Something with 4 legs and a broad chest, and a head the size of a basketball, and Lydia stared at it and felt her understanding of the situation collapse and rebuild itself around a single impossible fact. The thing that had been terrorizing her was not her husband. It was a dog. Lydia remained against the wall, the poker still gripped in both hands, staring at the impression in the powder where something with 4 legs and a massive chest had stood moments before, and her mind performed the calculation slowly, fighting against itself, rejecting the answer even as the evidence accumulated. Not human, not worn, not anything that should have fit in this room or this house or this version of reality where dead husbands haunted their widows, but dead animals did not. The outline was clear enough to measure, to identify, and she had spent enough years looking at dog breeds to recognize the proportions, the breadth of chest that suggested a guardian breed, something bred to be large and protective and capable of standing between its owner and whatever came through the door. The head was enormous, the neck thick, the legs planted in a stance that read as defensive or aggressive, depending on which side of the animal you occupied. And Lydia knew with a certainty that struck before conscious thought could catch up that she had seen this exact silhouette before, had lived with it for 7 years, had buried her face in its fur when Warren's temper made the house uninhabitable. And there was nowhere else to go. Titan. The name came out as a whisper, and saying it made the impossible fact real in a way that seeing the outline had not, made it something she could no longer deny or rationalize or attribute to exhaustion or fear or the kind of madness that came from spending too many nights listening to scratching that should not exist. Titan had been dead for 25 years, poisoned by Warren in the 3rd year of their marriage, and she had buried him herself in the backyard of the house in Abilene, and had planted rosemary over the grave because someone had told her rosemary meant remembrance, and she wanted to remember, wanted to hold on to the one thing in that house that had loved her without conditions. Warren had poisoned him because Titan growled whenever Warren raised his voice, because the dog was too large to intimidate and too loyal to abandon her, because Warren could not tolerate anything that stood between him and total control. She had come home from the grocery store and found Titan convulsing on the kitchen floor, foam at his mouth, his eyes rolling, and Warren had been standing at the counter drinking coffee and had told her the dog must have gotten into something in the yard, must have eaten poison someone had left for coyotes. And she had known it was a lie, but had not been able to prove it, had not been able to do anything except hold Titan while he died and promise him she was sorry. Promise him she should have protected him the way he had always protected her. The powder impression was already fading, the white dust settling back into the floorboards or dispersing in the air, and Lydia pushed herself upright using the wall for support and crossed to where the outline had been, knelt down and reached out to touch the place where Titan's paw had pressed into the powder. Her fingers found nothing but floor, no residual warmth, no indentation that persisted beyond the visual, and she pulled her hand back and stared at the space and tried to understand what it meant that her dog had returned from 25 years of death. But to do what? The question hit with force that made her breath catch. Titan had been gentle, had never shown aggression toward her even when Warren had kicked him for lying in the wrong place or eating from his bowl too loudly. Titan had stood between her and Warren during the worst fights, had positioned his body as a barrier Warren would have to go through to reach her. And Warren had gone through eventually, had kicked the dog hard enough to crack ribs. But the effort had usually bought her time to lock herself in the bathroom or leave the house. The idea that Titan would drag her from bed, would scratch at her door all night, would throw furniture and shatter windshields and drive away anyone who tried to approach, it made no sense unless the protection itself had become monstrous, unless whatever death did to dogs made their loyalty absolute and indiscriminate, turned their defensive instincts into something that looked exactly like attack. She heard movement in the living room, the sound of weight shifting on the floorboards, and then the unmistakable noise of something large shaking itself, the same sound Titan used to make after coming in from the rain. A full-body motion that started at the head and traveled down to the tail in a wave. The sound belonged only to the dog she had known. It cut through her confusion and landed somewhere deeper in the place where memory lived before language could organize it. And she found herself moving toward the living room before she had decided to move, drawn by the sound the way she used to be drawn by Titan's presence when she needed comfort, and the house was full of Warren's anger. The living room was dark, but not empty, and she could see the outline of something massive near the couch, could see it shake again, and then lower itself to the floor, lying down in the exact position Titan used to occupy when he was settling in for the night, front paws crossed, head up, and alert, watching. Lydia stopped in the doorway and stared at the space where the outline was barely visible. And she wanted to turn on the light, but was afraid of what she would see or fail to see, afraid that light would dispel the outline entirely or reveal something worse than a ghost dog lying on her living room floor. She reached for the light switch anyway, her hand trembling, and flipped it before she could stop herself. The room flooded with light and showed her nothing. No dog visible or invisible, no outline, no evidence except the chair that remained against the wall where something had thrown it weeks ago, and her own reflection in the dark window, pale and wild-eyed, and holding a fire poker like a weapon against an enemy she could not see. She turned off the light, and the darkness returned, and with it the faint outline of something large near the couch. Barely visible now, but present. And she understood that whatever Titan had become, he existed in a state that light could not touch, could only be seen in darkness and powder, and the traces of the visible world he left behind. She returned to the doorway and lowered herself to her hands and knees, the poker on the floor beside her. The outline remained still, watching or not watching. She could not sort the two feelings, the terror of what Titan had become, and something underneath it that she recognized as gratitude. They sat in her at the same time, and she did not try to resolve them. The wet dog smell from the kitchen doorway days ago, not days, she couldn't be sure how long, made sudden terrible sense. The temperature in the room began to drop, a change so gradual she did not register it at first. And then all at once she could see her breath, could feel the cold settling into her bones in a way that had nothing to do with desert nights or open windows or any natural cause. The cold came from everywhere and nowhere, came from the air itself turning hostile, and Lydia stood because remaining still in this kind of cold felt dangerous. The outline near the couch stood too, faster than she had moved, and she heard the scrape of claws on floorboards, and then saw the powder-traced silhouette take shape again, clearer now than it had been, the dust in the air or on the furniture, finding the invisible form and clinging to it. Titan's outline faced away from her, toward the corner of the room where the cold seemed thickest, and his stance had changed from resting to alert, front legs braced, head lowered, and she heard a sound come from him that she had only heard once before, the night a stranger had tried to break into their house in Abilene, and Titan had positioned himself between the door and her bedroom, and had made a sound that was less bark than warning, less warning than promise. He was growling, and the growl was so deep it vibrated through the floor and into her feet, and up through her body until her teeth ached with it. And Lydia stared at his outlined form and then followed the direction of his attention to the corner of the room where the darkness was absolute, where the cold was radiating from like heat from a furnace in reverse. He was growling at something in the corner, something she could not see. And he had planted himself between her and that corner, had put his body in the path of whatever was there. The cold intensified, and the darkness in the corner seemed to thicken, to become something more than absence of light, and Lydia took a step backward and then another, and Titan moved with her, staying between her and the corner, staying fixed in his protective stance, and she understood that he had not been attacking her at all, that every violent act she had witnessed had been protection misunderstood, had been Titan fighting something she could not see, something that had been trying to reach her while she cowered in her bedroom, believing the dog was the threat. But understanding did not make it less terrifying. The furniture thrown across the room, that had been Titan tackling something invisible, yes, but the violence was real, the destruction was real, and she had no way to know if he cared whether she survived the battle, or if protection at this scale meant collateral damage, meant accepting that the thing being protected might be crushed in the process of defending it. The scratching at her door every night, That had been Titan fighting in the hallway, keeping something away from her room. But the sound had been indistinguishable from threat, had filled her with the same terror Warren's footsteps used to create. And even now, even knowing what it was, the memory of that sound made her hands shake. She was trapped between two forces she could not see, could not understand, could not control. And one of them wore the shape of something she had loved. And one of them was something she had spent 6 months believing was gone. And neither of them had asked her permission to turn her house into a battleground. Neither of them cared that the war they were fighting was destroying her as surely as the outcome would. The darkness in the corner shifted, became denser, and Titan's growl deepened in response, his massive head lowering another inch, his front legs bracing harder against the floor. Lydia could see the powder-trace outline more clearly now, could see the ridge of fur standing up along his spine, could see the way his weight had shifted to his front quarters in preparation for launching forward. And the stance was familiar, but it did not comfort her, did not make her feel safe, because she had seen what happened when Titan launched himself at Warren, had seen the dog sent flying across the room when Warren's boot connected with his ribs, had seen blood on Titan's muzzle, and known the dog would die protecting her if Warren decided tonight was the night to go through him instead of around him. And if Titan died fighting Warren's ghost the way he had died fighting Warren's body, she would be alone with whatever was in that corner. And this time, there would be no prison sentence to save her, no police to come too late, but come nonetheless, no legal system to put Warren somewhere she could pretend was far enough away. The cold began to recede, pulling back toward the corner the way water pulls back before a wave, and Titan's growl faded with it, his stance relaxing fractionally, though he did not move from his position. The powder traces on his form were almost gone now, just faint suggestions of outline that would disappear entirely within minutes, and Lydia watched him fade back into invisibility, the dizzying awareness settling over her that the thing protecting her was as dangerous as the thing it was protecting her from, that being caught between them was its own kind of death even if she survived. The temperature stabilized somewhere just above freezing, and the darkness in the corner remained but did not advance, and after a time that felt like waiting for a storm to either break or pass, Lydia lowered herself to sit in the doorway, her back against the frame, the poker across her knees. Titan's outline was barely visible now, just a suggestion of shape in the darkness. But she could hear his breathing, heavy and regular, the sound of an animal alert but not panicked, prepared but not attacking. Prepared for what? She did not know, could not know, could only sit in the doorway and watch the corner where the cold gathered and understand that something had been hunting her, and Titan had been stopping it, and the cost of that protection was being trapped in a house that was being torn apart by forces she could neither see nor control. She thought about the mailman, about the ceramic pot arcing through the air toward his head, and the image reformed itself with new context. But the context did not make it better. Not an attack on the mailman, but Titan driving him away. Why? Because the mailman had carried something, represented something, or because anything that approached Lydia was presumed to be Warren in disguise, was treated as threat regardless of intent, and Titan's protection had become so absolute it could not distinguish between danger and kindness. The neighbor woman's windshield shattering made terrible sense now, not as isolation, but as prevention. Titan keeping something from entering via the neighbor's car, via her proximity. But the neighbor had been kind, the neighbor had been human, and Titan had hurt her anyway, had driven her away bleeding, and Lydia had no way to know if that had been necessary or if protection without the ability to judge had become something monstrous. The furniture thrown across rooms, the scratching that kept her locked in her bedroom every night. That had been Titan fighting Warren in the spaces she couldn't see, keeping him away from her door. But being protected that way meant being trapped, meant having no choice, meant living in a house that was being destroyed around her while two ghosts fought a war she had not agreed to participate in. She stood and walked to the kitchen, moving slowly, keeping Titan's position in her peripheral vision, and retrieved the box of Warren's letters from the counter where it had sat for days or weeks or months. She could no longer remember. She carried it back to the living room and set it on the floor beside her, and Titan's outline turned slightly, tracking her movement. His attention divided now between her and the corner. She opened the box and pulled out a letter at random, one of the middle ones, dated 2 years into Warren's sentence, and read it standing in the doorway where Titan could see her. The letter was 4 pages of Warren's deteriorating handwriting, explaining how the appeals process worked, and why he would be released eventually, and how she should prepare for his return by finding a place they could live where no one knew them, where they could start over, where she could remember what it meant to be his wife instead of his victim. The letter made her hands shake the way they always did, the way Warren had trained them to shake, and she set it down and picked up another one, this one from later in his sentence, just months before his death. This letter was shorter, more direct, and it said simply that he knew where she lived, knew she had left Abilene, knew she thought distance would protect her, but distance protected nothing, and that he would find her again, whether he was in prison or out of it, whether he was alive or dead, because she belonged to him in a way that transcended geography and circumstance and the physical limits of the body. The cold in the corner intensified again, a sudden drop that made the air itself feel brittle, and Titan's growl returned, louder now, and Lydia dropped the letter and gripped the poker with both hands because she understood suddenly and completely what occupied that corner, understood why Titan had come back, understood what he had been fighting while she hid and waited for Warren to finish what he had started. Warren had found her. Not his body, which was buried outside Abilene, but whatever part of him had survived death, whatever essence or will or hatred had been strong enough to persist beyond the physical. And he had been trying to reach her since the day she moved into this house, had been probing for entry, had been testing the barriers between the living and the dead for any weakness that would let him through. And Titan had been stopping him, had abandoned whatever peace the dead were supposed to have and had crossed back into the world to fight a war she could not see, had been taking blows she could not witness, bleeding energy or strength or whatever substance ghosts were made of, holding the line every single night while she lay in bed believing he was the monster. Lydia sank to her knees in the doorway, the poker clattering to the floor beside her. The room was very quiet. She looked at Titan's outline and said his name again, said it clearly this time, not a whisper but a statement, an acknowledgement, and the outline shifted slightly, his head turning toward her for a moment, before returning to face the corner, and she understood that he had heard her, understood that he knew she finally knew. But knowing did not change the fact that she was trapped between two massive forces, that the house was being destroyed, that Titan's protection was so violent and absolute, she could not tell whether he cared if she survived it. Knowing did not make the scratching less terrifying in retrospect. Knowing did not undo the neighbor's bleeding hands or the mailman's head wound, or the fact that Titan's loyalty had outlasted death, but his ability to distinguish threat from kindness had not. The darkness in the corner did not move, did not advance, but Lydia could feel a tension emanating from it now, could feel the weight of something observing her with the same focused malice Warren had brought to every interaction, the same patient calculation that had preceded every escalation. He was there, and she understood with sickening clarity that the letters were the tether, that every word Warren had written had carried some piece of his will, his absolute conviction that she would never escape him regardless of what happened to his body, burning them. The realization landed with force, with urgency, but it was followed immediately by terror, because what would happen if she destroyed the tether? Would Warren dissipate, or would he surge forward in a final assault? Would destroying his anchor weaken him or enrage him? And if the battle escalated, if Titan and Warren fought without restraint, would the house survive? Would she? Titan's growl shifted, became sharper, and Lydia looked up to see the darkness in the corner spreading, becoming wider, and the cold was intensifying again. And she realized with sudden clarity that her paralysis was feeding it, that her fear was exactly what Warren wanted, that hesitation was the survival strategy that had kept her alive during the marriage, but would kill her now. She stood, picked up the box of letters, and walked toward the fireplace before the old patterns could reassert themselves and lock her in place. The fireplace was in the same room as the corner, was in the same room as Titan and Warren, and walking toward it meant walking closer to both of them. But the alternative was sitting in the doorway while Titan fought alone, and she had watched him fight alone for too long. Titan's outline moved with her, staying between her and the corner, and she could feel his presence now in a way that went beyond sight, could feel the weight of him beside her. She reached the fireplace and set the box on the hearth and knelt down, and the cold from the corner reached toward her. But Titan was there, was planted between her and it, and the cold stopped advancing 6 feet from where she knelt. She struck a match, her hand shaking, and held it to the first letter, but the match died before the paper caught. She struck another, and the same thing happened. The third match burned down to her fingers, and she dropped it with a gasp, and Titan staggered, went down on his front legs, and the darkness in the corner surged forward. Lydia grabbed the entire box and hurled it into the fireplace before she could think, before the fear could stop her, and struck another match, and held it to the cardboard. And this time the flame caught, spread, began to consume the box and the letters inside. And Warren's voice filled her head with a physical weight that made her skull feel too small, made pressure build behind her eyes until her vision blurred. "You're destroying evidence. No one will believe you now. No one will know what I did. You'll be the crazy woman who burned her own proof, who lived alone in the desert and lost her mind, who made up stories about a husband who's been dead for months. You need those letters. You need them to prove it was real. Pick them out of the fire. Pick them out now before they're gone." Her hand reached toward the fireplace without her permission, fingers stretching toward the burning box, and the voice was using the exact cadence he had used the night he broke her ribs, the third time, when he explained very calmly why she had made him do it, why it was her fault for not listening the first 2 times. Her body remembered that tone. Her body wanted to obey before he counted to 3. Titan made a sound that was half roar, half scream, and the floorboards beneath Lydia cracked, a sharp report like a gunshot, and she jerked her hand back and wrapped both arms around herself to keep from reaching again. Her fingers burned where they had come within inches of the flame. "You always were weak. Always needed me to tell you what to do, and look at you now, still weak, still helpless, still mine. Burn the letters if you want. It won't change anything. I'll find you again. I always find you. The letters are just paper. You're the one I'm tied to. You're the one I'll never let go." The voice was inside her ribcage now, pressing against the bones that had broken and healed and broken again, and she could feel the memory of fracture, could feel her body preparing to curl inward the way it used to curl when he came toward her with his hands already forming fists. "No," Lydia said aloud, and the word came out hoarse, but it came out, and she forced herself to straighten, forced her spine to uncurl. "You don't own me?" The darkness in the corner contracted and then exploded outward, and Titan launched himself at it with a roar that shook the walls. The impact of their collision was soundless, but the air detonated. A shock wave that threw Lydia backward onto the floor and sent a gust of wind through the fireplace that nearly extinguished the flames. The fire, guttered, shrank to almost nothing, and Lydia scrambled forward on her hands and knees, reached the hearth as the last small flame clung to the corner of a letter, and she grabbed the matchbook from where it had fallen and struck the entire book at once, her hands shaking so badly half the matches broke, but enough caught, and she threw the burning mass into the fireplace where it landed on the box, and the flames surged back to life. The temperature plummeted, and Lydia's breath came out in clouds, and the floorboards beneath her began to splinter, long cracks radiating outward from where Titan and Warren were locked together in the center of the room. She could see them now, almost. Could see the outline of Titan's massive form and the darker shape wrapped around him. Could see the shape that was Warren, trying to tear through the dog to reach her, and Titan was being driven backward, his claws scraping furrows in the wood as he fought to hold his ground. The fire was consuming the letters, but not fast enough, the cardboard smoldering. And Warren's voice in her head became a scream that was not words anymore, just rage, just the promise of what he would do when he got through, and Lydia grabbed the poker from where it had fallen and used it to spread the letters in the fireplace, breaking the box apart so the flames could reach everything at once, and the heat seared her face. But she did not pull back, could not pull back, because Titan was losing. She could see him being pushed toward the wall, could see Warren's shape growing larger as Titan's outline flickered and dimmed, and she shoved the poker into the densest part of the fire and dragged burning letters forward, spreading the flames, watching the pages blacken and curl, and Warren screamed again, not in her head this time, but from everywhere, from the corner and the walls and the floor that was cracking beneath her. The final letter caught and flared and turned to ash, and Warren's scream cut off mid-sound, and the darkness that had been wrapped around Titan collapsed inward and was sucked down through the splintered floorboards like water down a drain. The shape of Warren's reaching hand, the last thing to disappear, clawed at the floor and then was gone. The pressure in Lydia's head released all at once, and she gasped, fell forward onto her hands, the poker clattering beside her. The flames in the fireplace burned down to embers, and the room was silent except for her ragged breathing and the creak of wood settling. She stayed on her hands and knees, waiting for Warren to return, waiting for the cold to come back, waiting for the signs that had meant danger during 20 years of marriage. Nothing came. The smoke cleared and the temperature normalized, and the room remained empty except for herself and Titan and the dying fire. Titan's outline was fading, the powder almost gone, and she could barely see him anymore. He lowered himself to the floor near the couch, slowly, carefully, the way an animal moves when every muscle aches, and she understood he was leaving, was returning to wherever he had been before he came back to fight this war. She crossed to where he lay and knelt beside the space his body occupied. "You can rest now," Lydia said, and placed her hand where his head would be. The air warmed under her palm, warmed like afternoon sun on fur, and then the warmth faded, the presence faded, and she knelt alone with her palm flat against the floorboards where Titan's head had been, the wood still warm, dust motes suspended in the morning light coming through the window. Leah Morgan noticed the Polaroid 2 hours after leaving the Ely gas station. She had been watching the road, the rearview mirror, the empty sage flats on either side of Route 50. The highway ran straight for miles in both directions. No other vehicles. Dawn light was just starting to thin the darkness behind her. The Polaroid was propped against the speedometer. She did not remember putting it there. She picked it up. The image showed her own face. Her mouth was slightly open. Her head was tilted against the driver's seat headrest. Gas station fluorescent light was visible through the window behind her and part of a pump. The date stamp in the corner read 4:17. 2 hours and 11 minutes ago. She had been asleep. She set the Polaroid face down on the passenger seat and put both hands back on the wheel. Her fingers were cold. She checked the rearview mirror. Empty highway. She checked the door locks. Engaged. She had locked them before pulling out of the gas station. She was certain. She remembered the sound. Someone had been inside the car while she slept. She drove another mile before she looked at the Polaroid again. The fluorescent light in the background confirmed it was the Ely station. She had pulled off Route 50 at 4 in the morning, filled the tank, used the restroom, bought a bottle of water she had not opened yet. The attendant had been reading a paperback. She had returned to the car, locked the doors, and closed her eyes. Just for a minute, maybe two, but it had been enough. The mile marker killer's signature. Polaroid on the dashboard. You wake up, or you find it later, and you know. He had been inside. He had stood over you. He had taken your picture while you slept. And he had left it where you would see it, and now you were marked. Leah set the photo down again and flexed her hands on the wheel. Her sister, Sophie, had been driving this same highway 5 years ago. Lone female traveler, solo cross-country trip, pulled over at a rest stop somewhere between Ely and the California border. They found her car 3 days later in a Bureau of Land Management pullout, with the driver's door open and her purse on the seat. No body, no Polaroid, but the pattern matched 2 other women who had disappeared on Route 50 in the previous 18 months. By the time the FBI connected the cases, the trail was cold. Leah reached under the dashboard with her right hand and touched the toggle switch. Still there. She had checked it 6 times since Ely. The metal was smooth and cool under her fingertips. She did not flip it. She withdrew her hand and checked the mirror again. Still empty. The sun was coming up behind her now, throwing long shadows across the scrub. She was 90 miles from the California border. The nearest police station was 40 miles back in Ely. She could turn around. She could walk into the station with the Polaroid and tell them everything. They would take her statement. They would file a report. They would tell her the FBI field office in Las Vegas would be notified. They would ask if she wanted an escort to the state line. She kept driving west. The fear was real. Her heart rate had been elevated since she found the photograph. Her mouth was dry. She had not opened the water bottle because she did not trust her hands to hold it steady. But the fear was also something she had invited. She had driven Route 50 for 3 weeks, sleeping in her car at gas stations and rest stops, making herself visible, making herself alone. She had known what the Polaroid meant before she picked it up. She checked the toggle switch again without looking down. It was exactly where it was supposed to be. The highway stretched ahead through the basin. No trees, no buildings, nothing but sagebrush and mountains in the distance. The loneliest road in America. That was what the sign said. In 1986, Life magazine had published an article calling this stretch of Route 50 the loneliest road in America, and the state of Nevada had turned it into a tourism slogan. Survival guides for sale at the visitor centers, completion certificates if you made it across. Leah had made it across 11 times in the past month. This would be the 12th. She glanced at the Polaroid on the passenger seat. Her sleeping face. The fluorescent light. The date stamp. He had been close enough to frame the shot. Close enough to see the small scar on her left eyebrow where Sophie had hit her with a thrown tennis ball when they were 8. Close enough to count her breaths. She adjusted her grip on the wheel and kept her speed steady at 65. The fear was useful. It would keep her alert. It would make the next part convincing. She just had to stay afraid long enough to reach the turnoff. The sun was fully up by 7. Leah watched the landscape flatten into alkali in distance. The mountains on either side of the basin were 50 miles away. The highway ran straight through the middle. No curves, no hills, nothing to interrupt the sight line. She could see 10 miles ahead and 10 miles behind. She had not passed another vehicle since Ely. Route 50 crossed central Nevada east to west through a series of basins separated by mountain ranges. The highway climbed each range through a pass, dropped into the next basin, crossed flat valley floor for 30 or 40 miles, then climbed again. Ely to the California border was 208 miles. Leah had driven it 12 times in the past month. She knew the mile markers, the turnoffs, the places where the pavement had cracked and been patched. She knew which rest stops had functional bathrooms and which were locked. She knew the spacing of the reflector posts along the shoulder. She also knew that in 208 miles, there were exactly 7 towns, and only 3 of them had gas stations that stayed open past 6 in the evening. The mile marker killer hunted this emptiness. 19 cases, 17 women still missing. 2 found in crashed vehicles on remote access roads. Cause of death, blunt force trauma, and manual strangulation. Victim selection based on isolation. Solo travelers, especially women, especially at night. He broke into cars at gas stations while the driver was inside. He left a Polaroid of the sleeping victim. Then he followed. The third confirmed victim, Sophie, had never been found. Her car had been located in a BLM pullout 5 years ago with no signs of struggle. Keys in the ignition, purse on the passenger seat. No Polaroid recovered, but the pattern matched. Leah had been searching for Sophie's photograph for 8 months. She knew it existed. The FBI files documented his method. He kept the Polaroids. He cataloged his victims. Leah reached for the water bottle and unscrewed the cap. Her hands were steadier now. She drank half the bottle and set it in the cup holder. She scanned through the radio stations as she drove. Static on FM. 2 a.m. stations, broadcasting from somewhere far away, the signal fading in and out. Farm reports, wheat futures. She turned it off. The silence was not comforting, but it was better than the static. She checked the mirror. Empty highway behind her. Empty highway ahead. Sagebrush and sky. The basin stretched for another 20 miles before the next range. She could see the mountains in the distance, a pale line of ridges against the sky. The pass was visible as a notch in the elevation. Her phone had not had service since Austin, 40 miles back. There would be no service until she crossed into California. Route 50 passed through some of the least populated country in the continental United States. Eureka County, Nevada, had a population density of 0.7 people per square mile. Leah had read that in a AAA guidebook. 0.7, less than 1 person per square mile, averaged across the entire county. She wondered if the mile marker killer was one of them. The FBI profile suggested local knowledge, someone who understood the highway, the spacing of towns, the patterns of travelers, someone who had time to watch and wait. 19 women over 7 years. The Polaroid camera was a deliberate anachronism. No digital file, no metadata. The photograph was the signature. Leah touched the toggle switch under the dashboard again. Her fingers found the metal edge, traced the ridged surface. She had spent 8 months preparing. Sedan looked ordinary. Silver paint, Nevada plates, rental company barcode sticker still on the rear bumper. No one looking at it would see what she had built. The toggle switch was all she had. One flip, and everything she had planned would deploy, if it worked, if she had built it correctly, if the wiring held. if the actuators fired, if. She just needed him to put his hands through the window first. Leah drove another 5 miles. The highway climbed gradually toward the pass. She checked the mirror again, a habit now, and this time she saw it. A vehicle. Too far back to identify the make or model. Just a shape on the highway behind her, visible in the mirror for a moment, before the road curved slightly and the distance made it vanish into the heat shimmer rising from the pavement. She watched the mirror. The vehicle reappeared, still distant, maybe 3 miles back. She had not seen it before. Leah maintained her speed and watched the mirror. The vehicle stayed behind her, distance constant. She could see it clearly now when the highway was straight. Dark color, possibly black or dark blue, larger than a sedan, truck or SUV. She drove for 10 minutes. The vehicle remained 3 miles back. She increased her speed to 70. The speedometer climbed smoothly. She watched the road ahead and counted to 60. Then she checked the mirror and saw the vehicle holding position. She reduced her speed to 60, counted to 60 again, checked again. The vehicle remained. Leah's hands were tight on the wheel. Her earlier calm was gone. This was the variable she had not been able to control. She had studied the FBI files, mapped the locations where victims had been taken, spent 8 months building the trap. She had driven Route 50 for a month, making herself visible, waiting for the Polaroid. But she did not know what vehicle he drove. The FBI files contained no description. The 2 victims, found in their crashed cars, had been alone when discovered. No witnesses had reported seeing another vehicle. The files suggested he followed at a distance, waited for the victim to panic or run out of gas, then closed in. But there was no physical evidence linking any specific vehicle to the crimes. Leah had assumed a truck, something heavy enough to ram another vehicle off the road, something common enough to be invisible on a rural highway. She had assumed he would stay close once he started following. She had not anticipated this. 3 miles back, holding position, neither closing distance nor falling behind. She checked the fuel gauge. 3/4 full, enough to reach the California border with 50 miles to spare, enough to reach the turnoff with 100 miles to spare. The turnoff was 60 miles ahead. She needed him to follow her that far. She needed him to close the distance. She needed him to force her off the highway at the exact location where the dirt access road met Route 50, 2 miles from the abandoned missile silo. If he forced her off the road earlier, the trap would not work. The silo was the containment. The car was the capture mechanism. Both were necessary. Leah slowed to 55. The vehicle behind her slowed as well. She could see it more clearly now. Pickup truck. Large, lifted suspension. From the way it sat high on the axles, no visible markings. She drove another mile and made a decision. She reduced her speed to 45. The truck slowed. She tapped the brakes, flashed her brake lights 3 times, universal signal, go around me. The truck maintained its distance. Leah slowed to 40. The highway speed limit was 70. She was creating an obstacle. Any normal driver would pass. The truck slowed to 40. She turned on her hazard lights. 4-way flashers blinking. Another signal. Vehicle trouble. Pulling over, go around. The truck stayed behind her. Leah's heart rate was elevated again. Her mouth was dry. She reached for the water bottle in the cup holder and drank the rest of it. Her hand shook slightly when she set the bottle down. She accelerated back to 65. The truck accelerated with her. Distance held steady at 3 miles. He was pacing her. Deliberately. He wanted her to know he was there. This was part of the pattern. The Polaroid was the first message. The pursuit was the second. He was teaching her that she could not escape, could not outrun him, could not signal for help. He was showing her that the highway belonged to him. Leah positioned her right hand near the toggle switch under the dashboard, fingers brushing metal. But the turnoff was 58 miles ahead. If she triggered it now, out here in the open basin with no canyon walls to pin the truck against her vehicle, he could simply drive away. She needed the geography. She needed the dead-end road. She needed him to commit. She checked the mirror again. The truck was still there. She could not see the driver through the glare on the windshield, but she knew he could see her. She was framed in his view just as she had been framed in the Polaroid. Alone, vulnerable, marked. Leah drove. The highway climbed toward the pass. The truck followed. The sun was higher now, burning off the last of the morning cool. The air conditioning in the sedan was running, but she could feel sweat between her shoulder blades. 56 miles to the turnoff. She just had to stay ahead of him that long. The sun dropped behind the western mountains at 6:30. Leah watched the light fade from the sky. The highway had climbed out of the basin and was crossing high plateau country now. Open rangeland with scattered juniper and rock outcrops. The truck was still behind her. It had been there for 4 hours. The distance had closed. 2 miles now, possibly less. She could see the vehicle clearly in the rearview mirror. Black pickup, extended cab, aftermarket grill guard on the front bumper. The kind of truck that belonged on this highway. Work vehicle, rancher's vehicle, ordinary. Leah had passed the turnoff for Austin an hour ago. The next town was Eureka, 30 miles ahead. Gas station, motel, population, 480. She had stopped there twice during her month of driving Route 50. The attendant had been a woman in her 60s who kept a portable television on the counter. She was not going to stop in Eureka. The turnoff she needed was 12 miles past the town, on the western edge of the valley. 42 miles total. The road ran 2 miles through sage and alkali flat before terminating at the fence line surrounding the abandoned missile silo. The silo had been decommissioned in 1969. Leah had purchased the property through a holding company for $23,000. The surface structures were gone, torn down for salvage decades ago, but the underground launch facility remained. Concrete shaft 140 feet deep. Reinforced walls, steel blast doors still functional. The access tunnel had been sealed with a gate that Leah had replaced with a heavier door, welded to the frame, controlled by a keypad lock she had installed herself. She had been inside the silo 6 times in the past month. She had brought supplies, water in 5-gallon containers, protein bars, a chemical toilet, a camp stove and propane, a sleeping bag, a portable lantern. She had set up a camera system with 4 angles, powered by the solar array on the surface, recording to local storage. The cameras showed the main chamber 18 feet in diameter, concrete floor, curved walls, ventilation shafts sealed but still allowing minimal air exchange. It was a cell. She had built it to be a cell. Leah checked the fuel gauge. Just over half a tank. The turnoff was 42 miles ahead. The truck in the mirror was maintaining its new distance, 2 miles back, close enough that she could see the dark shape of the driver behind the windshield. The sky was deep blue now, fading to purple in the east. Venus was visible above the mountains. The first stars were coming out. Leah switched on her headlights. The highway ahead jumped into visibility, white lines and reflector posts. The truck behind her did not turn on its lights. She watched the mirror. The pickup was still visible, but only because the sky behind it still held ambient light. Dark vehicle against dark sky. In another 10 minutes, it would be invisible. Leah's pulse was elevated. She could feel it in her neck. The truck was making its move, announcing itself. Headlights off was a message. She was supposed to see it and understand. He was not hiding anymore. He did not need to. She increased her speed to 75. The sedan accelerated smoothly. The truck accelerated with her. Distance held at 2 miles. Darkness came down. The sky went from purple to black. The only light now was from Leah's headlights and the faint glow of her instrument panel. She checked the mirror. The truck was gone. No lights visible. She could not see it. But she knew it was there. She reduced her speed to 65 and positioned her hands at 10 and 2 on the wheel. Her mouth was dry again. The water bottle was empty. She had nothing else to drink. Eureka was 20 miles ahead. The turnoff was 12 miles beyond that. 32 miles total. The truck hit her from behind. The impact was sudden and hard, a crunch of metal and the sharp jolt of deceleration. Leah's head snapped forward, then back against the headrest. The seatbelt locked across her chest. Her hands gripped the wheel. The sedan lurched but held the road. She checked the mirror reflexively but saw only black. The truck hit her again. This impact was harder. The sedan fishtailed. Leah corrected, steering into the skid, accelerator down. The sedan surged forward. The speedometer climbed past 80. Behind her, headlights flared on. High beams, brilliant white, flooding her mirrors, filling the interior of the car with harsh light. He was right behind her, less than a car length. Leah's heart was hammering. Her hands were locked on the wheel. The truck stayed on her bumper, headlights blinding in the mirrors. She could not see the road behind her. She could not see the truck. The blinding glare filled her mirrors. The third impact drove her forward. The seatbelt cut into her shoulder. The sedan's rear end lifted slightly, tires losing traction, then slammed back down. Leah felt the steering wheel shudder in her hands. She kept the accelerator down. 85. The sedan shook with each impact. The truck could push her off the road at any moment. Her modified windows might hold, or they might not. She had tested the polycarbonate against static pressure, not repeated high-speed collisions. She had installed the shutters in her garage alone, following schematics she had drawn herself. She had never crash-tested the system. She had no idea if it would work. But not yet. Not here. 32 miles to the turnoff. She had to hold the road that long. The truck rammed her again, headlights blazing, and Leah drove into the darkness with both hands on the wheel and her sister's name in her throat. The impacts continued. Leah counted them. 5, 6, 7. Each collision drove the sedan forward, tires screaming, metal flexing. The rear bumper was damaged. She could hear something dragging, a scrape of plastic on asphalt every time the suspension compressed. She kept the accelerator down, 90 miles per hour. The sedan was shaking. The steering wheel vibrated in her hands. Behind her, the headlights stayed locked on her bumper, high beams flooding the mirrors, turning the interior into a cage of white light. The highway was climbing. The grade was shallow but steady. Leah could feel the engine strain. The pickup stayed with her, pushing, ramming every 30 seconds. Methodical. He was pacing the impacts, wearing her down. 25 miles to the turnoff. Leah's shoulders ached from gripping the wheel. Her jaw was clenched. She forced herself to breathe. In through the nose, out through the mouth. She needed to stay calm. She needed to think. The sedan's rearview camera had gone dark after the third impact. The screen on the dashboard showed static. The side mirrors still worked. She could see the headlights, the dark shape of the grille guard, nothing else. The driver was invisible behind the glare. Another impact. The sedan lurched. Leah's head hit the headrest. The seatbelt locked. She corrected, brought the wheel back, maintained speed. Eureka appeared ahead. Lights on the horizon. The town was small, just a cluster of buildings on either side of the highway. Gas station on the right, motel on the left. Everything else dark. Leah did not slow down. She blew through Eureka at 90, headlights cutting through the empty intersection, streetlights flashing past. In the mirror, the pickup followed. No hesitation. 12 miles to the turnoff, the highway leveled out. The sedan's speed climbed back to 95. Leah's fuel gauge was below half now. She had enough fuel, though not by much. If the impacts did not rupture the tank. The next ramming was different. The pickup pulled alongside her, driver's side, matching her speed. Leia glanced left. The vehicle was enormous. Lifted suspension put the driver's window level with the top of her roof. She could not see into the cab. Just black paint, dark windows, the bulk of it filling her peripheral vision. Metal scraped metal. The pickup was drifting into her lane, pushing her toward the shoulder. Leia corrected right, gave ground, steered away from the edge. The pickup followed, grinding contact. The sound was terrible, a shriek of steel on steel. Leia accelerated. 98. The sedan pulled ahead. The pickup fell back, slotted in behind her again, rammed her from the rear. The impact was harder this time. Something in the trunk broke. Leia heard glass shatter. She reached for the toggle switch under the dashboard. Her fingers found the metal edge. The wiring should be intact. She had run it through reinforced conduit, isolated from the main electrical. But should be was not the same as was. One severed wire and the trap would not deploy. One failed actuator and the shutters would not drop. 8 miles. The highway was dropping into another basin. Long descent. Sweeping curve to the left. Leia took the curve at 80. The tires held. Behind her, the headlights swung wide, then tightened, staying on her. At the bottom of the grade, the pickup pulled alongside again. Passenger side this time, same tactic. Drifting into her lane, forcing her left toward the center line. Leia steered away. The vehicles touched. The sedan shuddered. The pickup kept pushing. Leia hit the brakes. The sedan decelerated hard. The seatbelt cut into her chest. The pickup shot past, brake lights flaring. Leia accelerated again, swung into the right lane, pushed the speed back to 80. The pickup was ahead of her now, 50 yards, slowing. She saw the brake lights brighten. The vehicle was stopping in the middle of the highway. Leia changed lanes, went around on the left. As she passed, the pickup accelerated, pulled alongside, swerved into her. The impact caught her rear quarter panel. The sedan spun. Leia turned into the spin, foot off the brake, hands working the wheel. The highway rotated around her. Sagebrush, sky, headlights, darkness. The sedan came around 180 degrees, facing backward, still moving. Leia cranked the wheel, gave it gas, brought the vehicle around again. 360. The tires bit. The sedan straightened. She was facing forward. The highway stretched ahead. The pickup was behind her again. Leia's hands were shaking. Her breath was coming fast. She forced herself to slow it down. She was still on the road. The sedan was still functional. 6 miles to the turnoff, she checked the mirror. The pickup had fallen back. 200 yards, 300. The headlights were still there, but the distance was opening. She kept her speed steady at 70, watched the gap widen. 400 yards. Maybe he was giving up. Maybe the spin had convinced him she was too dangerous, too unpredictable. Maybe he was looking for easier prey. The highway ahead was empty. Dark asphalt, white lines, sagebrush on both sides. She could hear her own breathing, the hum of the tires, the rattle of something loose in the damaged rear end. Nothing else. The desert night was silent around her. 6 miles to the turnoff, she could make it. She had built the trap. She had baited him. She had survived the ramming and the spin. She was going to... The headlights blazed on behind her. High beams. Full intensity. He accelerated hard and closed the gap in seconds. The pickup rammed her again. The sedan fishtailed but held, Leia corrected. Another impact. She held the line. 4 miles. The highway was climbing again. The next range. The road curved through low hills covered in juniper. Leia took the curves hard, using the turns to break visual contact for seconds at a time. The headlights vanished behind each hill, reappeared on the straightaways. 3 miles. The dirt access road was on the right side of the highway. Leia had driven past it 11 times. She knew the marker. Wooden post, number burned into the wood, faded almost invisible. Easy to miss at highway speed. She could not miss it tonight. The pickup rammed her again. The impact was brutal. The sedan's rear axle made a sound like a gunshot. Something had broken. The vehicle pulled hard to the left. Leah fought the wheel, held the lane. The sedan was limping now. She could feel it. 2 miles. She reduced her speed to 70. The steering was loose. The rear end was damaged. If the axle failed completely, she would lose control. The pickup pulled alongside again, driver's side, close. Leah glanced over. She could see the driver now, silhouetted against the far window. Large, male, both hands on the wheel, face in shadow. He looked at her. She felt it. Then he swerved. The impact caught her front quarter panel. The sedan's front wheels lost traction. Leah's hands were torn from the wheel. The vehicle went sideways, skidding, tires screaming. The pickup stayed with her, pushing, grinding metal, forcing her right. The shoulder, the embankment, sagebrush, the dirt access road. Leah saw the wooden post flash past. She was off the highway. The sedan's tires hit dirt and gravel. The vehicle slewed, still moving at 60. Behind her, headlights followed. She touched the toggle switch under the dashboard, but the silo gate was still 2 miles ahead. 2 more miles. The dirt road was worse than Leah remembered. Washboarded surface, deep ruts from runoff, rocks the size of fists. The sedan bounced hard over the terrain. The damaged rear axle groaned with each impact. Steering was nearly gone. She fought the wheel, trying to keep the vehicle centered between the ruts. Headlights filled her mirrors. He was right behind her, close enough that she could see the grill guard in the reflected light. The dirt road was single lane. Sagebrush pressed in on both sides, no room to maneuver. Leah checked the odometer. The silo was 1.7 miles ahead. She needed the sedan to last that far. The road climbed a low rise. At the crest, the headlights behind her dropped away for a moment. Leah used the brake to scan ahead. The road descended into a shallow wash, then climbed again toward a line of low cliffs visible in the starlight. The fence line around the silo property was at the base of those cliffs. Behind her, headlights reappeared, cresting the rise. He accelerated down the slope. The impact came from behind, harder than any on the highway. The sedan lurched forward, suspension bottoming out. Metal screamed. The vehicle fishtailed in the loose dirt. Leah corrected, gave it gas. The tires spun, caught, pulled her forward. The wash bottom was soft sand. The sedan wallowed through it, rear end sliding. She kept accelerator down. The front wheels found harder ground on the far side. The vehicle climbed out of the wash, 1 mile to the silo. The road narrowed. Canyon walls rose on either side, maybe 20 feet high, carved by ancient runoff. The cliffs were closer now. Leah could see the fence line ahead, chain link topped with 3 strands of barbed wire. The gate was visible, steel frame, the lock she had installed, catching moonlight. Behind her, he stayed close, waiting. The road was too narrow here to pull alongside. He could only follow. Leah's hands were numb from gripping the wheel. She flexed her fingers, one hand at a time, trying to keep circulation. Her shoulders ached. The seatbelt had left a bruise across her chest. She could feel it when she breathed. The road curved left, following the base of the cliffs. Leah took the curve and saw the dead end. The road terminated at the fence line. No gate here. Just chain link and rock. She had known this. She had driven this road 6 times. But seeing it now, headlights illuminating the barrier 30 yards ahead, her stomach dropped. She hit the brakes. The sedan slowed. She looked for the turnoff to the silo gate, the secondary track that split off to the right, 50 yards before the fence. It should be visible. It was not there. Leah's pulse spiked. She scanned the roadside, sagebrush, rock, the cliff face. No turnoff. She was past it. She must have missed it in the dark. Behind her, headlights flared bright. He was accelerating, coming fast. Leah had no room to turn around. The road was too narrow. She could reverse, try to back up until she found the turnoff, but he was already closing distance. If she stopped, he would pin her. She made a decision. She drove forward straight at the fence line. 20 yards. The sedan's headlights showed the chain link in detail, the way it sagged between posts, the rust on the wire. 15 yards. Leah turned the wheel hard right. The sedan left the road, plunged into the sagebrush. The suspension crashed over hidden rocks. The vehicle tilted, nearly rolled, slammed back down. Branches scraped the doors. The undercarriage shrieked. She was driving blind now, no road, just open desert. She aimed for the base of the cliff, where the fence line should angle back toward the silo gate. The sedan crashed through brush, tires digging into soft sand. Behind her, headlights followed. Leah saw the turnoff, not a road, just a gap in the sagebrush where vehicles had passed before. She swung the wheel, aimed for it. The sedan's front wheels hit the track. The rear end fishtailed. She corrected, felt the tires catch. The gate was ahead. Steel frame, chain link panel, keypad lock on the right-hand post. Leah pulled up to it, slammed on the brakes. The sedan stopped 3 feet from the gate. She looked in the mirror. Headlights were coming through the brush 50 yards back. He had followed her off the road. He was still coming. Leah grabbed her phone from the cup holder and jumped out of the car. The night air was cold. She ran to the gate, punched the code into the keypad. 8 digits. Her fingers hit the keys. The lock beeped. The gate swung inward on pneumatic hinges. She ran back to the sedan, got in, drove through the gate. On the other side, she stopped, jumped out again. He was closer now, 30 yards. She could see the dark shape of the cab behind the headlights. Leah ran back to the gate, found the interior keypad, punched in the close sequence. The gate began to swing shut, moving slower than she needed. He was 20 yards away, 15. The gate closed with a clang. The lock engaged. He hit the gate at full speed. The chain link buckled. The frame held. The impact was enormous. Leah felt it in her chest. The gate bowed inward, then sprang back. He reversed, backed up 10 yards, hit it again. The gate held. Leah got back in the sedan, drove deeper into the property. The silo access tunnel was 200 yards ahead, a concrete entrance built into the base of the cliff. She could see it in her headlights, the heavy steel door she had installed still closed. Behind her, at the gate, he was ramming it again. The sound of metal on metal echoed off the cliffs. The gate shrieked. The fence posts groaned, but it did not need to hold much longer. Leah reached the silo entrance, stopped the sedan, killed the engine. She sat in the dark and listened to the impacts behind her. The gate shrieked. The fence posts groaned. Sophie had been alone on this same road 5 years ago. Pulled over at a rest stop or a gas station, or maybe just on the shoulder to check a map. Tired, vulnerable. He had been there. He had watched. He had broken into her car, left the Polaroid, followed her. Sophie's body had never been found. Leah put her hand on the toggle switch under the dashboard. She closed her eyes and waited for the gate to break. The gate broke on the fourth impact. The sound was final, a shriek of torn metal, and the crack of fence posts snapping at ground level. Leah watched in the rearview mirror as the entire assembly tilted inward, then collapsed. Headlights flooded through the gap. He was inside the property. Leah started the engine. The sedan coughed, caught, idled rough. She put it in gear and drove the remaining distance to the silo entrance. The concrete tunnel opening was set into the cliff face, wide enough for a vehicle. The steel door she had installed was closed. She stopped 5 feet from it. No time to open the door. No time to reverse. The access tunnel led down into the silo shaft, but getting the door open required getting out of the car, punching in the code, waiting for the pneumatic locks to release. 30 seconds minimum. He would reach her in 10. Leah turned off the engine again. She positioned herself in the driver's seat, hands at 10, and 2 on the wheel, eyes on the mirror. Headlights were coming fast across the open ground between the broken gate and the silo entrance. 200 yards, 150. Her right hand moved to the toggle switch. Her fingers wrapped around it. She needed him close. She needed him to commit. She needed his hands through the window. 100 yards. Leah reached back and touched the partition behind the front seats. The plexiglass was invisible in the dark, 3/4 of an inch thick, medical grade, rated to contain violent patients in psychiatric transport vehicles. She had purchased it from a decommissioned ambulance company in Oregon. She had installed it herself, alone in her garage, working from a diagram she had found online. She had sealed the edges with industrial adhesive. She hoped it would hold. 50 yards. She withdrew her hand from the partition and gripped the wheel again. She forced her breathing to slow. In through the nose, out through the mouth. The headlights were blinding now. They filled her mirrors, turned the sedan's interior white. She could not see the vehicle behind them. The blinding glare filled her mirrors. 20 yards. Leah closed her eyes. She counted to 3. When she opened them, the headlights were 10 yards back and closing fast. He did not slow down. The impact drove her forward against the seatbelt. The sedan's front bumper hit the steel door of the silo entrance. The collision was simultaneous, front and rear. The sedan crushed between 2 immovable objects. Glass shattered. The windshield spider-webbed, but held. The rear window exploded inward. Leah's head snapped back against the headrest. The engine died. The headlights went dark. The only light now came from behind her, the high beams of the vehicle pinning hers against the door. Leah sat in the wreckage and waited. She heard his door open, heavy creak of hinges, boots on gravel. He was walking toward her. She watched in the side mirror, a shape moving through the headlight glare. Large, male. He came around the driver's side of his vehicle and stopped. She could see him now, 6'4", maybe taller. Heavy build, work jacket, jeans, boots, hands the size of dinner plates. He was carrying something. She could not see what. He approached the driver's side of her car. Leah's hand was already on the toggle switch under the dashboard. Her fingers were steady. All the fear from the highway, from the pursuit, from the dirt road and the gate was gone. What remained was clarity. He stopped next to her window. She did not look at him directly. She kept her eyes forward, her hands visible on the wheel, playing the part. Terrified victim, frozen in shock, waiting for him to take control. He raised the object in his hand. Crowbar. 2 feet long, steel curved claw on one end. He positioned himself, feet planted, crowbar raised over his right shoulder like a bat. Leah turned her head and looked at him. She reached down with her left hand and rolled the driver's window down 2 inches. Bait. Let him think he could reach through. He swung. She flipped the toggle switch. The crowbar hit the window. Glass exploded inward. The polycarbonate layer behind it held, flexing inward an inch, then springing back. Tempered glass fragments showered the interior. He pulled the crowbar away, stared at the intact polycarbonate barrier, confusion crossing his face. Nothing happened. Leah's breath stopped. The shutters had not deployed. The system had failed. He raised the crowbar again, wound up for a second strike. She heard a mechanical whine. Pneumatic actuators firing, the sound muffled, delayed. Then a heavy metallic slam as reinforced steel shutters dropped from housings above the windows. The man's arms were extended, crowbar descending toward the glass when the shutter dropped. It caught his right forearm between steel and window frame. He screamed. The shutter had caught only one arm. His left hand was free. He dropped the crowbar and grabbed the edge of the steel panel, trying to pull it up. Leah could see his face now, lit from behind by his own headlights. Late 50s, weathered, heavy jaw, eyes wide. Leah sat frozen. She had designed the shutters to catch both arms. She needed both arms trapped. If he pulled free, he jerked his right arm, trying to wrench it out of the gap. The steel had caught him just above the wrist. His hand was inside the cabin, forearm trapped. He could not pull back, but his left hand was still gripping the edge of the shutter. He was lifting it, slowly. The panel rose an inch, 2 inches. The crowbar had fallen to the passenger side floorboards when he dropped it. Leah could see the steel curve of it below the seat. She had to get it before he freed himself. She unbuckled her seatbelt and leaned across the center console, reaching down toward the passenger floorboard. Her face was inches from the passenger window. His free hand was right there, fingers gripping the shutter edge, knuckles white with effort. If he let go, he could grab her through the glass. No, the polycarbonate would hold. She stretched farther, shoulder against the passenger seat, hand groping in the dark footwell. The man saw what she was doing. His eyes locked on hers through the glass. He understood. He pulled his left hand back and swung at the window. His fist hit the glass inches from her face. The polycarbonate absorbed the blow. Leah's fingers closed around the crowbar. She pulled it free, pushed herself back into the driver's seat, raised the crowbar inside the cabin, and swung it sideways at the window shutter mechanism, trying to trigger something, anything. The crowbar hit the interior panel. She heard a click. The second shutter dropped. It caught his left arm at the bicep, pinning it against the window frame. Both arms trapped. The man screamed again. He tried to twist his arms, but the shutters held. His forearms were caught in 2 different positions. Right at the wrist, left at the bicep. He could not pull free. Hydraulic deadbolts engaged in all 4 doors. The sound was industrial, final. Multiple heavy thuds as steel bolts slid into reinforced frames. The doors were sealed. Leah dropped the crowbar and climbed over the center console into the back seat. Her hands were shaking now. The partition between front and rear compartments was locked in place. She was in a separate cell now, sealed off from the front cabin, safe behind 3/4 of an inch of medical-grade plexiglass. She turned and looked through the partition. The man was still trapped, both arms caught in the shutters at different angles. He was pulling hard, jerking his arms, trying to wrench them out of the gaps. She could see his face clearly now. Heavy jaw, deep-set eyes, lines around his mouth, eyes wide with panic. He stopped pulling and looked at her through the partition. Their eyes met. Leah's breath was ragged. The trap had nearly failed. If the actuators had not fired on the second strike, if his left arm had not been in position when the delayed shutter dropped, he would have freed himself. But he had not freed himself. He was trapped. She did not speak. The man jerked his arms again, trying to pull free from the window shutters. The steel had caught him at 2 different positions. His right hand was inside the cabin, forearm trapped above the wrist. His left arm was pinned at the bicep. He could not pull back without breaking bone. He twisted, trying to angle his arms. His breathing was audible through the broken rear window, rapid and shallow. Leah watched him struggle. She sat in the back seat behind the partition and said nothing. The seconds stretched. He stopped twisting and looked at her again. Their eyes met through the plexiglass. "What the hell did you?" He started, then stopped. His voice was rough, strained. He was breathing hard. "Let me out of this." Leah looked at him and shook her head once. "No," she said. Her voice was calm, quiet. The first words she had spoken in hours. The man stared at her. His face was lit from behind by his own headlights, casting shadows across his features. Heavy jaw, deep-set eyes, lines around his mouth that suggested he was older than she had thought. Late 50s, maybe 60. He pulled at his arms again, harder this time. The shutters did not move. The steel was anchored to the door frame with bolts that went through the sheet metal into reinforced plates. She had designed it to hold 500 pounds of pulling force. His weight was not enough. Leah reached into her jacket pocket and pulled out her phone. She unlocked it, opened the camera app, raised it, and took his picture. The flash lit up the interior. He flinched. She lowered the phone and looked at the image on screen. His face, clear and sharp, eyes wide, arms trapped at wrong angles. She put the phone back in her pocket. The man's jaw tightened. He understood. This was not random, not an accident, not a malfunction of his plan. Sophie Taylor, Leah said. She let the name hang in the air between them. 2 words, nothing else. The man's expression changed. Confusion crossed his face, followed by calculation. The panic in his eyes went flat. Not angry, not remorseful, just blank. He was thinking, trying to place her, trying to remember which victim had a sister. Leah watched the transition. The frantic animal fear drained out of his face and left something colder. He was sorting files, matching her face to a catalog of women, cross-referencing the name, trying to identify which entry corresponded to Sophie Taylor. His eyes moved slightly, left to right, as though reading an invisible list. A clerk looking for a misfiled folder. He knew exactly who Sophie was. He just needed a moment to recall which one. His silence was confirmation. Leah reached down beside the seat and picked up her laptop. She had brought it into the back cabin before starting the pursuit, along with a water bottle, a flashlight, and the keys to the silo. Everything she needed was within reach. She opened the laptop, waited for it to boot. The screen lit her face in the darkness. The man watched her. He had stopped pulling at his arms. He was conserving energy, thinking. His eyes moved across the interior of the car, cataloging details, looking for weaknesses. He would not find any. The laptop screen showed a grid of camera feeds, 4 angles from inside the silo, mounted at different heights on the concrete walls. The main chamber was visible in all 4 views, illuminated by work lights Leah had installed on tripods. The chamber showed the supplies she had arranged, water, food, basic necessities. Leah turned the laptop so the screen faced the partition. The man could see it now through the plexiglass. His eyes moved across the images. She watched his face as he understood what he was looking at. The silo shaft descended into darkness. She had replaced the access door with one welded to the frame, controlled by a keypad lock. She had installed the camera system, run power from a solar array on the surface, brought in the supplies. She had tested the ventilation. Minimal but functional. Enough air exchange to sustain one person indefinitely. She had built a cell. The man was still staring at the screen. His breathing had changed. Faster now, he understood. Leah reached beside the seat and picked up a small remote. She pressed a button. On the laptop screen, one of the cameras shifted angle, panning across the chamber. The motorized mount was functioning correctly. She set the remote down and looked at him through the partition. He met her eyes. The panic was there now, full and visible. He opened his mouth. She could see him forming the word. His lips moved. She leaned forward and pressed the button that released the gas. The hiss was immediate. Vents in the dashboard opened. Colorless gas flooded the front cabin. The man jerked his head back, tried to hold his breath. His eyes went wide. He pulled at his trapped arms with everything he had. The shutters held. 30 seconds. His face flushed. He gasped, could not help it, pulled air into his lungs. The gas went with it. 45 seconds. His eyes lost focus. His knees buckled. His weight hung from his trapped arms at 2 different angles. The shutters supported him. 60 seconds. His eyes rolled back. His body went limp. He hung in the window shutters, unconscious, breathing shallow. Leah watched through the partition until she was certain he would not wake. Then she opened the rear door of the sedan, climbed out into the night air, and walked to his truck. The truck was a 2012 Ford F-250, black paint, Nevada plates. Leah walked around it slowly, studying the exterior. The grill guard was bent where it had made contact with her sedan. The front bumper showed scratches and dents from multiple impacts. Old damage, not just from tonight. He had done this before. She tried the driver's door, unlocked. The interior smelled like cigarettes and motor oil. Fast food wrappers covered the passenger floor. A thermos sat in the cup holder. The keys were still in the ignition. Leah climbed into the cab and sat in the driver's seat. Her hands were shaking. The adrenaline from the pursuit was fading, leaving her cold and hollow. She gripped the steering wheel to steady herself, felt the worn leather under her palms. This was where he had sat while he followed her, while he rammed her vehicle, while he forced her off the highway. She released the wheel and opened the glove box. Registration and insurance card. She looked at the name, then put the card back. She did not want to know. She did not want him to be a person. She checked under the seats. Nothing. The center console held receipts, a flashlight, loose change. She popped the hood release and got out, walked to the front of the truck. The engine was still warm. She closed the hood without looking at it and moved to the truck bed. A toolbox sat bolted to the bed liner. She tried the latch. Locked. She went back to the cab, searched the console again, found a small key on a ring. The toolbox opened. Inside, a coil of rope, a roll of duct tape, a tarp, work gloves, a knife. Standard tools for someone who worked outdoors, or tools for something else. Beneath the tarp, she found a plastic storage bin. She pulled it out, set it on the drop tailgate, opened the lid. Polaroids, dozens of them, arranged in neat stacks, grouped with rubber bands, 19 of them. She had known he kept them. The FBI files had confirmed it. She had spent 8 months planning this moment. Leah's hands were shaking as she went through the stacks. The third one held Sophie's photograph. Her sister's face, tilted against a headrest, mouth slightly open, eyes closed. Visible in the background, a rest stop sign, the outline of mountains. The date stamp read July 19th, 2019, 5 years ago. 3 days before her car was found empty. Leah sat down on the tailgate. Her legs would not hold her. She held the photograph in both hands and looked at Sophie's sleeping face. The scar above her left eyebrow from the tennis ball. The small mole on her cheek. The way her hair fell across her forehead. She had not seen a photograph of Sophie in 2 years. She had known this moment would come. Had driven Route 50 for a month waiting for it. But looking at her now like this felt like being struck. Leah closed the bin and sat on the tailgate with Sophie's photograph in her hands. The desert night was silent around her. The stars were bright overhead. She could hear her own breathing, ragged and uneven. The man was still unconscious in her sedan, gas dissipating in the front cabin. 6 hours, maybe. The concrete chamber was ready. The supplies were arranged exactly as she had left them. The cameras were running. When he woke in the dark, alone, he would understand that no one was coming. The other 18 families were still waiting for answers. The Polaroids were evidence. She could take them to the FBI. She could give those families what she had spent 5 years searching for. Or she could leave the bin in the truck, drive the truck to the silo entrance, park it beside her sedan, lock it, and walk away. Let it rust there in the desert beside the fence. Let him disappear the same way his victims had. No body, no answers, no closure for anyone looking for him. Leah put Sophie's photograph in her jacket pocket. The rest she left in the bin. She closed the lid, put the bin back in the toolbox, locked it, pocketed the key. She walked back to a sedan to check on the man. He was still unconscious, hanging from his trapped arms in the shutters at awkward angles. His breathing was shallow but steady. She looked at him through the driver's window and felt nothing, no anger, no satisfaction, no triumph. Just the hollow certainty that she had done what she came to do. She had 4 hours before he woke. Enough time to move him to the silo, seal the door, drive back to the highway, disappear. Leah reached through the broken rear window, unlocked the back door from inside, and climbed into the rear cabin. She opened the control panel beside the seat and pressed the button that released the window shutters. The pneumatic actuators hissed. The steel panels retracted upward into their housings. The man's arms came free. His unconscious body collapsed onto the gravel. Leah got out of the car and looked down at him. 6'4", maybe 240 pounds. Dead weight. She grabbed him under the arms and started dragging him toward the silo entrance. The silo access tunnel sloped downward at a 30-degree angle. Leah dragged the unconscious man 20 feet across gravel, then stopped at the steel door she had installed 6 months ago. She propped him against the cliff face, his head lolling forward, and punched the code into the keypad. 12 digits. The lock beeped. The door swung inward on motorized hinges. Cold air rose from the tunnel. The smell of concrete and stale water and something older beneath it. Mineral deposits, ancient groundwater, the deep earth. Work lights mounted along the walls cast harsh shadows. The tunnel descended 100 feet to the main chamber. Smooth concrete floor, designed for missile transport equipment in the 1960s. Wide enough for a vehicle, but too steep to drive. Leah grabbed the man under his arms again and pulled him through the doorway. His boots scraped concrete, the sound echoing up the shaft and back. His weight was enormous. She backed down the slope, dragging him, stopping every 10 feet to adjust her grip. The fabric of his jacket bunched under her hands, slick with something. Oil or grease from the truck. Her shoulders burned. Sweat ran down her back, despite the cold rising from below. Halfway down the tunnel, she had to stop and rest. She sat on the concrete beside him, breathing hard. Her hands were cramping. She flexed her fingers, looked at him. His face was slack in the harsh light. Skin gray, breathing steady and shallow. The gas would wear off in another 4 hours, maybe 5. She had tested the compound on herself once in small doses to understand the timing. The paralysis was total but temporary, no permanent damage. She stood and grabbed him again. The tunnel continued downward. The work lights made the concrete glow white, made the curved walls look like they were moving, closing in. The walls were reinforced, designed to withstand forces she could not imagine. The thrust of an 80,000-pound missile, the blast if something went wrong during launch. The concrete was 3 feet thick. Sound did not travel through walls like that. 30 feet from the chamber floor, his hand twitched. Leah froze. She was backing down the slope, both hands under his arms, her entire body weight committed to dragging him. His hand had moved, just the fingers curling slightly, then going slack again. She stared at his face, still unconscious, eyes closed, breathing shallow. But she had tested the gas in small doses. She did not know his tolerance. She did not know if his size, his metabolism, his decades of cigarettes and fast food had altered the absorption rate. If he woke up here in the tunnel, with her hands under his arms and her back to the drop, his breathing changed, deeper. A wet, rattling sound in his throat. Leah let go of him and scrambled backward down the slope. His body began to slide. The incline was too steep. Without her grip to anchor him, gravity took over. He slid down the concrete ramp toward her, boots scraping, jacket dragging, the wet rattle still coming from his throat. 240 pounds of dead weight sliding heavily down the narrow tube in the dark. Leah turned and ran. Her boots slipped on the smooth concrete. She hit the chamber floor hard, rolled to the side. His body slid past her and stopped against the far wall with a heavy thud. She scrambled to her feet, pressed herself against the opposite wall, stared at him. He was lying on his side where he had come to rest, not moving. The wet rattle had stopped. Just the echo of her own breathing, loud in the concrete chamber. She counted to 60. He did not move. Her hands were shaking. She could feel her pulse in her throat. She had spent 8 months building this trap, 3 weeks making herself visible on Route 50, 4 hours being rammed at 90 miles per hour. She had dragged him down 100 feet of concrete slope. She was not going to stop now because his body had slid toward her in the dark. She crossed to where he lay, grabbed him under the arms, and dragged him to the center of the chamber floor. The chamber was 18 feet in diameter, circular walls rising to a vaulted ceiling 40 feet overhead, one of 3 levels in the shaft. The control room was above, accessible by ladder. The lower levels had been sealed decades ago, filled with groundwater. She let him go. He slumped onto the concrete. She straightened, pressed both hands against her lower back, felt the muscles protest. Her palms were torn from dragging him. She could see the raw skin, feel the sting of it. Her shoulders ached. Her entire body felt used up. The supplies she had brought were arranged as she'd left them. She did not look at them. Leah walked to one of the cameras mounted high on the wall. The lens was angled down, covering most of the chamber floor. She waved at it. The camera was recording to local storage, hours of footage she could retrieve later if she ever came back. She lowered her hand and looked at the camera. She would not come back. She would not watch him wake. She would not monitor his decline. The camera was insurance, documentation, nothing more. She turned and walked back to where he lay. His chest rose and fell. His hands were scraped from where the shutters had trapped him. Blood had dried on his wrists in dark lines. She looked at his face and tried to feel something. Satisfaction, maybe. Completion. The thing she had spent 8 months building toward. Instead, she felt tired. Her body ached. Her hands hurt. The hollow certainty from the truck was still there, unchanged. She walked to the tunnel entrance and looked back one last time. The chamber was clean, functional, exactly as she had designed it. A cell, a tomb, a place where someone could survive for months and then stop surviving. Leah climbed the tunnel slope. Her boots echoed on concrete. The sound bounced off walls built to contain missile exhaust, built to withstand blast pressure, now carrying only the sound of her breathing and the scrape of her footsteps. At the top, she stepped through the doorway into the desert night. The stars were still bright. The air was cold and clean. She turned and looked down the tunnel. The work lights illuminated the concrete, the walls, the curve of the shaft. She could not see the chamber floor from here. She could not see him. She pressed the button on the exterior keypad. The steel door swung shut. The motorized hinges were smooth and quiet. The door sealed against the rubber gasket with a hiss of compressed air. The bolt slid home with a mechanical click. Leah put her hand on the door. The steel was cold under her palm, 3 inches thick, welded to the frame. No handle on the inside, no keypad. No way to open it from below. She had 4 hours before he woke. She had tested the gas on herself in small doses, calculated the dosage for his weight. But she had seen his hand twitch in the tunnel. She had heard the wet rattle in his throat. His tolerance might be higher than she had planned. His size, his metabolism, she did not know. She pressed her ear against the cold steel and listened. Silence. just the faint hum of wind across the cliff face and the distant sound of her own pulse. She withdrew her hand and walked away. If he woke early, it would not matter. The door was sealed. The chamber was 140 feet below ground, 3 feet of reinforced concrete. No one would hear him scream. She walked back to the vehicles. Her sedan sat crumpled against the steel silo door, front and rear ends crushed, engine dead, rear axle broken. It would never drive again. She transferred the bin of Polaroids from the truck bed to the pickup's passenger seat. 19 women, 17 families who deserved answers. She got into the truck, started the engine, and drove away. She left her sedan where it sat, pinned against the silo entrance beside the broken gate. Let it rust there in the desert with him sealed below. 2 weeks later, she walked into the FBI field office in San Diego and set the bin on the counter. Route 50. The mile marker killer. She walked out. The FBI announced 19 victims 6 weeks later. The suspect's vehicle had been located at an abandoned property in Eureka County. The suspect remained at large. Leah kept Sophie's Polaroid in her wallet, and sometimes at her desk at work, she would realize she was staring at the closet where the hard drive sat, unplugged, waiting. She knew the cameras were still recording to local storage, 200 miles away in the desert. Solar panels feeding power to the system. Lights illuminating the concrete chamber day after day. Hundreds of hours of footage accumulating on solid-state drives she could retrieve if she ever drove back. In quiet moments, she thought she heard the faint hum of those distant cameras, though nothing was connected. She wondered whether the solar array was still feeding power or whether dust had covered the panels and the chamber had gone darks. The storage would fill eventually. Had already filled, perhaps, and then the oldest footage would be overwritten, and she would never be able to go back to the beginning, would never know what the first hours had looked like when he realized no one was coming. Not knowing was her power over him, but it was also her punishment. She never opened it, but she never threw it away. "42 degrees below zero. The surgeon had recorded the figure that morning, the same reading he had entered for 37 consecutive days. And Francis Godfrey had watched the mercury refuse to climb with the particular dread of a man who understood that such temperatures did not merely threaten comfort. They threatened the integrity of matter itself. Wood became brittle as glass. Rope stiffened to wire. Iron contracted. And where iron met copper in the Perseverance's hull fastenings, the galvanic corrosion accelerated beyond any rate the shipwrights had calculated. Flesh exposed for 60 seconds turned black. And now, 5 days into this unrelenting cold, something beneath the hull was scratching. Godfrey accompanied Harcourt into the hold, watching as the surgeon crouched and pressed his left palm flat against the interior planking 3 feet below the waterline. Harcourt stilled, then nodded once. That rhythmic disturbance rising through oak and copper, sheathing from the darkness beneath the ice, faint as a pulse but undeniable. Scratch, scratch, tap, scratch, scratch, tap. A silence of perhaps 8 seconds, then the pattern resumed. Harcourt shifted his weight, knees protesting, and moved his hand 6 inches to starboard. The vibration followed. Not a localized phenomenon, he confirmed quietly. Something continuous, something deliberate, something that followed the curve of the hull along the keel. The hold smelled of tar and damp oakum, and the particular staleness that afflicted enclosed spaces after 3 weeks locked in ice. His lantern sat on the deck planks behind him, flame shivering each time the ship groaned beneath the pack's slow pressure. The Perseverance had been motionless since the 16th of December, caught fast in the Northwest Passage, some 40 miles southwest of King William Island, and for the first 2 weeks the ice had been merely an inconvenience. A delay, certainly, but nothing that should concern a vessel built to Antarctic standards. Her hull reinforced with diagonal oak strakes and sheathed in copper to resist the teredo worm. Captain Whitfield had ordered double watches and instituted the coal rationing protocols. The men grumbled but obeyed. They had endured worse on the Belcher expedition. Then 5 days ago, the scratching began. The carpenter's mate heard it first, or claimed to. Godfrey had learned to treat sailors' reports with cautious skepticism after 18 months aboard. But by the third night, 6 men had reported the sound independently, all describing it with remarkable consistency, rhythmic, metallic, emanating from below the waterline on the starboard quarter. The cook insisted it was the aglulic, a name Godfrey did not recognize until the ship's surgeon explained, with barely concealed contempt, that it was an Inuit superstition, some marine cryptid said to haunt the ice and drag unwary men through the holes in the pack. The surgeon, a pragmatic Scot named Harcourt, believed the sound was nothing more than thermal contraction, the copper sheathing flexing against its iron fasteners as temperatures plummeted. Godfrey had thought this explanation adequate until he accompanied Harcourt into the hold and watched him feel the vibration himself. Thermal contraction did not maintain tempo. Harcourt withdrew his hand and flexed his fingers, working warmth back into the joints. January in the Arctic meant absolute darkness, the sun having abandoned them weeks ago, and though the ship maintained interior temperatures through careful coal management. The coal below decks possessed a persistence that woolen layers could not defeat. A patient, seeping coal that found the spaces between fabric and flesh and settled there like water filling a cavity. Godfrey had lost sensation in his left foot entirely during a winter spent in Greenland years ago. A surgeon in Edinburgh had saved the foot, but 2 toes had gone black and been removed without ceremony. He had learned to recognize the early signs of frostbite, and his extremities now reported them with dull insistence. The scratching stopped. Harcourt remained motionless, palm hovering an inch from the hull, listening. The silence extended. 10 seconds, 15, 20. Then from somewhere forward near the bow, the pattern resumed. Scratch, scratch, tap. Fainter now, nearly inaudible, but definitely present. It was moving, Harcourt noted. Or rather, their position relative to the source had shifted, which suggested the source itself was not fixed to a single point on the hull, but distributed along its length. Harcourt rose, joints crackling, and retrieved his lantern. The flame had burned low. He would need to refill the reservoir before attempting another descent. Godfrey followed him aft toward the ladder, navigating between the stacked crates and barrels that constituted the expedition's remaining stores. Above them, transmitted through the deck planking, footsteps, the watch changing most likely, or the cook preparing the evening meal. The chronometer in the captain's cabin would read 3:30, though the term afternoon held little meaning when darkness was absolute and unvarying. The men divided time by watch rotations and meal intervals. Some had taken to sleeping 16 hours out of every 24, their bodies surrendering to the polar night's demands. They had been provisioned for 18 months, but the ice had added an unwelcome variable to the Admiralty's calculations. If the thaw did not come by March, Captain Whitfield would be forced to consider options that no commander discussed in official correspondence. Short rations, scurvy prevention, through unconventional means, the possibility that rescue ships might not reach them before the next winter arrived. Godfrey's cabin occupied a space barely 6 feet square on the orlop deck, situated between the surgeon's dispensary and the rope locker. He had claimed it on embarkation, accepting its disadvantages. Poor ventilation, proximity to the bilge, the perpetual dampness that afflicted all below waterline quarters. Because it offered something the gunroom berths did not: solitude. As an Admiralty observer assigned to document the expedition's progress, he had no official duties beyond his quarterly reports to the board, and the isolation suited him. He had converted one wall into shelving for the few reference volumes he had brought from Edinburgh, and a small writing desk occupied the space beneath the single gimbaled lamp. His journal lay open to the previous day's entry, ink frozen in the bottle. He set the lantern on the desk and began the process of thawing the ink over the flame. A delicate operation that required patience and a steady hand. Too much heat, and the fluid would boil; too little, and it remained useless. While he was waiting, he reviewed his notes from the past week. Observations on ice formation patterns, sketches of frost crystal structures, a dissection log for the 2 gulls that had frozen to death on the foredeck, their bodies preserved so perfectly that Godfrey had been able to examine their stomach contents in detail. Nothing substantial. Nothing that would justify his presence aboard or the Admiralty's investment in his passage. The scratching, however, demanded explanation. If the sound derived from a biological source, and the rhythmic cadence suggested purpose rather than random accident, then it was worth understanding. Godfrey had studied natural history at Edinburgh under Forbes, and though his position aboard was administrative rather than scientific, the education remained. He could not simply ignore a phenomenon this peculiar, a new species of cold-water organism, perhaps, or some variation of the common barnacle adapted to sub-zero temperatures. The question nagged at him, kept him from sleep, made the darkness in his cabin feel oppressive rather than restful. But investigation itself was beyond his position. Harcourt, however, possessed both the scientific training and the pragmatic methodology required for proper examination. The ink liquefied. Godfrey dipped his pen and began to write. January 17th, 1848. Starboard hull vibrations continue. Pattern consistent. Paired scratching sounds followed by single tap. 8-second interval, repeated without variation, for periods exceeding 5 minutes. Harcourt confirms migration of sound source along keel line, suggesting either locomotive capability or multiple sources acting in concert. Crew morale affected. Superstitious claims increasing. Captain Whitfield has requested professional assessment. He paused, considering how to phrase the next observation without committing to a hypothesis he could not yet support. Preliminary observation: vibrations inconsistent with thermal contraction or ice pressure. Biological origin possible. Have suggested to Harcourt that direct observation via ice hole access to exterior hull may resolve the question. The suggestion would require the captain's approval, and Whitfield was not a man who authorized risk without clear justification. Cutting through 3 feet of ice to reach the hull's exterior meant exposing the ship to potential flooding, however minimal, and diverting men from essential duties to a project that might yield nothing more than confirmation of Harcourt's initial thermal explanation. The surgeon would need to present his case with precision. He blotted the page and closed the journal. The scratching had resumed. He could feel it through the deck planks, faint but present. A vibration that traveled through oak and iron and registered in his bones before his ears acknowledged it. The sound possessed an edge that troubled him, though he could not explain why. Rhythm implied purpose. Purpose implied intelligence, or at least the blind purposefulness of instinct. Something down there, separated from the ship by 3 inches of oak and a copper sheath, was working. Godfrey extinguished the lamp and made his way topside. The main deck presented a landscape of absolute blackness, broken only by the watch lanterns fore and aft. The cold struck him with a physical force, a wall of air so frigid that his first breath seared his throat and triggered an immediate coughing fit. He had learned to breathe through a woolen scarf during his Greenland winter, but the knowledge did not make the initial shock less brutal. The surgeon's morning reading still held 42 degrees below zero, a temperature that had remained constant for 37 days. The rigging had become solid sculptures of ice. The sails, furled months ago, were frozen to rigid cylinders that would shatter if deployed. Even the ship's bell had ceased to function, its clapper fused to the bronze. "Mr. Godfrey." The voice emerged from the darkness near the starboard rail. Captain Whitfield, distinguishable only by the silhouette of his officer's coat and the faint glow of his pipe. The tobacco smoke hung in the air like fog, refusing to dissipate. Godfrey approached, his boots crunching across the frost-covered deck, accompanied by Harcourt. The surgeon explained what he had observed below, the consistent vibration pattern, his assessment that thermal contraction could not explain the phenomena. Whitfield drew on his pipe, the ember flaring briefly. But this contradicted his own earlier position, he noted. Harcourt acknowledged his previous skepticism, but maintained that direct observation had changed his conclusion. Thermal contraction did not migrate. Thermal contraction did not maintain intervals. A pause. The captain was a deliberate man, not given to hasty decisions, and Godfrey had learned to respect the silences that preceded his judgments. Whitfield asked what he required. Harcourt outlined his proposal. Access to the exterior hull through an observation hole cut in the ice, port side amidships where the pack was thickest. 2 hours for the ice work, perhaps 30 minutes for observation. They would know the source by morning. Whitfield turned to face them, though in the darkness, Godfrey could distinguish nothing of his expression. The men were frightened, the captain observed. They heard the Inuit stories and believed them because belief was easier than uncertainty. If Harcourt went down into that ice and found nothing, if this was merely the ship settling or ice cracking in patterns that mimicked purpose, then he would have confirmed their worst suspicions. The rational explanation becomes inadequate. The supernatural fills the vacuum, and then we name it, catalog it, and the men sleep soundly. Whitfield tapped his pipe against the rail, dislodging frozen ash. How long? Harcourt estimated until first watch tomorrow. The captain granted permission, advising him to choose his men carefully. Harcourt nodded and withdrew toward the bow. Godfrey followed, aware that he had suggested this course of action, and now carried responsibility for its consequences. The scratching followed him, transmitted through the hull, present beneath every footfall. Scratch, scratch, tap. Scratch, scratch, tap. Something feeding, he thought. Something patient and vast and perfectly adapted to the dark. The carpenter's mate was a Welshman named Pugh, small-framed and gap-toothed, whose hands possessed the particular steadiness that distinguished competent craftsmen from merely adequate ones. Harcourt found him in the forward hold, inspecting the oakum seals around the anchor chain housing. He looked up at the surgeon's approach, but said nothing, waiting. Harcourt explained what he required. Pugh listened without interrupting, then nodded once and gestured for Harcourt to follow. They made their way through the darkness to the deck locker where the ice saws were stored. 3-foot blades with aggressive teeth, designed for cutting through pack ice during navigation emergencies. Pugh withdrew 2 saws and a set of iron chisels, testing each blade's edge with his thumb, before nodding his satisfaction. He would need 2 other men, he indicated with hand gestures, one to manage the rope work, another to clear ice fragments. He would select them himself. They would begin at first watch. The efficiency of the exchange pleased Godfrey, who had observed the entire interaction in silence. Pugh asked no questions about the purpose of the work, made no reference to the Aglulik stories circulating below decks. He was being paid to cut a hole through ice, and the surgeon's reasons were immaterial to the technical requirements of that task. This was the pragmatism that kept ships functional. Men who understood their roles and executed them without the burden of interpretation. Harcourt returned to the dispensary to assemble his equipment. Godfrey withdrew to his own cabin, aware that he had nothing to contribute to the investigation itself. His specimen jars remained on his shelf. His magnifying glass, purchased in Edinburgh for examining small organisms, would not be needed. The leather-bound notebook where he recorded observations lay closed on his desk. Whatever Harcourt discovered tomorrow would be the surgeon's finding, not his own. Godfrey's role had been merely to suggest the investigation. Nothing more. Sleep would not come easily, he knew. The scratching continued, fainter now, but present whenever he pressed his ear against the bulkhead. He lay in his hammock and tried to catalog the sound's characteristics with the systematic precision his training demanded. Frequency? Approximately 1 complete cycle every 10 seconds. Amplitude? Sufficient to transmit through 3 inches of oak. Timber metallic, suggesting contact with the copper sheathing rather than the wooden hull beneath. Spatial distribution? Mobile, suggesting either a single large organism moving along the keel or multiple smaller organisms distributed across the hull's surface. The latter seemed more probable. Arctic waters supported encrusting organisms, and the Perseverance had spent 4 months in these waters before the ice trapped her. More than sufficient time for colonization. But barnacles did not scratch. They were sessile filter feeders, extending appendages into the water column. They possessed no capacity for purposeful sound production, unless the sound was merely byproduct. Feeding behavior producing rhythm as a side effect, not intention. Godfrey sat upright in the hammock. The thought nagged at him, made sleep impossible. He swung himself out and lit the lamp. His reference volumes occupied the shelf above the desk. Darwin, Cuvier, a manual of mollusca. He pulled down the Darwin, the cold from the leather binding biting through his fingers. The pages crackled as he turned them, the paper gone brittle. The scratching came through the bulkhead as he read, scratch, scratch, tap, persistent beneath every word. And he found himself rereading the same passages 3 times before their meaning registered. His eyes ached. The lamp oil was burning low, the flame guttering each time the ship groaned and sent vibrations through the desk. He learned nothing that resolved the question. But the act of searching gave structure to the hours when sleep would not come. The scratching stopped again. Godfrey set down the book and pressed his palm against the bulkhead. Silence. He counted to 60, then 200. Nothing. Whatever mechanism drove the sound, biological, thermal, structural, it operated in cycles that defied easy interpretation. 20 minutes of activity followed by cessation, or perhaps the pattern was more complex than he had yet determined. He would need extended observation to map the rhythm accurately. He returned to the hammock, but did not extinguish the lamp. The darkness below decks was absolute when unlit, and Godfrey found that his mind worked more efficiently with even minimal illumination. The flame burned low, casting shadows that swayed with the ship's slight movements as the ice shifted around her hull. The Perseverance was held fast, but not motionless. The pack contracted and expanded with temperature changes, exerting pressures that made the timbers groan and the deck planks separate fractionally along their seams. The carpenter inspected these gaps daily, driving fresh oakum into any opening wider than a quarter-inch. So far, the hull had held, but Whitfield had ordered constant monitoring. A ship crushed by ice sank quickly, and in these waters there was nowhere to go but down. Godfrey's thoughts turned to the expedition's broader circumstances. which had grown increasingly dire over the past month. They were not the first Royal Navy vessel to winter in the Arctic. The Franklin expedition had disappeared somewhere in these same waters 3 years ago, and the Admiralty had launched multiple rescue attempts, all unsuccessful. The Perseverance was not a rescue ship. Her mission was purely cartographic, charting the southern route of the passage in preparation for eventual commercial navigation. But Franklin's fate hung over every decision Whitfield made, every order he gave. The men knew the stories. They knew that ships could vanish into the ice and never emerge. The scratching resumed, louder than before. Godfrey rose and pressed his ear directly against the bulkhead. Scratch, scratch, tap. The sound had a texture he had not noticed previously, a layered quality that suggested not a single source, but multiple sources operating in synchrony. Like an orchestra, he thought, or a choir, individual voices blending into a unified pattern. The image was fanciful, scientifically useless, but it helped him conceptualize what he was hearing. Multiple organisms, colonial behavior, coordinated activity. This narrowed the possibilities. Few marine species exhibited that degree of coordination without some form of communication. And communication required either chemical signaling, impossible to detect without water samples, or physical contact between individuals. The latter suggested proximity, dense colonization, perhaps a mat of organisms covering the hull's surface from keel to waterline. He would know tomorrow. Pew would cut through the ice, someone would descend to examine the hull directly, and whatever mystery lay beneath would resolve itself into observable fact. The anticipation was familiar, excitement tempered by the knowledge that nature frequently disappointed, that the dramatic explanation was almost always wrong, that the truth was usually mundane. Godfrey extinguished the lamp and settled into the hammock. Around him, the ship creaked and groaned, the ice pressed, and beneath it all, patient and methodical and vast, the scratching continued. Godfrey found Pew and his 2 assistants at work on the ice at 4 bells during first watch, 10 o'clock by the ship's chronometer, though the distinction between morning and evening had become a matter of convention rather than observation. Harcourt stood nearby, already dressed in his descent gear, watching the ice work with professional assessment. The men were well into their labor, their progress marked by the rhythmic sound of saw teeth biting through compacted snow and frozen seawater. They had selected a location amidships on the port side, where the Perseverance sat highest in the pack, and the ice had consolidated into a solid mass 12 feet thick. The sawing continued for nearly 3 hours. At 1:30, Pew's saw broke through. The blade dropped suddenly, the resistance vanishing, and dark water welled up into the hole with a sound like inhalation. The men stepped back, allowing Harcourt to approach and assess their work. The hole measured 3 feet in diameter and penetrated to reach liquid water perhaps 2 feet below the Perseverance's keel. Pew secured the rope to Harcourt's harness, testing each knot with patient attention. The rope itself was 3/4-inch manila hemp, rated for loads exceeding 1,000 pounds, inspected monthly for rot or fraying. Godfrey had watched a man fall from the rigging during his first voyage and understood viscerally the importance of proper knotwork. Harcourt checked the harness himself, then nodded his readiness. The descent was awkward but brief. Pew and his assistants lowered Harcourt through the hole feet first, the ice walls scraping against his shoulders as he descended into darkness. Godfrey remained above, watching the surgeon disappear into the ice. The temperature difference was visible even from the surface. Harcourt's breath stopped condensing the moment he dropped below the insulating layer. At the bottom of the hole, his boots dangled 2 feet above the black water. Godfrey could hear it moving, responding to currents generated by the ship's warmth, or perhaps by something else. Harcourt signaled for the lantern. Pugh lowered it on a separate line, and Harcourt took hold of it carefully, aware that dropping the light meant abandoning the investigation entirely. There were no spare lanterns in the equipment locker, and constructing a new one from available materials would require resources the ship could not afford to expend. The lantern's glow penetrated perhaps 6 feet into the water before darkness absorbed it completely. From above, Godfrey could see only the faint illumination moving as Harcourt angled the light toward the ship's hull, visible as a massive shadow to his right. The copper sheathing would be gleaming dully down there, mottled with patches of discoloration that might indicate corrosion or might be shadows cast by uneven ice. Harcourt signaled for more slack. The rope paid out another 3 feet, bringing him within arm's reach of the hull. He extended the lantern as far as the rope would allow and examined the copper surface. Godfrey watched from above as Harcourt went completely still, the lantern motionless in his grip. Even from this distance, the surgeon's posture communicated discovery. When Harcourt finally looked up toward the surface, his expression was unreadable in the ice hole's darkness, but he gestured sharply. "Come see this?" Godfrey descended partway into the hole, bracing himself against the ice walls to peer down at what Harcourt's lantern revealed. There, clustered along the waterline, extending downward in irregular patches that disappeared into the depths. Barnacles. Thousands of them, perhaps tens of thousands, their conical shells packed so densely that in places the copper was completely obscured. Each shell measured perhaps 3 inches in diameter at the base, narrowing to a blunt apex from which feeding appendages occasionally emerged and retracted. The shells themselves were pale gray, nearly white, mottled with darker streaks that created camouflage patterns against the discolored copper. Godfrey had never seen barnacles colonize a ship's hull so thoroughly, nor in water this cold. Even from this distance, the species appeared unfamiliar. The shell morphology did not match any of the common North Atlantic varieties he had studied in his references. The feeding appendages, visible for only seconds before withdrawing into the protective shell, appeared more robust than typical barnacle cirri, almost muscular in their articulation. Below, Harcourt withdrew a copper scoop from his belt and maneuvered it toward the nearest cluster. The tool's edge scraped against the shells, producing a sound that transmitted through the water and the ice with startling clarity. Scratch, scratch, tap. Godfrey froze, understanding arriving with the force of revelation. The sound was not the barnacles themselves. It was the barnacles feeding, their shells scraping against the copper as they extended and retracted their appendages, the tap occurring when the feeding structures struck the metal after consuming whatever material had accumulated on the surface. They were feeding on the copper itself, or rather, on something associated with the copper. Harcourt positioned the scoop beneath a single barnacle and applied upward pressure, attempting to dislodge it without crushing the shell. The creature's grip was extraordinary. He had to work the blade back and forth for nearly a minute before the barnacle released its hold and tumbled into the scoop. He secured it in his collecting bag, then reached for a second specimen, this one larger than the first. The pattern repeated. Stubborn resistance followed by sudden release, as if the barnacle had decided to let go rather than being forced from its substrate. Harcourt collected 6 specimens total before the cold in his hands became dangerous. Even through the sealskin mittens, his fingers had gone numb. Godfrey could see him flexing them awkwardly between collections. He signaled to be raised. Pugh freed the surgeon from his harness. Harcourt's face was unreadable, but he moved stiffly, the cold having worked deep into his limbs during the descent. He made his way back toward the ship without speaking, the collecting bag clutched against his chest. Godfrey followed, aware that what he had witnessed from above was Harcourt's discovery, not his own. Harcourt's dispensary felt tropical after the ice. Godfrey accompanied him inside and watched as the surgeon set the specimens on his examination table and spent 10 minutes warming his hands over the lamp flame before attempting to examine them. The barnacles remained alive, Harcourt noted with satisfaction. Their opercula, the small plates that sealed the shell opening, moved slightly in response to temperature changes. Good. Living specimens would allow behavioral observation in addition to anatomical study. Harcourt selected the largest specimen and positioned it under his magnifying glass. The feeding appendages, 6 pairs of them, more than typical barnacles possessed, were thicker than expected, almost muscular in appearance, and terminated in structures that resembled scrapers rather than filters. He probed one with a dissecting needle, and the appendage contracted with surprising strength, nearly pulling the needle from his grip. This was not filter-feeding behavior, Harcourt observed. This was scraping, abrading, consuming material from the substrate itself. He inverted the specimen and scraped the interior of the shell with his scalpel, collecting the dark brown residue that had accumulated there. He transferred a sample to a glass slide and examined it under magnification. Ferrous oxide, Harcourt announced. Iron rust. The barnacles were consuming rust. Godfrey stood watching from the corner of the dispensary, his mind working through the implications. The Perseverance's copper sheathing was fastened to the hull with iron bolts, thousands of them, driven through the oak planking at regular intervals. In seawater, the galvanic reaction between copper and iron produced accelerated corrosion. The iron oxidized, forming rust that leached through microscopic gaps between the copper sheets and the wood beneath. The barnacles had evolved to exploit that accumulation. They were specialized rust feeders, extracting iron oxides from the copper surface and metabolizing it through some biochemical pathway that Harcourt could not yet identify. The scratching sound was simply the acoustic byproduct of their feeding behavior. Thousands of barnacles scraping simultaneously. It was elegant, it was remarkable, and it was completely harmless. Godfrey felt the tension that had been building in his shoulders for 5 days released suddenly. The aglulic was mythology. The scratching was marine biology. The ship was in no danger from this source, and the men could rest knowing their fear had been misplaced. Harcourt would document what he had found, preserve several specimens in alcohol. Perhaps the finding would interest someone at the Zoological Society, perhaps not. Either way, the mystery was solved. The examination consumed the remainder of the day. Harcourt worked carefully through the specimens, documenting shell morphology, measuring feeding appendages, preserving examples in alcohol for potential transport back to England. Godfrey assisted where he could, sketching what Harcourt described, recording measurements. By the time the surgeon finished his initial documentation and packed his notes into his carrying case, the chronometer indicated evening watch. He gestured for Godfrey to accompany him to the captain's cabin. Whitfield received them with the restrained curiosity that characterized all their interactions. Harcourt explained what he had found using plain language and avoiding technical terminology where possible. Barnacles feeding on rust, thousands of them covering the hull. The scratching merely a byproduct of their feeding behavior, rhythmic, because the creature's metabolic cycles synchronized in response to water temperature or chemical gradients. No threat to the ship, no danger to the crew. The mystery solved. Godfrey stood silent throughout the presentation, contributing nothing. Whitfield listened without interrupting. When Harcourt finished, the captain reached for his pipe and spent a moment packing it with tobacco before responding. "You're certain?" It was not quite a question, but Harcourt answered anyway. He showed the captain his sketches, the preserved specimens, the rust samples he had collected from the barnacle shells. The evidence was conclusive. Whitfield drew on his pipe and nodded slowly. He would inform the officers at evening mess. Harcourt's initial skepticism had proven premature. But his willingness to revise his position in light of evidence spoke well of his scientific training. The men would require more convincing. Superstition, once established, resisted displacement even in the face of empirical evidence. But knowledge of the barnacle's true nature would eventually permeate the crew. Fear thrived in ignorance. Understanding, however incomplete, provided defense. Godfrey returned to his cabin with a sense of relief he had not experienced in months. The mystery that had kept him awake for 5 nights was solved. The fear that had infected the crew could be dispelled. Harcourt had done the work. The descent, the collection, the examination, the identification. But Godfrey had asked the right question. He had suggested the investigation. That contribution, however modest, felt sufficient. He lay in his hammock and listened to the scratching, hearing it now with different ears. Not threat, but industry. Not malevolence, but the blind purposefulness of organisms adapted to fill an ecological niche. The barnacles would feed until the rust was exhausted, or the ship escaped the ice, whichever came first. Then they would detach and drift into the depths, seeking new substrates, their life cycle continuing according to patterns established over millennia of evolution. The sound had become almost soothing. Scratch, scratch, tap. The rhythm of Arctic life, strange but comprehensible, frightening only until understood. On the morning of the 23rd, 4 days after Harcourt had presented his findings to Captain Whitfield, he woke to silence. The absence struck him before full consciousness returned. His mind, accustomed to the rhythmic scratching that had become as constant as the creak of timbers, registered the disruption immediately. He lay in his hammock, listening, waiting for the sound to resume. 60 seconds passed. 120. 300. Nothing. He rose and dressed quickly. The silence felt oppressive, as if the ship had been wrapped in wool. He pressed his palm against the bulkhead where the vibrations had been strongest. The wood was cold and inert. No scratching, no tapping, no indication that anything lived or moved against the hull's exterior surface. The galley was empty, unusual for this hour. Godfrey found the cook on deck instead, standing at the starboard rail with 3 other men. They had noticed the silence. The cessation of the scratching was as conspicuous as its presence had been, and the men's earlier relief had transformed into something more complex. A watchfulness that suggested the supernatural explanations had not been fully abandoned, merely set aside. Godfrey found Harcourt in the dispensary. The surgeon had already gathered his equipment. They made their way topside together and found Pugh. The ice hole had begun to freeze over. Pugh broke through the new ice with a chisel, and Harcourt descended for the second time. The light revealed bare copper. Where barnacles had covered every surface 4 days ago, now the sheathing gleamed with only the dull patina of corroded metal. Godfrey watched from above as Harcourt maneuvered the lantern closer, searching. The surgeon found only scars. Shallow abrasions where the shells had scraped away microscopic layers of metal. The barnacles themselves were gone. Not visible in the water column below, not accumulated in drifts against the keel. They had detached and dropped beyond the lantern's reach, into darkness the light could not penetrate. Thousands of organisms acting in concert, abandoning a food source that had not yet been exhausted. Back in the dispensary, Harcourt pulled his medical references from the shelf. He kept several natural history texts alongside his anatomy volumes. Godfrey joined him, contributing his own Edinburgh editions. They read for 2 hours, searching for any documented instance of mass detachment. The texts were unanimous. Barnacles detached only when dead or dying, when their attachment mechanisms fail due to disease or substrate degradation. They did not detach in response to environmental changes, Detachment was death. Yet these barnacles had released themselves deliberately. The conclusion was inescapable. They had sensed something. Something that made drowning preferable to remaining in place. Harcourt spent the rest of the day searching his medical and natural history references for Arctic predators. Godfrey assisted, cross-referencing Edinburgh texts against Harcourt's more recent publications. The literature documented seals, walrus, occasional whales, but none of these would generate signals that barnacles would recognize as threatening. Barnacles had evolved to fear small, localized predators, sea stars, gastropods. They had no evolutionary framework for responding to large animals, unless the predator was something barnacles had evolved with, something from ancient seas. By evening watch, they had reached no conclusions, only deepening questions. Godfrey and Harcourt made their way topside together. Captain Whitfield stood at his usual position at the bow. "They're gone." Harcourt confirmed this. Every barnacle detached, the hull scraped clean. Just absence where abundance had existed. Whitfield drew on his pipe and asked for his assessment. "They sensed something," Harcourt explained. "Something large enough to generate vibrations through the water. Something they recognized as a threat, severe enough to justify abandoning their substrate entirely." The captain's silence invited elaboration. For barnacles to have developed this response, mass detachment in the presence of seismic signals, the evolutionary pressure must have been immense, Harcourt continued, sustained over millions of years. The stimulus must have been common enough that individuals possessing the detachment response survived more frequently than those that remained in place. Whitfield observed that this suggested these waters contained something that specifically threatened creatures on ship hulls. Or on any large surface, Harcourt corrected. Barnacles don't distinguish between ships and whales. They respond to substrate and to threat. Whatever triggered their flight must be something they've encountered before, something their ancestors encountered often enough to code the response into instinct. The captain asked what could be large enough to make barnacles prefer drowning to remaining in place. Harcourt had no answer. Godfrey remained silent. The question was beyond both of them. It hung between them in the darkness until Whitfield turned back toward the bow, dismissing them both. The first night of silence, Godfrey did not sleep. He lay in his hammock, trying to calculate thermal dispersal rates, trying to determine if the ship's heat signature could be detected at distance. The mathematics kept leading to the same conclusion. Warmth in these waters was anomalous enough to be detectable miles away. And if something hunted by heat, the Perseverance would appear as a beacon. But that required accepting that the investigation 4 days ago, cutting through the ice, lowering a lantern into the water, had done more than observe. It had signaled. The light and warmth, concentrated at a single point, would have marked their exact position to anything that had learned to associate those signatures with prey. Harcourt had not simply discovered the barnacles. The investigation had invited something to them. The thought returned throughout the night, each time with greater weight. Godfrey tried to dismiss it as speculation, but the logic was sound. The barnacles had been scraping for months, producing acoustic signals that propagated through water and ice. And then a hole had been cut and a light lowered, creating a point source of warmth and illumination that would have been visible or detectable from depths no instrument could measure. But it had been Godfrey's suggestion. He had asked for the investigation. He had recommended cutting through the ice. Harcourt had performed the work, but Godfrey had set it in motion. Every principle of his training insisted on caution, on avoiding conclusions unsupported by evidence. But the barnacles had known. They had fled. And if they had fled in response to seismic vibrations indicating an approaching predator, then that predator was approaching because it had detected something worth approaching. By morning of the second day, Godfrey had made a decision. He needed to present this to Captain Whitfield, needed to explain that reducing the ship's thermal signature might make them less detectable. But when he tried to phrase the hypothesis, the words felt absurd. Extinguish the galley fires based on speculation about unknown predators and thermal detection. Freeze the crew on the possibility that something in the depths had learned to hunt ships. He did not go to the captain. He remained in his cabin, reviewing his note, searching for alternative explanations that did not require accepting that curiosity itself had been the fatal act. The crew's behavior began to shift. The carpenter's mate descended into the hold multiple times, checking for hull damage that might explain the silence. Harcourt maintained his position that the barnacles had simply completed their life cycle, but his voice carried less conviction when Godfrey spoke with him. 2 men reported hearing scratching sounds near the bow. Harcourt investigated and found nothing, but the phantom sounds continued. The crew's minds filling the void with familiar patterns because the alternative was unbearable. On the 3rd day, the cook refused to work below decks. He insisted he felt vibrations through the hull, deep and rhythmic, too low to hear but present. Other men supported his claim. Harcourt pressed his palm against the hull at multiple locations and felt nothing, but he could not convince them. The silence had created space for worse things than sound. That evening, Godfrey found Captain Whitfield on deck and explained his thermal hypothesis. Ships generating heat, predators hunting that heat, the association between acoustic signals and prey opportunity. The words felt inadequate, even as he spoke them, speculation dressed as analysis. Educated inference, not systematic investigation, but still his contribution. Whitfield listened without interrupting. When Godfrey finished, the captain asked what action he recommended. The question hung in the freezing air. What action? The ship could not flee. They could not reduce their heat signature below the threshold required for survival. If something was approaching, drawn by warmth and sound, there was nothing to be done except wait. Godfrey tried to express this, but his voice caught. Because beneath the practical impossibility of action was a deeper truth. If something was approaching, he had invited it. Not through his own hands, but through his question. He had asked for answers, and Harcourt had provided them. The captain nodded slowly, understanding the silence, and turned back toward the darkness. Godfrey returned to his cabin and sat at his desk, hands shaking. He tried to write, but could not form coherent sentences. His mind kept circling the same thought. I did this. Not through error or negligence, but through curiosity he could not suppress. He had heard a sound and needed to understand it. He had urged them to cut through the ice, had watched as a lantern was lowered to see what was below. He had pursued an answer he should have left alone, and in doing so, he had killed them all. The days that followed blurred together. Godfrey lost track of which was 4th, which was 5th. The ship's routine began to erode. Men stopped reporting for watch on time. The galley fires burned irregularly as the cook's schedule deteriorated. Harcourt ceased his daily inspection rounds. Everyone was waiting, though no one could name what they were waiting for. Godfrey spent the time in his cabin. Surrounded by his notes, he had no specimens of his own. Those belonged to Harcourt, preserved in the dispensary. But he had his journal, his observations, his suggestion that had set everything in motion. If the ship ever reached England, or if wreckage was recovered, someone would understand what had been learned here. The rust-feeding adaptation that Harcourt had identified. The mass detachment behavior they had witnessed together. The thermal hypothesis Godfrey had constructed from educated inference. They would understand, and they would know that the understanding had come too late to matter. He tried to calculate how long it had been since the barnacles detached. 6 days. 7? Time had become unmeasurable. He knew only that the silence continued, that each day without sound made the eventual breaking of that silence more inevitable, and that when it came he would know, with the clarity that comes from complete understanding, that his question had been the mechanism of their destruction. On what might have been the 6th or 7th night, he did not attempt sleep. He sat at his desk with both lamps lit, reviewing his journal entries, observations from the hold, notes from watching Harcourt's examination. The thermal hypothesis developed through inference, not investigation. He had wanted answers. He had wanted to understand what was making the sound, to solve the mystery that kept him from sleep. He had suggested the investigation to Harcourt. The curiosity seemed monstrous now. What did it matter whether understanding was achieved? What did any of it matter when asking the question itself had become the instrument of doom? The ship creaked around him. The ice pressed. And somewhere beneath the hull, in darkness and cold beyond measurement, something waited. Something that had learned what the scratching of barnacles meant. Something that had received the signal. Harcourt's lantern in the ice, warmth concentrated at a single point, and understood it as invitation. Godfrey extinguished one lamp to conserve oil and sat in the dimness, listening to silence, waiting for the moment when that silence would break, and he would finally understand, with absolute clarity, the cost of asking for answers. He did not have to wait long. The first impact came without warning during the midnight watch. Godfrey was sitting at his desk, his remaining lamp burning low, when the ship lurched upward with force that sent his journal sliding to the deck. Not a gentle rise, but a violent shove from below, as if something had struck the keel with enough power to lift the Perseverance fractionally against the ice's grip before the pack's weight forced her down again. The timbers groaned, a sound deeper than any Godfrey had heard before. He grabbed the edge of his desk as the chips settled, and in that moment of steadying himself, the thought arrived with crystalline clarity. I asked for this. His hands began shaking. Not with cold, but with the understanding that every impact, every blow against the hull, was a consequence of his question. He had suggested cutting through the ice. He had recommended direct observation. Harcourt had descended with the lantern, but Godfrey had asked for answers. He had marked their position as clearly as if he had lit a signal fire. Above him, running footsteps, shouting, the watch responding to the impact. He should go topside, should present himself to Captain Whitfield. But how could he face the captain knowing what he had done? How could he speak when every word would be confession? The second impact came 60 seconds later. This time the ship rolled, the deck tilting starboard with force that sent Godfrey stumbling into the bulkhead. His journal slid across the sloping floor. The lamp's flame guttered, nearly extinguishing. And in the momentary darkness, Godfrey felt his carefully maintained rationality fracture completely. The ship righted herself slowly, growing. Godfrey found himself pressed against the bulkhead, breathing in ragged gasps. He grabbed for the ladder rail to steady himself and found he could not make himself move toward the hatch. His hand stayed there, grip locked. A third impact struck the bow. Godfrey heard it through the deck, a massive blow that made the forward timbers scream. Someone above was screaming as well, the high animal sound of complete psychological collapse. Godfrey forced himself to move. He made his way toward the ladder, his legs barely supporting his weight. The guilt was a physical thing now, pressing against his chest, making each breath an effort. The main deck was chaos. Men ran without direction, their lanterns swinging wildly. Some were trying to free the frozen lifeboats. Others had simply stopped moving, standing at the rails in postures of defeat. A fourth impact struck amidships, directly beneath where Godfrey stood. The deck planking buckled upward with a crack like rifle fire. Godfrey lost his footing entirely and fell hard against the frozen deck. The ice was breaking. Sharp cracks radiated outward from the ship's position, the sound of the pack fracturing under repeated strikes. The creature was testing the ice systematically, finding weak points, deliberate and patient in its work. Captain Whitfield appeared beside Godfrey and hauled him to his feet. The captain's face was grim but controlled. He pulled Godfrey toward the hatch, saying they should get below, that if the ice gave way, anyone topside would go into the water. Godfrey tried to speak, tried to confess what he had set in motion. But when he opened his mouth, he felt his grip on the hatch combing tighten until the wood grain pressed white marks into his palm. No words came. The only sound that emerged was a thin wheeze that might have been language or might have been nothing at all. Whitfield pushed him toward the hatch and turned back to the deck, shouting orders that no one was following. A fifth impact came, and this time, Godfrey heard something new beneath the groan of timbers. The sound of water, not rushing yet, but welling up, finding gaps, beginning to flow. He descended into the hold, his movements automatic. His cabin felt impossibly small. He tried to light his spare lamp, but his hands were shaking too badly. He gave up and sat on the deck in darkness, his back against the bulkhead, feeling each successive impact and understanding with perfect clarity that this was the consequence of knowledge pursued without wisdom. 6, 7, 8. Between the 9th and 10th impacts, he heard water moving below him. The Perseverance was taking water, and mixed with the sound of water was something else, a deep vibration, almost subsonic, that resonated through the hull and into his bones. The 10th impact came with the sound of the world ending, not just the ship lurching, but the ice itself giving way, a massive crack running for hundreds of yards. The deck tilted sharply to port, and suddenly water was not just present, but rising, flooding up through gaps in the planking with enormous pressure. But it was not just water. In the faint illumination from the watch lanterns above, Godfrey saw what was coming through the gaps, a thick slurry of shells, thousands of barnacle shells, not rising from the depths, but released from the ice itself where they had been trapped since the moment of their detachment. The creatures had dropped beyond Harcourt's lantern range, settling into the slush layer beneath the keel where warmer water met frozen interface. There they had remained, suspended in semi-frozen brine just beyond visibility. Now, as warm water from below fractured the ice and surged upward, it carried them in a dense suspension. 7 days of accumulated death released all at once, and the water was warm, not tepid, but genuinely warm. Water that should have been barely above freezing, but registered against his skin as nearly body temperature, as if something below was generating heat, rising from depths where geothermal activity kept the water survivable. The warm water met the 40 below air of the hold and instantly produced steam, thick, choking fog that rose from every gap in the deck, from every crack where water welled up. Within seconds, visibility dropped from yards to inches. The watch lanterns above became diffuse glows in a gray void. Godfrey stood, water already to his ankles in the hold, shells crunching beneath his boots with sounds like breaking glass. He pushed through the rising flood toward the ladder, fog so thick he could barely see his own hands. The steam had a smell, not unpleasant but wrong, carrying iron and a faint sulfurous note, like water that had risen from volcanic vents. He emerged onto the main deck. The steam had spread across the entire ship, reducing the world to a gray void where shapes moved without definition. Men were screaming but invisible, their voices disembodied in the murk. The deck was still clear when he stepped onto it, but he could hear water surging below. Within seconds, water began welling up through deck seams, first in puddles at his feet, then spreading rapidly. Every step produced that sickening crunch of shells breaking underfoot, thousands of hollow structures collapsing, the acoustic signature mixing with the groaning of timbers and the screaming of men and the deep subsonic vibration that came from below. The shells were everywhere now, not just in the water, but piled in drifts against the rails, crushed into paste where men had run in panic, floating in dense mats that moved with each surge. The organisms Harcourt had identified, the specimens he had collected and examined, the evidence of mass flight that Godfrey had asked him to investigate. He moved blindly toward where the helm should be, navigating by memory through the fog. His boots crushed more shells with each step. The sound was everywhere now, beneath every movement, the constant crunch, crunch, crunch of calcified corpses being ground into powder. Another impact came, and the ship listed further. Men were sliding across the tilted deck, unable to maintain footing on planking coated with fog-slick ice and crushed shells. Godfrey saw one sailor, or rather, saw the shadow of a man in the fog, lose his balance entirely and slide over the rail, disappearing into the steam-shrouded water without a sound. The fog was disorienting, absolute. The watch lanterns were useless, their light diffusing into general gray glow that illuminated nothing. Godfrey held his hand in front of his face and could barely distinguish his fingers. Around him, men shouted for each other, their voices directionless in the murk. He found Captain Whitfield by nearly colliding with him. The captain was still at the helm, gripping the wheel, and when he turned to look at Godfrey, his face was barely visible through the steam. The captain observed, his voice calm despite everything, that the hypothesis had been correct. The barnacles, the predator, the thermal signature, all of it. Godfrey could only nod, the gesture invisible in the fog. His voice was gone, his throat closed by guilt he could not voice. Another impact struck the ship's center directly beneath the mainmast. The mast cracked at its base and began to topple. Men scattered, or tried to, blind in the fog, stumbling and falling in water thick with shells. The mast came down with a sound like cannon fire, and those too slow simply disappeared beneath falling timber and rigging that no one could see until it struck. The water was rising faster now, no longer welling up but flooding in, carrying with it that impossible warmth and endless shells, already knee-deep, then waist-deep. The steam thickened further, becoming almost liquid in its density. Godfrey could feel it in his lungs with each breath. Warm, mineral-heavy, wrong. He pushed through the rising flood toward what he thought was the starboard rail, each step producing that sickening crunch. The shells mixed with water to create a paste that clung to everything. He reached down and felt them, smooth, conical forms dissolving under pressure, their structure giving way as easily as the barnacles themselves had given way. Through a brief gap in the fog, he glimpsed the water beyond the rail. The surface was completely covered with floating shells, thousands upon thousands of white cones, forming a layer so dense it looked like ice. And beneath them, visible for just a moment when the steam cleared, something moved. Not a shape he could process, but an impression of mass so vast it made the ship seem small as a toy. Then the fog closed in again, and he was blind once more. The Perseverance listed further, the deck now tilting at an angle that made standing nearly impossible. Godfrey sat down hard, his back against what he thought was the rail, and felt water rise around him. It was thick with shells now, so densely packed, the individual fragments were indistinguishable. Just a slurry of calcified death, warm and viscous, rising steadily. He reached out and felt the shell fragments in the water surrounding him. Through the fog, by touch more than sight, he could distinguish the delicate ribbing where the soft tissues had been, the evidence of flight, the proof that something below had recognized opportunity in warmth and light, concentrated at a single point. The water rose to his chest. The fog pressed in from all sides, warm and suffocating. Somewhere in the gray void, men were still screaming. Somewhere beneath the hull, the creature that had learned to hunt ships continued its patient work. And with each impact, more water welled up, more shells rose from the depths, more steam filled the air until breathing itself became an act of drowning. Godfrey's last coherent thought, before the water reached his face and the fog became absolute, was not about the creature or the mechanism or the elegant horror of barnacles that had evolved to flee threats their species had encountered millions of years before. It was simpler than that. I asked for this. I suggested we investigate. Harcourt descended with the light, but I asked for answers. I marked us. And understanding changes nothing. The water closed over his head, thick with shells and impossibly warm, and Francis Godfrey, late of Edinburgh, understood finally and completely what it meant to ask questions at the cost of everything. In the gray fog above the sinking ship, in air so thick with steam that breath was drowning, the last sound was not screaming, but the endless crunch of shells being crushed underfoot, as men in their final panic ground the evidence of mass flight into powder. The traffic had been stopped for 20 minutes when Audrey realized that the silence between them had outlasted the last 3 songs on the radio and that neither of them had thought to turn it off. Her hands rested on the wheel at 10 and 2, the posture of someone still pretending to drive, and beside her, Ethan scrolled through his phone with the absorbed, slightly sullen expression of a man who had discovered that ignoring a problem was easier than addressing it. The van smelled like the patchouli oil she'd spilled on the floor mat 2 weeks ago, and beneath that, something faintly sour that she suspected was the bedding they hadn't aired out since leaving Portland. She shifted in her seat, and the vinyl upholstery made a sound like skin peeling from plastic. August in Idaho, the air conditioning laboring against the afternoon heat, and somewhere ahead, she could see the flashing lights now, red and blue, strobing against the line of semis and sedans that stretched toward the horizon. Something had stopped the flow of westbound traffic on I-84 completely. The sun sat low enough to pour straight through the windshield, and she'd left her sunglasses in the back somewhere, buried under the duffel bags and the cooler and the cardboard boxes they'd promised each other they would organize. Ethan hadn't looked up from his phone in 10 minutes. She knew this because she'd been counting. She'd been counting other things lately, too. How many times he said yeah, totally, instead of answering a question directly. How many hours he could go without suggesting they pull over somewhere that wasn't a rest area or a gas station. How many days it had been since he'd touched her in a way that suggested he remembered why they'd decided to do this in the first place. Van life, they'd called it. Minimalism. Adventure. A way to reset the relationship by stripping away all the usual distractions and just being together. 3 months ago, that had sounded like wisdom. Now it sounded like the kind of thing people said when they'd run out of actual solutions. The traffic lurched forward 6 feet and stopped again. Audrey let off the brake and coasted, then pressed it again, and the motion was so automatic she barely registered it. Her gaze drifted to the rearview mirror where she could see the purple curtain they'd hung across the back to separate the living space from the cab, and beyond it, the narrow mattress with its unmade sheets, The camping stove bungee-corded to the wall, the plastic bins labeled in her handwriting. Clothes, kitchen, books. Everything they needed, she'd thought. Everything they could carry. "How much longer do you think?" she said, and her voice sounded strange in the small space, too loud and too casual at once. Ethan glanced up, his thumb still moving across the screen. What? The traffic. How much longer? He looked past her toward the flashing lights, squinting slightly, and she watched the small muscles around his eyes tighten in a way that meant he was calculating whether this question required a real answer, or whether he could get away with a shrug. He went with the shrug. She turned back to the windshield. The semi in front of them had a bumper sticker that read, "Protected by Smith & Wesson," and she stared at it until the words stopped meaning anything. Beside her, she could hear the faint electronic chirp of Ethan's phone, some notification he found more urgent than the fact that they were trapped in an unmoving line of vehicles in the middle of nowhere, that they'd been planning to reach Boise by sunset and it was already past 4, that the last time they'd had a conversation that wasn't about where to park or whether they needed gas had been sometime before Spokane. The sun inched lower. The air conditioning cycled off and on. She became aware of her own breathing, and then became aware that she was aware of it, which made it feel wrong, too deliberate. She reached for the radio dial and turned it off, and the silence that replaced the music was so complete that she could hear the ticking of the dashboard clock, a sound she'd never noticed before. "I'm going to walk up and see what's happening," she said. This time Ethan looked at her directly, and for a moment she thought he might object, might say something that indicated he cared whether she stayed or went. But he just nodded and returned to his phone, and she pushed open the driver's side door and stepped down onto the asphalt. The heat hit her like a wall. It rose off the highway in waves that made the line of cars ahead shimmer and distort, and she could feel it through the soles of her sneakers, baking up from the pavement. She walked along the shoulder, past the semi with its bumper sticker, past the sedan full of kids pressing their faces against the windows, past an RV with its engine idling, and a small dog barking from somewhere inside. No one else had gotten out. They all sat in their vehicles with the engines running and the air conditioning on, waiting for someone else to fix whatever had broken. She counted 43 cars before she saw the first police cruiser, parked at an angle across the right lane with its lights still flashing. Beyond it, the traffic thinned out, and she could see the place where the highway curved slightly to the left and disappeared behind a low ridge of scrub-covered hills. 2 officers stood near the cruiser, talking to a man in a reflective vest, and none of them looked in her direction. She kept walking. The sun pressed against the back of her neck, and her T-shirt stuck to her spine, and she became aware of how thirsty she was, how long it had been since she'd drunk anything. The smell of hot asphalt mixed with something else, something darker. Burned rubber, or the scorched plastic smell of overheated brakes, the residue of whatever accident had stopped them all here. And then she saw the body. It was off to the side of the road, just past the curve, where the shoulder widened into a small gravel turnout. A man, middle-aged, lying on his back with one arm bent at an angle that didn't look like an arm should bend. Someone had covered him with a yellow tarp, but the wind had pulled it back far enough that she could see his face, or a part of it. His eyes were closed, his mouth slightly open, and there was a darkness pooled beneath his head that she understood immediately was blood, though her mind offered the word oil first, softening the recognition. She stopped walking. Her legs simply stopped moving, and she stood there on the shoulder 30 feet from the body, close enough to see the torn fabric of his jacket, the single shoe that had come off and landed a few feet away, the way his hand was curled, reaching for something when he fell. Behind her, an engine revved, and she turned to see a pickup truck pulling out of the line of traffic, swinging wide into the oncoming lane, empty now, blocked off by the police, and accelerating past the stopped cars. It happened fast. The truck was there, and then it was gone, disappearing around the curve, and she had just enough time to notice that the driver hadn't slowed down, hadn't even glanced at the body or the officers or the wreckage of whatever had happened here. One of the officers looked up then, saw her standing there, and started walking in her direction. She didn't wait. She turned and walked back the way she'd come, past the RV and the sedan and the semi, her sneakers slapping against the asphalt, her breath coming faster than the exertion required. By the time she reached the van, her hands were shaking, and when she climbed back into the driver's seat, Ethan looked up from his phone with an expression of mild curiosity. "Hit and run," she said. Her voice didn't sound like her voice. "Someone hit a guy and didn't stop. He's dead." Ethan's face went very still. He set the phone down in his lap, and for a moment, she thought she saw something move behind his eyes, some calculation or recognition. But it passed so quickly she couldn't be sure. "Jesus," he said. "Did you see it happen?" "No, he's just lying there. The police are there, but..." She stopped because she didn't know how to finish the sentence. But what? But the truck that passed her had looked wrong, had moved wrong, fleeing, not detouring. She was being ridiculous. Someone had died, and she was inventing patterns where there were none. The traffic began to move again, a slow crawl at first, and then a gradual acceleration, as the cars ahead peeled off one by one past the accident site. Audrey put the van in gear and followed the semi with the bumper sticker, and when they reached the curve, she kept her eyes on the road, didn't let herself look toward the turnout where the body had been. But in her peripheral vision, she caught a glimpse of yellow tarp and the cluster of officers, and she thought she saw one of them writing something down on a clipboard. Beside her, Ethan sat very still, his phone dark in his lap, his hands resting on his thighs. He was staring straight ahead, and she couldn't help noticing, that the knuckles of his right hand were white, the tendons standing out in sharp relief, gripping something invisible. "Are you okay?" she asked. "Yeah," he said. Then after a pause, "Are you?" She didn't answer. The highway opened up ahead of them, with stopped traffic dissolving into the regular flow of evening commuters and long-haul trucks. And she pressed the accelerator and felt the van surge forward, carrying them west, toward Boise, toward whatever they'd been heading toward before the traffic stopped. Behind them, the accident receded into the distance, and she told herself that by tomorrow she wouldn't remember the exact shape of the man's hand, the way his fingers had curled. The specific shade of darkness pooled beneath his head. But she knew she was lying. They found a rest area 40 miles past Boise. Audrey pulled into the farthest spot and killed the engine. Sudden silence. Ethan climbed into the back without speaking. She stayed in the driver's seat, hands on the wheel, watching moths circle distant lights. The dashboard clock read 9:47. When she moved into the back, Ethan lay on the mattress facing the wall. She changed and lay down beside him, careful not to touch. The mattress too narrow for two people who weren't interested in being close. She closed her eyes, but her mind circled back to the turnout, the tarp, the curled hand. Hit-and-run drivers were usually caught within 48 hours. Witnesses, cameras, paint transfer. Almost impossible to disappear. Almost. Had she seen the truck's plate? Just the color, dark blue or black. And how it accelerated without slowing. Had the officers seen it? Or had she been the only witness to a truck in the oncoming lane? Beside her, Ethan's breathing changed. Not sleep. The performance of sleep. Body still but tense, as if listening to something she couldn't hear. The rest area was quiet, except for overhead lights humming and occasional highway traffic. She thought about walking, doing anything but lying next to someone who felt like a stranger. But exhaustion held her down, and eventually her thoughts blurred, and she drifted into something between sleep and waking. She woke to the sound of Ethan's voice, low and urgent, and for a moment she thought he was talking to her. But when she opened her eyes, she saw him sitting up with his phone pressed to his ear, his back curved and his free hand gripping the edge of the mattress. The blue light from the screen illuminated his face in hard angles. She stayed very still and listened. His voice was too quiet to make out individual words, but she caught the tone. Placating, defensive. The cadence of someone explaining themselves to an authority they couldn't afford to anger. And something else. The rhythm of repetition. Not someone reporting news. Someone reciting a part they'd played before, hitting the same beats in the same order. The way you'd call a parent about a problem you'd already called about a dozen times. A long pause. Then a single word that might have been accident or inadvertent, she couldn't tell which. Another pause, longer this time, and when he spoke again, his voice had dropped even lower, and she lost it entirely beneath the sound of a truck passing on the highway. He ended the call and sat there in the dark, staring at the phone in his hand. She watched him through half-closed eyes, her own breathing slow and steady, maintaining the fiction that she was asleep. After a long moment, he set the phone down and lay back on the mattress, and she felt the shift in weight. The frame creaked beneath them. This time, when his breathing changed, she knew he wasn't performing. He was awake, and he was afraid. She waited until she was certain he wouldn't move again, and then she let herself drift back toward sleep. But the last conscious thought she had was this. In 14 months of dating, she had never heard Ethan sound afraid before. Annoyed, distant, distracted. Yes, but not afraid. And she had no idea who he'd been calling at 2 a.m. or why. Morning came gray and cool, the August heat not yet rebuilt from the night. Audrey woke alone in the van, the curtain pulled back and Ethan's duffel missing from the floor. She found him sitting at one of the picnic tables with a cup of coffee from the vending machine by the restrooms, staring at his phone again. When she sat down across from him, he looked up, and she saw that his eyes were circled with the kind of darkness that suggested he hadn't slept at all. They didn't talk about the accident. They didn't talk about the phone call. He asked her if she wanted coffee, and she said no, and that was the extent of their conversation before they got back in the van and returned to the highway. She drove, and he navigated using the map app on his phone, and for the first hour everything felt almost normal, though the silence between them had long stopped being comfortable, and neither of them knew how to fix it. But then, somewhere north of Mountain Home, she noticed that the route on his phone didn't match the signs on the highway. He'd told her they were heading west toward the Oregon coast, some town near Cannon Beach where he said he'd camped as a kid, but the map on his screen showed them angling northwest toward Washington, and when she glanced at the road sign, she saw that they were on Highway 55, not I-84. She didn't say anything, not yet. She just kept driving, kept her hands at 10 and 2, kept her eyes on the road ahead. And in her peripheral vision, she watched Ethan watching his phone, his thumb moving across the screen with the small, precise gestures of someone adjusting a route. And she thought, he's steering us somewhere. Not with his hands, but with his voice, with the small suggestions he'd been making all morning. Turn here. Take this exit. This way's faster. And she'd followed every one of them, because that was what she'd been doing for 14 months now. Following where he led, trusting that he knew where they were going, that he had some plan or destination in mind. But now, watching him in the passenger seat with his phone in his lap, and his eyes fixed on something she couldn't see, she wondered if he'd ever known where they were going at all. or if someone else had been choosing the route all along. By late afternoon, they were deep in the canyon country of northern Idaho, pale sky pressing down. Audrey had stopped asking about the route. Every explanation from Ethan sounded reasonable for 30 seconds. Road construction, better mileage, a friend's recommendation. He didn't have friends who gave route recommendations. At a gas station in Lewiston, she studied the map on her phone while Ethan paid inside. They should have been on I-84 heading west. Instead, Highway 95 was taking them due north, toward Moscow and the Washington border. When Ethan came back, she was still standing there with her phone in her hand, and he glanced at the screen and then at her face, and something passed between them that was too complicated to be called a look. Acknowledgement, maybe, or warning. "I thought we were going to the coast," she said. He held her gaze for a moment, and she watched him decide whether to lie or to tell some version of the truth. He chose the third option, evasion dressed as confession. He told her he'd been thinking about his family, hadn't seen them in years, thought maybe they could swing north just for a day or two, let her meet them. Didn't want to make it a big thing, which was why he hadn't mentioned it earlier. She asked him where his family lived. He said British Columbia. She asked him why he'd always told her he was from Seattle, and he said he'd grown up in B.C. but moved to Seattle for college, and it was just easier to say Seattle because nobody knew where Kelowna was. Kelowna. She'd never heard him say that name before. She asked him why the sudden need to see his family now after 3 months of driving south and west. And he said he didn't know, just a feeling, just thought it might be good to reconnect. His voice had the same placating quality she'd heard on the phone at the rest area, and she understood then that he was speaking to her exactly as he'd spoken to that late-night caller. She got back in the van and started the engine, and he climbed into the passenger seat and returned to his phone, and they drove north in silence while the sun angled lower and the shadows stretched long across the scrubland. She thought about turning around, just pulling a U-turn and heading back toward Boise, toward Portland, toward anywhere that wasn't wherever Ethan was steering them. But something kept her hands on the wheel, kept her foot on the accelerator, and she couldn't tell if it was inertia or curiosity or the simple fact that she didn't have anywhere else to go. They crossed into Washington as light failed. Flat scrubland gave way to hills, mountains dark in the distance. 2 lanes cutting through emptiness. She hadn't seen another car in 20 minutes. Ethan's phone rang. He declined it. It rang again. Declined. Third time, he turned it off completely. Whoever was calling wouldn't stop, and he wouldn't answer. She asked who. Work, he said. Nothing important. She asked what work emergency happened at 7 on a Friday. He said she wouldn't understand. Complicated. Leave it alone. She left it. Drove. He stared out the window. The silence solidified into something permanent. Sun dropped. Sky purple, then black. She turned on headlights. They passed through a town so small it barely registered. 3 buildings, a grain elevator, then back into emptiness. Just road and dark and the van's engine laboring uphill. Her mind circled back. The tarp, the hand, the truck accelerating past. Ethan's phone call, the wrong route. How he'd gone still when she mentioned hit and run, like holding his breath. She tried to tell herself it meant nothing. That fear was making her paranoid, inventing connections that weren't there. But the trying felt thin, and underneath it, something cold was spreading that no rationalization could touch. She told herself she was paranoid. But people who grew up modest didn't make 2 a.m. phone calls to someone who spoke to them like that. Calm, authoritative, expecting obedience. And people who had nothing to hide didn't reroute a road trip toward a province they'd never once mentioned. For 14 months, he'd let her believe he was a modest software developer from Seattle who'd chosen van life for adventure and simplicity. Headlights caught something at the roadside, and she flinched. Beside her, Ethan sat very still, dashboard glow on his face. He'd been that way for miles, not looking at his phone or out the window, just staring at some fixed point, seeing something she couldn't. She wanted to pull over, demand answers about where they were going, who'd been calling, what he'd feared at the rest area. In the back, behind the purple curtain, something shifted. Small, almost missed it. Fabric brushing metal, or a weight settling on the mattress. She glanced at the rear view. Just curtain and darkness. Probably boxes shifting on the grade, probably nothing. But her hands were slick on the wheel, and she smelled something beneath patchouli and sour bedding. Something cold and mineral like river stones or blood drying on asphalt. She told herself it was nothing. Tired, paranoid, inventing problems. She didn't believe it. And judging by how Ethan had gone even more still, shoulders rigid, and breathing shallow, neither did he. The first time the van lurched, Audrey thought she'd hit something in the road. She felt it through the steering wheel, a sudden drop and recovery, the suspension compressing over a pothole or a piece of debris. But the road ahead was empty, the headlights revealing nothing but asphalt, and the white line at the edge, and when she glanced at the shoulder, there was no sign of anything she might have struck. Ethan looked up from his lap, where his phone sat dark and silent. He didn't ask what had happened. He just looked at her, and she looked back, and neither of them said anything. She kept driving. The grade steepened, and the van's engine whined as it climbed, and she downshifted to third, then second, the RPMs climbing, while their speed dropped to 40, then 35. The temperature gauge crept toward the red zone, and she eased off the accelerator slightly, giving the engine room to breathe. They'd driven steeper grades than this. The van could handle it. But the back end felt wrong, heavy. Something dense and unbalanced in the cargo area. All the weight concentrated in one corner. She'd packed the van herself 3 months ago, and she knew exactly what was back there. 60 pounds of camping gear, maybe 30 pounds of clothes, the books she hadn't been able to leave behind. Nothing that would make the suspension sag. The rearview mirror shifted. She saw it happen. In one moment, it was angled the way she'd set it that morning, showing her the purple curtain and the narrow slice of darkness beyond. The next moment, it had tilted downward, as if someone sitting in the back seat had reached up and adjusted it to see their own reflection. Except there was no back seat. Just the cargo area behind the curtain, and nothing back there that could reach the mirror. Her hands locked on the wheel. She stared at the mirror, watching it, waiting for it to move again. It didn't. It just sat there at its new angle, showing her a view of the floor behind the front seats, the gap where the curtain didn't quite meet the metal frame, and beyond that a darkness so complete it seemed to have weight. Beside her, Ethan had gone absolutely still. She could see him in her peripheral vision, his body rigid, his hands gripping the edge of his seat. He was staring at the mirror, too. She reached up and adjusted it back to its original position, her fingers trembling slightly as she touched the plastic housing. The mirror moved easily, smoothly, the way it always did. Nothing wrong with the mechanism, nothing broken or loose. The road leveled out, and the engine's whine dropped to its normal pitch. They were on some kind of plateau now, the land flat and featureless on either side. No lights anywhere except their own headlights cutting through the dark. No other cars, no houses, just emptiness, and the road and the van climbing through it. The mirror shifted again. This time she saw it in real time, the slow, deliberate tilt downward, and she jerked her eyes away from it and focused on the road, because if she looked at it, she would have to acknowledge what was happening, and she wasn't ready to do that yet. "Did you see?" Ethan's voice came out hoarse, and he stopped and cleared his throat. The mirror. She didn't answer. She couldn't. Her jaw was clenched so tight, her teeth ached. The temperature inside the van had dropped. She noticed it gradually, cold seeping through a crack. First, just a coolness on your skin, then an actual chill that made the hair on your arms stand up. The air conditioning was off. Had been off since they'd started climbing the grade, but the air inside the cab had gone from warm to cool to genuinely cold in the space of a few minutes. And now, when she breathed out, she could see her breath, a faint white mist that dissipated slowly. Ethan saw it too. She watched him exhale, watched the cloud form in front of his face, and his expression was one she'd never seen before. Not fear exactly, but something close to it, something that looked like recognition. The windshield began to fog. Not from the outside, where moisture would condense from the temperature difference between the glass and the air. From the inside, as if someone were breathing on it, slow and steady. Their breath spreading across the glass in a widening circle of condensation. The fog formed in the center of the windshield, right in her line of sight. And she turned on the defroster, but it didn't help. The fog just kept spreading, creeping outward in tendrils that looked almost deliberate, almost shaped. She could barely see the road now, just the faint glow of the white line through the layer of moisture and the darkness beyond. She leaned forward, trying to see past the fog, and that was when she felt it. Weight. In the back of the van. Not the gradual settling she'd felt earlier, but something sudden and absolute. As if someone had climbed into the cargo area and sat down on the mattress. The van's rear suspension compressed with an audible creak, and the front end lifted slightly, and she had to adjust her grip on the wheel to compensate for the change in handling. Ethan twisted in his seat, staring back at the purple curtain. His breathing had gone rapid and shallow, and in the dim light from the dashboard, she could see his face had lost its color. "There's nothing back there," she said, and her voice sounded wrong, too loud and too flat. "We didn't pack anything heavy enough to..." The fog on the windshield spread further, and now she could see shapes in it. Patterns that might have been letters or symbols, writing on glass. But they dissolved before she could make sense of them, running down in wet streaks. She pulled her eyes away from the glass and focused on the road, on keeping the van centered in the lane, on not thinking about what was happening, because if she thought about it, she would have to accept it, and she wasn't ready. She wasn't. The smell hit her then. The same cold mineral smell she'd caught earlier, but stronger now, concentrated, mixed with something else she couldn't identify. Not decay exactly, something older, wet earth and iron and the particular scent of rain on hot pavement, all of it compressed into a single, overwhelming presence that filled the cab and made her eyes water. "Stop the van." Ethan's voice was barely above a whisper. She didn't stop. She kept driving, her hands locked on the wheel, her eyes fixed on the narrow, visible strip of road through the fog. Because if she stopped, if she acknowledged that something was in the van with them, then it became real. And if it was real, then everything she understood about the world was wrong. The mirror tilted down again, and this time she looked at it. In the reflection, she could see the curtain and the darkness beyond it, and something else. Not a shape exactly, more like an absence, a space where the darkness was somehow darker, denser, compressed into the outline of a person sitting on the mattress behind the curtain. She couldn't see features, couldn't see anything specific, just that concentrated darkness and the sense that it was looking back at her, looking at Ethan. "Oh, God," Ethan said, and his voice cracked on the second word. "Oh, God." It followed us. She turned to stare at him, and in that moment she knew, with absolute certainty, that he knew what this was, that he'd been expecting it or something like it, that the phone call at the rest area and the route change and the fear she'd seen in his face, all of it was connected to whatever was sitting in the back of their van, breathing on the windshield, tilting the mirror to watch them. What followed us? The words came out sharp, demanding, "Ethan, what the hell is this?" But he didn't answer. He just stared at the curtain, at the darkness behind it. And his hands were shaking so badly she could hear his phone rattling against his leg. The van's rear suspension sagged further, creaking under weight that couldn't possibly be there, and Audrey felt the steering go loose as the front wheels lifted slightly off the pavement. She accelerated, trying to compensate, but it didn't help. The weight was too much, too concentrated, and the van was starting to fishtail, the back end swinging wide as she struggled to control it. She was going to crash. She was going to lose control, and they were going to go off the road, and whatever was in the back with them would still be there, watching, waiting. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the weight lifted. The suspension bounced back to normal, the steering steadied, and the fog on the windshield began to clear. Not evaporating, just pulling back, retreating to the edges of the glass, as if whatever had been breathing on it had simply stopped. The cold remained. The smell remained. And when Audrey glanced at the rearview mirror, she saw that it was still tilted down, still showing her that darkness behind the curtain. But the van was stable again, drivable. She kept her foot on the accelerator and her eyes on the road, and beside her Ethan sat frozen, staring at something she couldn't see, and neither of them spoke as they drove north through the dark with a passenger they hadn't invited and couldn't see and couldn't possibly deny. They drove for another hour before Audrey allowed herself to look at the mirror again. It was still tilted down, still showing her that darkness behind the curtain, and the weight in the back hadn't shifted. She could feel it through the steering, the way the van handled differently now, nose light and rear heavy, towing something invisible. The cold had stabilized at a temperature that made her fingers ache where they gripped the wheel. Not freezing, but well below what the cab should be on an August night, with the heater off and two bodies generating warmth. Her breath still misted faintly when she exhaled, and she'd pulled on the hoodie she kept wedged behind her seat, but it didn't help much. Ethan had said nothing since his broken had followed us, and she'd stopped asking. Not because she'd given up on answers, but because every question she formed in her mind sounded insane when she tried to speak it aloud. What is sitting in our van? How does it know you? Why did you say followed like you've been running from it? Instead, she focused on driving, on the practical mechanics of keeping the vehicle on the road, on cataloging the physical changes in her environment, because those were things she could observe and measure and confirm. The mirror tilted down 45 degrees. The temperature, cold enough to see breath. The smell, wet stone and iron, fading now but still present beneath the patchouli. The weight, constant, unmoving, concentrated in the cargo area approximately 4 feet behind the front seats. The suspension hadn't bounced back completely. Even now, with the weight seemingly stable, the back end rode lower than it should, and she could hear the leaf springs creaking whenever they hit an imperfection in the road. She tried to calculate what could weigh 200 pounds. A person, obviously. An adult male, average build. The thought formed before she could stop it, and once it was there, she couldn't dislodge it. Someone was sitting on their mattress. Someone invisible. Someone who breathed on the windshield and adjusted the mirror and made the temperature drop and smelled like a crime scene. Someone who had followed them. The fog on the windshield returned, forming in the same central spot, spreading outward in those deliberate tendrils. She let it spread for a moment, then reached up and wiped it with her palm. And again the glass was ice cold, and the moisture stuck to her hand in that thick, wrong way. She held her palm up to the dashboard light, and this time Ethan saw it too. Saw the pattern of condensation beaded there, the clear whorls and ridges of fingerprints that were too large to be hers, too distinct to be anything but deliberate. He made a sound, small and choked, and turned to stare at the windshield where she'd wiped, where something had been pressing its hand against the glass from the inside while they drove, leaving prints in the fog that matched no living person in the van. The highway signs had stopped making sense miles ago. She'd been watching for town names, route numbers, anything that would tell her where they were, but the signs either showed distances to places she'd never heard of or were blank entirely, their reflective surfaces catching the headlights, but displaying nothing. She checked her phone, but the screen showed only a blue dot on a gray background with no roads, no landmarks, just the words, "No route available" at the bottom. Ethan's phone was still dark in his lap. She'd watched him try to turn it on twice, watched the screen stay black both times, even though she knew he'd charged it at the gas station in Lewiston. Dead battery, maybe, or something else. The road climbed again, winding now, the curves coming faster than her headlights could fully illuminate them. She had to slow to 30, then 25, the van's engine laboring in second gear. Trees appeared on either side, dark verticals that pressed close to the shoulder, and she realized they'd entered some kind of forest, though she had no memory of the landscape changing. One moment they'd been on the plateau, surrounded by scrubland and emptiness. The next they were climbing through the dense timber, the road a narrow ribbon of asphalt cutting through walls of darkness. She became aware of a smell mixing with the wet stone and iron. Something sweeter, like cut grass left too long in a bag. She tried to identify it, and realized it was coming from the water bottle in the cup holder, the one she'd filled at the last gas station. She picked it up, and the plastic felt wrong in her hand, tacky and slightly warm despite the cold in the cab. When she unscrewed the cap, the smell intensified. Mineral and earth, and something underneath that made her throat feel tight and her lungs work harder to pull in oxygen. She didn't drink, just set the bottle back down and kept driving, her mouth dry and her hand shaking. Behind her, the curtain moved, and she looked in the rearview mirror to see their clothes hanging from the bungee cord against the wall. Her shirts, Ethan's jackets, except they'd been rearranged, folded and hung with precise, deliberate care, the sleeves aligned and the collars smoothed, the way someone's mother might arrange them, the way a stranger with too much time and too much attention might touch things that didn't belong to them. She hadn't folded those clothes, hadn't touched them in days. They'd been wrinkled and thrown over the cord when they'd packed, and now they hung like items in a closet, waiting for inspection. The radio turned on by itself, not a station, not static, just audio, clear and close, and it took Audrey a moment to recognize what she was hearing. Her own voice from 2 weeks ago arguing with Ethan about whether to keep going or turn back. Her voice saying, "I don't know if I want to do this anymore," and Ethan's voice, tired and defensive, saying, "Then why did you come?" The argument they'd had outside Spokane in the van, with the doors closed and the windows up and no one else around to hear it. The audio cut out and switched to something else. Ethan's voice on the phone, the call she'd heard at the rest area. Not just the tone this time, but the actual words, suddenly audible. I know I can't. Just tell me what to do." And then another voice, older, male, authority in every syllable. "Come home. We'll handle it. We always handle it." The radio went silent, and in the silence that followed, Audrey understood that the presence in the back hadn't just been riding with them since the accident. It had been listening, cataloging, learning them through their own words, their own failures, the small cruelties and evasions that accumulated over months of living too close together. Ethan turned to her, and his face in the dashboard light was gray and slick with sweat despite the cold. His mouth opened, closed, opened again. He was trying to say something but couldn't get the words out, and she realized he was on the edge of breaking completely. that whatever he knew about this was destroying him from the inside. She wanted to shake him, wanted to pull over and grab his shoulders and force him to tell her everything. Who he'd called at the rest area, what he'd done to bring this thing into their van, why it was here and what it wanted, and how they could make it leave. But her hands stayed on the wheel because stopping felt more dangerous than driving, and her questions stayed locked in her throat because she could see in his face that he wasn't going to answer them. Not yet. Maybe not ever. The trees opened up and the road leveled out, and ahead she could see the dark shape of a rest area. One of those minimal turnouts with nothing but a gravel lot and a vault toilet. Her first instinct was to drive past it, to keep moving because movement felt like safety. But the fuel gauge was edging toward a quarter tank, and she had no idea where the next gas station was, and more than that, she needed to stop. Needed to get out of the van, away from the cold and the smell and the weight pressing down on the back end. Needed to see if whatever was in the cargo area would let them leave. She signaled, an absurd gesture on an empty highway, and pulled into the rest area, the gravel crunching under the tires. The lot was empty, just a single sodium light on a pole casting orange light across the vault toilet, and the trash cans and the small informational kiosk with its map of the area behind scratched plexiglass. She pulled into a spot at the far end, killed the engine, and sat there with her hand still on the wheel. The weight in the back didn't shift. The cold didn't fade. The mirror stayed tilted down, showing her that darkness behind the curtain, that presence that had ridden with them for the last 100 miles. She looked at Ethan, and he looked back at her, and without speaking, they reached a silent agreement. They had to try to get out. They had to see if it would let them. Audrey's hand was on the door handle for a full minute before she moved. She could feel the metal under her palm, cold enough to sting, and she kept thinking about what would happen when she pulled it. Would the door open normally? Would something stop her? Would the presence in the back lunge forward the moment she broke the seal between the cab and the outside air? Beside her, Ethan hadn't moved at all. He sat rigid in the passenger seat, his hands gripped together in his lap, staring straight ahead through the fogged windshield at the orange light on the pole. She pulled the handle. The door opened, smoothly, easily, the hinges creaking slightly the way they always did. Cold air rushed in, actual outside air that smelled like pine and dust and nothing else, and it was so normal that she almost laughed. She pushed the door wider and swung her legs out, her feet finding the gravel, and she stood up beside the van, and the night was silent and empty and completely ordinary. The sodium light hummed on its pole. An insect pinged against the metal housing. In the distance, she could hear the faint sound of wind moving through the trees, and beyond that, nothing. No traffic on the highway, no voices. Just the enormous stillness of a rest area in the middle of nowhere at 11 o'clock at night. She turned back toward the van and saw Ethan still sitting in the passenger seat, and the look on his face stopped her. He was staring at her through the open door with an expression of pure terror, and his mouth was moving, but no sound was coming out, and she realized he was trying to tell her something. Then she heard the locks engage, all of them at once. A solid, mechanical chunk that echoed across the gravel lot. The driver's door slammed shut beside her, so hard and so fast that she felt the displacement of air against her arm, and she jumped back instinctively. Through the windshield, she could see Ethan reaching for his door handle, yanking it, his mouth open in a shout she couldn't hear through the glass. The passenger door didn't open. She grabbed the driver's door handle and pulled. Locked. She pulled harder, bracing her feet against the gravel, using her full weight. The handle moved, but the door didn't budge, as if someone were holding it shut from the inside. Through the window, she could see Ethan throwing himself against the passenger door, his shoulder hitting the window, his hands scrabbling at the lock mechanism. She watched him pop the lock up, and immediately it clicked back down, and he popped it up again, and again it clicked down, the little metal post rising and falling like something was playing with him. She ran around the front of the van to the passenger side, slipping slightly on the gravel, and grabbed his door handle from the outside. Locked. She could see Ethan's face pressed against the window, his palm flat against the glass, and his lips were forming words she couldn't make out. The temperature inside the cab was dropping. She could see it happening. First, just his breath misting, then frost forming on the inside of the windows, spreading in crystalline patterns that looked too regular to be natural. Within seconds, the glass was completely opaque with ice, and she couldn't see Ethan anymore, couldn't see anything but her own reflection in the frosted window. She pulled at the door handle again, harder, and the metal was so cold now it burned her palm. She let go and stumbled back, staring at the van, at the frost covering every window, at the whole vehicle rigid and sealed, like something had locked it from the inside and thrown away the key. From somewhere inside, she heard a muffled thud. Ethan kicking the door, maybe, or hitting the window. Then another sound, higher-pitched. That might have been his voice. She pressed her ear against the frosted glass and tried to hear what he was saying, but all she could make out was the cadence of panic, words tumbling over each other, too fast to parse. She ran to the back of the van and grabbed the rear door handles, locked. She yanked them as hard as she could, and they didn't even rattle. She tried the sliding door on the passenger side, the one they almost never used because the track was bent. Locked. Every entry point sealed. And inside, the temperature still dropping, the frost still spreading, and Ethan trapped in there with whatever had been riding in the back for the last 100 miles. She looked around the rest area, desperate for something she could use. A rock to break the window, a tool, a phone to call for help. But her phone was in the van, in the cup holder between the seats, and there was nothing in the gravel lot except the trash cans and the vault toilet and the informational kiosk, and none of those were going to help her break tempered glass. She ran back to the driver's side window and slammed her palm against it. The frost was so thick now she couldn't see through it at all, couldn't see Ethan or the cab or anything. Just white, crystalline patterns that looked like frost but felt wrong, too hard, too permanent. "Ethan!" She was shouting now, her voice echoing across the empty lot. "Ethan, can you hear me?" No response. Or if there was one, she couldn't hear it through the ice. She tried the door handle again, and this time it wouldn't move at all, as if it had frozen in place. She grabbed it with both hands and pulled, and felt something in her shoulder pop from the strain, but the handle stayed locked in position and the door stayed shut. She was trying to think, trying to force her mind past the panic and come up with something rational, some sequence of actions that would get Ethan out of the van. But every thought she had dissolved before she could complete it, because this wasn't a problem that had a rational solution. This was a van that had locked itself with a man inside and frozen its windows from the interior and wouldn't respond to anything she did. This was impossible. This was happening anyway. She pressed both palms against the driver's window and leaned her forehead against the frost, and she could feel the cold radiating through the glass, cold so intense it made her skin ache. "Please," she said, and she didn't know if she was talking to Ethan or to whatever was in there with him. "Please let him out." The frost on the window shifted under her hands. She felt it move, felt the ice crack and reform, and when she pulled back, she saw that the pattern had changed. The random crystalline branches had rearranged themselves into something else, something that looked almost deliberate. Not words exactly, not shapes, just a suggestion of intention, as if the frost were trying to communicate something it didn't have language for. She stared at it, trying to understand. And then the frost began to melt. Not evaporating or dripping down the glass, but pulling back, receding into itself, the ice disappearing as if it had never been there. Within seconds, the window was clear again, and she could see into the cab. Ethan was slumped in the passenger seat, his head back against the headrest, his face gray and his lips faintly blue. But he was breathing. She could see his chest rising and falling, shallow and rapid, and his eyes were open and staring at the ceiling. The locks clicked, all of them at once, the same mechanical chunk she'd heard before, but in reverse. The driver's door handle moved freely under her hand, and she pulled it open, and the cold air that rolled out of the cab was like opening a freezer. So intense she had to step back for a moment before she could climb in. She threw herself into the driver's seat and reached across to grab Ethan's shoulder. "Are you okay? Ethan, look at me." He didn't respond. He just kept staring at the ceiling, his breath coming in short gasps, and when she touched his face, his skin was ice cold and clammy. She looked back at the cargo area, at the purple curtain that hung still and innocent between the cab and the mattress. The darkness behind it was just darkness now. No concentrated presence, no shape, no suggestion of anything watching. But the smell was still there. Wet stone and iron, and the back end of the van still rode low on its suspension. Whatever it was, it hadn't left. It had just made its point. She turned back to Ethan, and this time he was looking at her, his eyes focused and aware, and filled with something that looked like despair. His lips moved, and she leaned closer to hear him. "We have to keep driving," he whispered. His voice was hoarse and broken. "It won't let us stop. We have to keep driving, or it'll..." He didn't finish. He just closed his eyes and turned his face away. And she saw his hands were shaking so badly, he had to clench them together to make them still. She sat back in the driver's seat and looked out through the windshield at the empty rest area, at the sodium light and the vault toilet, and the highway stretching away into darkness in both directions. She could leave right now. Could get out of the van and walk to the highway and flag down the first car that passed, and leave Ethan here with whatever he'd brought into their lives. Her door had opened normally. She'd stepped out onto the gravel without resistance, had stood in the ordinary night air while Ethan was trapped inside. The doors had only locked when he'd tried to leave. The temperature had only plummeted with him sealed in. The frost had spelled its message on glass he could see but couldn't escape. It didn't want her. It had never wanted her. She was cargo. Collateral. The driver hired to deliver a package that couldn't drive itself. And now, sitting in the dark with the keys in the ignition, and Ethan's breathing ragged beside her, she understood that she could walk away at any time, could leave him with whatever he'd done, whatever was waiting for him at the end of this route, could save herself. She tested the thought, turned it over, examined it from every angle. What loyalty did she owe to someone who'd lied about everything? Who'd killed a man and let his family erase it? Who'd brought this thing into her life without warning, without explanation, without giving her the choice to stay or run? But even as she thought it, she knew she wouldn't leave. Not yet. Not until she understood what this was and where it was taking them and what Ethan had done to deserve it. Not until she could see the shape of the thing that had hijacked her life and decide with full knowledge whether he deserved what was coming. She pulled the driver's door closed and the lock clicked into place. Gentle this time, almost polite. She turned the key in the ignition and the engine started immediately, running smooth and steady as if nothing had happened. The heater began to blow, and the temperature in the cab started to climb back toward normal, and in the rearview mirror she saw the darkness behind the curtain settle back into itself, patient and waiting. She put the van in gear and pulled out of the rest area, the gravel crunching under the tires, and merged back onto the highway heading north. Beside her, Ethan sat motionless, his face turned toward the window, and neither of them spoke as they drove deeper into the night with their invisible passenger and its rules they didn't understand and couldn't break. The days blurred. Audrey lost track somewhere north of Spokane, though the signs had stopped matching geography, and the GPS showed nothing but a blue dot on gray emptiness. They drove in shifts, switching without speaking. The presence never left, never lessened. But as long as they kept moving, it stayed behind the curtain. Weight on the mattress, tilt in the mirror, cold that made them wear every layer. Patient, constant. Like a passenger who knew exactly where they were going. Gas stations appeared like hallucinations, too bright and clean. Attendants who noticed nothing wrong. 3 stops? 4? The math didn't work. They'd driven over 1,000 miles, but British Columbia was barely 700 from Boise. Unless the route was taking them somewhere else first, somewhere the road signs didn't name and the GPS couldn't map. On the 3rd day, or 2nd or 4th, Ethan started talking in his sleep. Fragments, names, apologies. And once, clearly, I didn't see him. The pieces assembled themselves. A party at someone's house. She caught the name Drummond. His house, his family's in Kelowna. Drinking. An argument with his father. Getting in the car, angry and drunk, and 22. The road at night. Not seeing the man until too late. The impact. And then nothing. No 911, no stopping, just his father's voice on the phone. Calm and authoritative, telling him how to make it disappear. She wanted to shake him awake, force the whole story out, but she was afraid. Afraid that once the full truth was spoken, she'd have to decide what to do with the knowledge that she'd been sleeping next to someone who'd killed a man and let his family's money erase it. So she kept driving, and Ethan kept sleeping, and the presence kept sitting like a judge waiting for court to convene. Mountains rose. The road climbed through switchbacks, the van's engine laboring. Snow on the peaks in August, air thin and cold. They were too high. Kelowna sat in a valley, not up in mountains, but the road kept climbing, guardrails dropping away into invisible chasms. Ethan woke when they crested and started descending. Recognition dawned on his face, not relief, just terrible, exhausted understanding. "You know where we are," she said. He stared ahead, jaw working. She asked when he'd last been home. 5 years. Why hadn't he been back? He couldn't. Why not? His hands clenched, and he turned to look at the curtain, at the darkness behind it, and said nothing. The road signs started to change. At first it was subtle, a distance that seemed wrong. Kelowna 200 kilometers when they should have been closer, followed 10 miles later by Kelowna 150 kilometers, which was possible if the first sign had been a mistake. But then another 10 miles, and Kelowna 180 kilometers, and she knew something was wrong with the numbers, wrong with the route, wrong with the whole geometry of the space they were moving through. Then the sign stopped making sense entirely. Kelowna spelled with too many letters, or too few, numbers that couldn't be distances. Kelowna 5 followed by Kelowna 1825 followed by a blank green rectangle with no text at all. And then signs in a language she didn't recognize. Characters that looked almost like letters but weren't, strung together in combinations that hurt to look at. Ethan saw them too, she could tell. He'd gone rigid, breathing changed. He was staring at the signs like they were saying something she couldn't read, and his face had gone gray again, the color he'd turned when the van locked him inside. "What do they say?" she asked. He shook his head. "Not I don't know. Just a refusal to answer." The van crested another rise, and the road leveled out, and ahead of them she could see fog, thick and white, and so dense it looked solid. It stretched across the highway like a wall, and she had maybe 30 seconds to decide whether to drive into it or try to turn around. She looked in the rearview mirror. The darkness behind the curtain had shifted forward, closer to the gap between the cab and the cargo area, watching, waiting to see what she would do. She looked at Ethan, and he was staring at the fog with an expression she'd never seen on his face before. Not fear anymore. Something beyond fear. Acceptance, maybe, or surrender. She pressed the accelerator and drove into the white. The fog swallowed everything. One moment, she could see the white line, trees, mountains. Next moment, nothing but white so thick it looked solid. She slowed to 20, then 15, straining to see 10 feet ahead. Headlights just reflected back, making it harder. She switched to parking lights. Marginally better. The white line disappeared. Couldn't see road edge, center line, anything but gray asphalt fading into white. Navigating by feel now, tire rumble, when drifting toward shoulder, steering pull at the edge. She should stop, wait for fog to clear. But she felt the weight in back shift slightly and knew stopping wasn't an option. Had to keep moving through white nothing until they reached the other side, if there was one. Time stopped meaning anything. 10 minutes or 2 hours, no way to tell. Dashboard clock frozen at 11:47. Her sense of duration dissolved into monotony of white fog, gray road, engine hum. Beside her, Ethan sat counting under his breath. 1, 2, 3, 4. Starting over. 1, 2, 3, 4. The kind of thing you did trying not to panic. The road changed under the wheels. She felt it through the steering, the asphalt going rougher, then smoother, then rough again. The van jolted over something that might have been a pothole, or a crack, or a speed bump, she couldn't tell. And then the surface evened out. But it felt different now, older. Decades-old pavement, never repaired. A sign emerged from the fog on the right side. She caught just a glimpse as they passed. Green metal, reflective letters. But the words were wrong. Not English, not French, not any language she recognized. The characters looked like they'd been made by someone who understood the concept of letters but not their actual shapes. All angles and curves that didn't quite resolve into meaning. Another sign. This one had an arrow pointing left. But when she followed the direction indicated, there was no turnoff, no side road, just the same gray asphalt continuing forward through the white. Then a sign that was just numbers. 18, 47, 203. No context. No indication of what they measured or what they meant. Then a sign that might have been a speed limit, except the number was 93, and she'd never seen a speed limit of 93 anywhere. The fog pressed closer. She could feel it now, actually feel it. A weight against the windshield and the sides of the van, pushing through something more substantial than water vapor. The air inside the cab tasted wrong. Not the mineral smell of the presence in the back, but something else, something that made her throat feel tight and her lungs work harder to pull in oxygen. Altitude, maybe. They were still climbing, she could tell by the way the engine strained, and they must be well above 10,000 feet by now. But that didn't make sense either, because there were no roads in British Columbia that climbed that high, not paved roads, not highways that looked like this, unless they weren't in British Columbia anymore. Unless they'd driven off the edge of the map entirely, into some space that existed adjacent to geography but not part of it. The thought should have terrified her. Instead, it just settled into her mind with a kind of numb acceptance. One more impossible thing in a series of impossible things, and she kept her hands on the wheel and her foot on the accelerator and drove through the white because there was nothing else she could do. The road forked. She almost missed it. The fork appeared so suddenly out of the fog that she had maybe 2 seconds to decide. Left or right, both lanes identical, both disappearing into white within 20 feet. No sign indicating which way to go, no difference in the road surface or the angle or anything that might suggest one choice was better than the other. She started to bear right, her hands turning the wheel before she'd consciously decided, and then she felt it. A pressure against her hands, against the wheel itself, pushing left. Not violent, just firm and insistent. Guiding someone's hands while teaching them to steer. She fought it for a moment, trying to keep the wheel turned right. But the pressure increased, and she could feel the van drifting left regardless of what her hands were doing. And she realized she wasn't in control anymore. Hadn't been in control since they drove into the fog. Maybe hadn't been in control since the rest area, or earlier, since Lewiston, since the accident. She let her hands relax, and the wheel turned left on its own, smooth and deliberate, and the van followed the left fork into more fog, more white, more road that went nowhere she could name. The signs became more frequent after that. Every few hundred yards, another one would emerge from the white, and they were getting stranger. A sign showing a silhouette of a car with flames coming from it. A sign that was just an eye, no text, staring at her as she passed. A sign with a single word, witness, in letters that looked hand-painted. A sign counting down, 50, then 40, then 30, then 20, though she had no idea what unit it was measuring or what would happen when it reached 0. Ethan had stopped counting. He was staring at the signs now, his head turning to track each one as they passed, and his lips were moving, but no sound was coming out. She glanced at him and saw tears running down his face, silent and continuous, and she understood that he was reading something in the signs that she couldn't, that they were speaking to him in a language of guilt and memory and recognition. The road began to descend, gradually at first, then more steeply, the van picking up speed despite her foot on the brake. The fog didn't thin. If anything, it got denser, the white now pressing so close to the windshield that she felt like she was driving through a tunnel made of cloud. And then, without warning, the road turned to dirt, not cracked asphalt or broken pavement. Just dirt, hard-packed and rutted, the kind of surface you'd find on a Forest Service road or a logging track. The van bounced and rattled over the uneven ground, and she had to slow to 10 miles per hour to keep from losing control entirely. This was impossible. They'd been on a paved highway 30 seconds ago. Roads didn't just turn to dirt in the middle of the fog, but she could feel it under the tires, could hear the gravel pinging against the undercarriage, and when she looked in the rearview mirror, the darkness behind the curtain had leaned forward again. Close enough now that she could almost see features. The suggestion of a face, a body, a person, sitting there watching everything with patient attention. The fog finally began to thin, but what appeared beyond it wasn't relief. They were on a narrow mountain road carved into the side of a cliff. The drop on the passenger side so steep she couldn't see the bottom, just rock face falling away into more fog. No guardrail, no shoulder, just the road and the cliff and the white emptiness beyond. The trees had changed too, not the pine and fir she'd been seeing, but something darker and more twisted, their branches bare even though it was August, reaching toward the road like hands. And ahead, maybe a mile in the distance, she could see lights, not city lights, not the diffuse glow of a town, just a few points of yellow in the gray, steady and unmoving, like windows in a house or buildings on a hill. Ethan saw them too. She heard him make a sound, something between a gasp and a sob, and when she glanced over, his face had gone completely white. He knew where they were. He knew what those lights meant, and judging by the way the presence in the back had shifted its weight, settling in with a kind of satisfied heaviness, they had finally arrived at the place it had been taking them all along. The dirt road descended toward the lights, switchbacking down the cliff face in tight curves that made Audrey's hands ache from gripping the wheel. The fog had pulled back enough that she could see maybe 50 yards ahead now, enough to navigate, but not enough to see where they were actually going. Just the road and the twisted trees and those yellow points of light getting gradually closer. Ethan was braking. She could see it happening, the way you'd watch ice crack on a frozen lake. Small fractures spreading, the surface holding for a moment longer before it gave way completely. His hands were shaking in his lap. His breathing had gone ragged and uneven. And he was talking now. Not the sleep murmuring from before, but actual conscious speech. Words tumbling out in fragments he couldn't seem to control. He said he was sorry. Then he said he didn't mean it. Then he said it wasn't his fault. But it was all his fault. And he'd known from the beginning that it would come back eventually, because these things always came back. She asked him what things. He didn't answer directly, just kept spiraling through the same broken loops. The party, the argument with his father, getting in the car when he shouldn't have, being angry and drunk and 22 and stupid enough to think he was invincible. The road, the man appearing in the headlights, the impact that he'd felt through the steering wheel and the brake pedal in his own chest, like his heart had stopped for a second. And then, this was where his voice broke and he had to stop and start again. And then his father on the phone, calm, authoritative, already knowing what had happened before Ethan told him, or knowing enough to guess, telling him not to call anyone, not to stop, just to come home and they would handle it. They would make it go away. Audrey kept her eyes on the road, her jaw clenched so tight her teeth ached. She wanted to interrupt, wanted to ask the questions that were piling up in her mind, but she was afraid that if she spoke, he would stop talking. And she needed to hear this, needed to understand what he'd done and what he'd let his family do and why he'd spent 5 years running from it. The estate. His father waiting with a lawyer and an RCMP friend. The car made to vanish. Coached on what to say, though no one ever asked. The man who died had no family. The investigation went nowhere. The file closed in a month. His father told him to leave. Dangerous to stay, to invite scrutiny. So Seattle, new major, new story. And after a while, the lie became easier than truth. 5 years away. Trust fund through lawyers. Never mentioning Kelowna or the estate to anyone. Especially not to her. Because telling the truth meant telling all of it. And then she'd leave. His voice stopped. Tears on his face. Vehicular manslaughter and obstruction and 5 years of lies. And he was crying not because of what he'd done, but because he'd been caught. She asked him, her voice flat and cold and nothing like her own, why they were going to his family's estate now. If he'd stayed away for 5 years, why was he steering them there today? He looked at her and his face was gray and hollow, and she could see that he didn't know, or didn't want to say, or couldn't admit that he wasn't steering at all, that something else had been choosing their route from the moment they witnessed the accident on I-84. Maybe from the moment they left Portland. Maybe from even earlier than that. She asked him about the accident they'd witnessed. The man on the shoulder with his hand curled and his blood pooled on the gravel. He flinched like she'd slapped him. She asked him if the man had looked familiar. He said no. She asked him again, slower, and he turned away and stared out the window and whispered that he didn't know. He'd only seen the body for a second when she'd told him about it. He couldn't be sure. But she could hear in his voice that he was lying. She asked him what the man's name had been, the one he'd killed 5 years ago. The one his father had made disappear along with the car and the investigation and any record that it had ever happened. Ethan's mouth opened and closed, and no sound came out. He shook his head, not in denial, but in refusal, and she realized he didn't want to say the name aloud, as if speaking it would make something happen that hadn't happened yet. as if the name itself had power. In the back of the van, the presence shifted forward again, and now she could see it clearly in the rearview mirror. Not features exactly, but the definite outline of a person sitting on the mattress, leaning toward the gap in the curtain, listening. The shape of a man, middle-aged, with his head tilted slightly as if waiting for something. Waiting for his name. "Tell me," Audrey said, and her voice was shaking now. "Ethan, tell me his name." Ethan turned to look at the rearview mirror, at the shape behind the curtain, and something passed across his face that was beyond fear or grief or regret. Recognition. Acknowledgement. The look of a man who'd spent 5 years running and had finally been caught. But he didn't say the name. He pressed his lips together and shook his head and turned away, and in that moment she understood that he'd rather die than speak it, because speaking it would be the final admission, the last piece of truth he couldn't take back. The road leveled out and the trees opened up, and ahead she could see that the lights came from windows. Tall, mullioned windows in a stone building that looked like it had been standing for 100 years. Not a house. Too large for that. The kind of building that spoke of family money generations deep, of land holdings and timber rights and political connections. The Drummond estate. She'd never heard Ethan mention it. Never seen a photograph. Never been told that his family owned anything more than a modest house in Seattle that didn't actually exist. But she was looking at it now, this monument to wealth and privilege, and she understood that everything he'd told her about his life had been a lie constructed to hide this, to hide what this represented. The van's headlights swept across a stone wall, a wrought iron gate standing open, a gravel driveway that curved toward the main building. She could see other structures, too, a garage or carriage house, something that might have been servants' quarters, all of it maintained and perfect, and radiating the kind of permanence that came from never having to worry about money. "I didn't know we were coming here," Ethan said, and his voice was so quiet she almost missed it. "I swear I didn't know. I thought we were going to the coast. I thought—" He stopped, because there was no point in finishing. Whatever he'd thought, he'd been wrong, and they were here now, and the presence in the back had brought them to this place for a reason neither of them understood yet, but both of them feared. She stopped the van at the end of the driveway, maybe 50 feet from the main entrance, killed the engine, and in the sudden silence she could hear something she hadn't heard in days. Nothing. No engine hum, no road noise, just the enormous quiet of a place far from anywhere, and the small sound of Ethan's breathing, and behind them, behind the curtain, the patient stillness of something waiting for the final act to begin. The fog had lifted. Clear mountain air, stars, nearly full moon. The estate stood in moonlight. 3 stories of gray stone, slate roof, mullioned windows, mostly dark except for a few glowing on the ground floor. Stone pillars, a portico. Beautiful in the way wealth makes things last. She'd seen this building before. In Ethan's phone. Childhood photos he'd called a friend's family's place. This building in the background of a dozen pictures. His childhood home, and he'd watched her scroll past them and said nothing. She turned to look at him and saw raw misery on his face. She almost felt sorry for him. But then she remembered the man on the shoulder in Idaho, the yellow tarp, the blood on the gravel. "This is where it happened," she said. Not a question. Ethan nodded, barely perceptible. She asked where. He pointed toward the road curving past the estate into trees. There. Or just mouthed it. The road was narrow, winding, trees pressed close. The kind where a pedestrian at night would be invisible until headlights caught them. Too late if you were drunk and driving too fast. She imagined the younger Ethan, the impact, the knowledge of what he'd done, and then not stopping, not helping, calling his father instead, asking for rescue instead of giving it. The presence in the back of the van had gone very still. She couldn't see it moving in the mirror anymore, couldn't feel any shift in weight. But it was there, she knew it was there, because the cold hadn't faded, and the smell of wet stone and iron still hung in the air. It was waiting, the way a prosecutor waits for a witness to take the stand, patient and certain of the testimony to come. She reached for the door handle, and this time when she pulled it, the door opened normally. No locks engaging, no temperature plummeting. She stepped out onto the gravel, and the night air was cool but not cold. Autumn arriving early at this altitude, and she could smell pine and wood smoke and the rich loam scent of a forest floor. Behind her, she heard Ethan's door open too, heard the crunch of his feet on the gravel as he climbed out. She turned and saw him standing beside the van with his arms wrapped around himself, staring up at the building like a man confronting his own grave. For a long moment, neither of them moved. They just stood there in the moonlight beside the van that had carried them 1,000 impossible miles, and Audrey waited for something to happen, for some revelation or confrontation or explanation. But there was only silence, and the vast, indifferent presence of the estate, and the weight of what Ethan had done pressing down on both of them. Then the front door of the building opened. The door opened. That was all. Smooth and quiet, as if someone inside had been waiting for them to arrive. Light spilled out onto the stone steps, warm and inviting, and Audrey could see into the entrance hall. Polished wood floors, a chandelier, the bottom of a staircase with a curved banister. No one appeared in the doorway. The door just stood open, waiting. Ethan made a sound, small and broken, and took a step backward. His heel hit the van's tire, and he stumbled, caught himself, and pressed his back against the vehicle as if it could protect him from whatever was inside that open door. Audrey looked at the building, then back at the van. The rear doors were still closed. The curtain still hung across the gap between the cab and the cargo area. But she knew, with absolute certainty, that if she opened those doors now, if she pulled back the curtain, she would see nothing. The presence had moved, had left its place on the mattress and gone somewhere else. Gone inside, maybe. Or gone to wherever it needed to be to finish what it had started. She walked toward the open door, heard Ethan call her name behind her, his voice hoarse and desperate. But she didn't stop. She climbed the stone steps and paused in the doorway, looking into the entrance hall, and saw that she'd been right. No one was there. But the house wasn't empty. She could feel it the same way she'd felt the presence in the van. Not as a person, but as an intention, a purpose that had weight and direction. Something was waiting deeper inside, past the entrance hall, past the staircase, in whatever room or space held the final piece of this. She turned back to look at Ethan and found him still pressed against the van, his face white in the moonlight. He was shaking his head, small, frantic movements, and his lips were forming a single word over and over. No, no, no. You have to come inside, she said. Her voice sounded strange in the enormous quiet. That's why we're here. That's why it brought us. He shook his head harder. Ethan. She descended 2 steps, close enough that he couldn't pretend not to hear her. You can stay out here if you want, but I'm going inside, and I think you need to be there when... She stopped because she didn't know how to finish. When what? When the ghost of the man you killed 5 years ago manifests completely and demands justice. When the thing that's been sitting in our van for 1,000 miles finally shows us what it wants. But Ethan understood. She could see it in his face, the terrible knowledge that running was no longer an option, that whatever had been chasing him for 5 years had finally cornered him in the one place he'd sworn never to return to. He pushed himself away from the van and walked toward her, on legs that barely seemed capable of holding him up. When he reached the steps, he paused, one hand gripping the stone balustrade, and looked up at the open door with an expression of such complete despair that Audrey had to look away. Together, they climbed the steps and entered the house, and behind them the door swung closed on its own, the latch clicking into place with a sound of finality that echoed through the empty hall. The entrance hall was empty. Polished floors, clean chandelier, maintained but stripped, a single table with nothing on it. Audrey's footsteps echoed. Ethan moved like someone in a dream, hands held away from his body. Library with empty shelves. Dining room with no furniture. Just darker rectangles where pieces had stood. They moved through the ground floor in silence, opening doors onto empty rooms, every room the same, maintained but stripped, as if someone had removed everything personal, leaving only shell. Until they reached a room at the back of the house. It was smaller than the others, and unlike the rest, it wasn't empty. A single chair sat in the center facing the window. Not an antique, not something that belonged to the house's history, just a simple wooden chair, the kind you'd find in any kitchen, positioned precisely in the middle of the room. And on the windowsill, a photograph in a plain black frame. Audrey crossed the room and picked it up. The photograph showed a man, middle-aged, standing beside a car with one hand resting on the hood. He was smiling slightly, the way people smile for casual photographs, and behind him she could see trees. But not normal trees. The twisted, bare-branched things from the fog, their skeletal fingers reaching toward a road that looked like it curved past the estate. The glass over the photograph was fogged, not dusty. Fogged from the inside, condensation beaded in patterns that looked familiar. She held it up to catch the moonlight from the window and saw them clearly. Fingerprints, large, distinct, the whorls and ridges matching exactly the prints she'd touched on the windshield hours ago. The same hand that had pressed against the van's windshield had pressed here, too. And the man's hand in the photo, the one resting on the hood of the car, was curled. Not casually. Curled the way she'd seen a hand curled on the gravel beside I-84. Fingers bent at an angle that didn't look right, reaching for something he'd never grasped. She turned the frame over. No label, no name. Just blank backing and the knowledge, certain and absolute, that she was holding a photograph of a dead man whose hand she'd seen twice now. Once on a highway in Idaho, and once in a van driving north through impossible fog. She turned to show Ethan the photograph and found him standing in the doorway, frozen, staring at the image with the same expression he'd worn when he saw the estate. Recognition and horror, and something that might have been relief because finally, after 5 years of running, he was looking at the face of the man he'd killed. Simon Boyd, Ethan whispered. And the name came out like a confession, like something he'd been holding in his throat for 5 years and could finally release. His name was Simon Boyd. The name settled into the room like a weight. Audrey set the photograph back on the windowsill exactly where she'd found it. Then the house answered. It came through the walls, not from a speaker, not from a device, but from the plaster and the stone and the floor beneath their feet. A hollow thump, the sound of impact, metal on flesh on asphalt. A car door opening, footsteps on gravel, fast and uneven, panic in the rhythm. Ethan's voice, younger, higher, breaking. Dad? Dad, And then his father's voice, cold and immediate. Don't say it. Don't say anything. Where are you? The sound looped. The impact. The door. The footsteps. Dad? Dad, Over and over, filling the empty room, bouncing off the bare walls, and underneath it now, another sound, quieter. Breathing. Slow and wet and deliberate. Like someone with a collapsed lung trying to pull in air. Simon Boyd's last breaths, preserved in whatever remained of him. playing on a loop through the bones of the house that had sheltered his killer. The breathing stopped. The impact looped one more time, and then silence, complete and absolute. Ethan turned and walked out of the room. Audrey heard his footsteps cross the entrance hall, heard the front door open, heard gravel. She didn't follow immediately. She stood in the empty room with the photograph and the chair and let the silence settle back into the walls. Then she walked through the house and out the front door and crossed the driveway to the van. Ethan stood 30 feet ahead of it, his back to her, facing the house where he'd grown up, and learned that money could erase mistakes, that some people's lives mattered less than others' comfort, that justice was negotiable if you had the right connections. She climbed into the driver's seat and turned the key. The headlights came on, flooding the driveway. He turned to face her. The headlights caught him full on, washing out his features, making him just a silhouette standing in the light, waiting. The windshield began to fog from the inside, that same cold breath spreading across the glass. But this time the fog didn't form patterns or symbols. It spread everywhere, thick, white, completely opaque, until she couldn't see Ethan anymore, couldn't see the driveway or the estate or anything beyond the dashboard, except for one space, a clear area, human-shaped. The exact outline of a man standing upright, arms at his sides, head slightly tilted. The fog had covered everything except this single silhouette, perfectly transparent, a lens that showed her exactly where Ethan stood in the headlights. She understood immediately. To see where she was going, she would have to look through the outline, through the shape of the man whose place Ethan had taken 5 years ago, through Simon Boyd's ghost, positioned as a window between her and her target. The entity wasn't just asking her to choose. It was making her look through the victim to see the killer. Justice. The same justice he'd escaped 5 years ago. The same death Simon Boyd had suffered on that road, struck by a vehicle driven by someone who'd made a choice, who'd decided their anger or convenience or fear was worth more than another person's life. She could walk away. The doors had opened for her at the rest area, had let her stand in ordinary air while Ethan froze. The presence had made its priorities clear. She was free to leave at any time. No ghost would follow her. No presence would ride in the back of whatever vehicle she found next. But only if she became the instrument. Only if she chose to do what the law hadn't done, what Ethan's family's money and influence had prevented. Only if she put the van in gear and drove forward through that perfect human-shaped window and delivered the justice that had been denied for 5 years. Her hands were still on the wheel. The keys were still in the ignition. She turned it, and the engine started, smooth and reliable. And in the dashboard lights, she could see her own face reflected in the small, clear space at the bottom of the windshield, pale and strange and framed by white fog. Her hand moved to the gear shift, rested there. She thought about the man on I-84, the yellow tarp. The hand curled against gravel. Someone had hit him and driven away, and she'd been horrified by that. By the cowardice, the cruelty, the willingness to treat another person's life as less important than avoiding consequences. And now she was sitting in a driver's seat with her hand on a gear shift, and a man 30 feet ahead in the headlights, and putting the van in drive would make her exactly that. A hit-and-run driver. Someone who chose to kill because it was easier than letting someone live with what they'd done. The fact that Ethan deserved it didn't change what she would become. The fact that Simon Boyd's ghost was offering her freedom didn't make her hands clean. She looked through the clear silhouette in the fog, through the outline of a man who'd died on a road 5 years ago, and saw Ethan waiting in the light. Not fighting, not running, just standing there, accepting whatever she chose. Her hand stayed on the gear shift. Ultimately, The value of an action is measured by the clarity and consequence it imposes upon a system. The preservation of an individual's physical existence must be weighed against the structural integrity of universal accountability. If the restoration of equilibrium prevents a lingering, corrosive decay of the community's trust in fairness, then the path toward a definitive resolution, however severe, fulfills the broader requirement of stability. Truth is the most valuable currency in any transaction of human life, and its final settlement provides the highest utility for all who remain. The Pinter lines had sounded wrong on the recording, strained, not quite his own voice, and Adrian had put it down to bad acoustics in the room where he had auditioned, or the phone's compression. Now, watching the island take shape in the fog, he wondered if it had sounded wrong because it was right. The trees came first, dark and indistinct, then the pale gravel of the beach, and finally the house itself. A sprawling gray structure perched on the cliff like something that had grown there rather than been built. He had the contract folded in his jacket pocket, and he touched it twice as the ferry's engines throttled down. Not to reassure himself that it was real, but to remind himself that he had agreed to this, that the decision had been his own, that he could not later claim he had been swept along by circumstance. The lawyer had played the old audition tape over the phone 3 days earlier. An old audition tape, she said, that the family had requested to verify his voice matched their requirements. Adrian had listened to himself deliver those lines and thought the performance sounded strained, over-rehearsed, not quite his own. But the lawyer had assured him the family was satisfied, that the contract would be sent by courier that afternoon, that he should pack for a month. The island waited. The house watched. He picked up his suitcase and joined the line of passengers shuffling toward the gangplank. The dock smelled of creosote and salt. A black car idled at the end of the pier, its engine ticking in the cold. The driver stood beside it, a man in his 40s with the kind of posture that suggested military service or private security. He did not introduce himself. He took Adrian's suitcase, placed it in the trunk, and opened the rear door without meeting Adrian's eyes. Adrian climbed in. The interior smelled of leather and something faintly medicinal, like the rubbing alcohol his mother had kept in the bathroom cabinet when he was a child. The driver closed the door and walked around to the front seat. They drove in silence. The road wound up through Douglas fir and madrone, the trees pressing close on both sides, their branches meeting overhead to form a tunnel. Adrian had been told the estate was isolated, but he had not understood what that meant until now. There were no other houses, no driveways, no mailboxes. The only sign of human presence was the road itself, recently paved smooth and black against the island's green. After 10 minutes, the trees opened and the house appeared. It was larger than it had seemed from the ferry. 3 stories, gray stone, with a slate roof and tall windows that reflected the sky in uneven squares of pale light. Ivy covered the eastern wall. A flight of stone steps led to a double door painted black. The driver parked at the base of the steps, retrieved Adrian's suitcase, and gestured toward the entrance. Adrian climbed out. The air was colder here, sharper, and he could hear the ocean somewhere below the cliff, waves breaking against rock with a sound like distant machinery. The door opened before he reached it. A woman stood in the doorway, backlit by the interior's yellow glow, and for a moment Adrian could not make out her features. Then she stepped forward, and he saw her clearly. Tall, 60s, silver hair pulled back so tightly it seemed to stretch the skin of her face, dressed in a dark blue skirt and cardigan that looked expensive in a way Adrian associated with old money rather than new. She extended her hand. Her grip was cold and firm, the kind of handshake that lingered half a second too long. She told him her name was Mrs. Draper, that she was Roland's widow, and that the family was grateful he had come on such short notice. Her voice was careful and measured, each word separated from the next by a microscopic pause, as if she were reading from a script she had memorized, but not entirely internalized. She led him inside. The entry hall was high-ceilinged and dim, lit by a chandelier that needed more bulbs than it currently held. A staircase curved upward to the left. To the right, an open doorway revealed a sitting room where two people sat watching him. A man in his 30s, thin and pale, and a woman about the same age with dark hair and a face that might have been pretty if it were not so still. Mrs. Draper introduced them as her son and daughter-in-law, but did not provide their names. The son stood and shook Adrian's hand with the same cold precision his mother had used. The daughter-in-law remained seated, but inclined her head in what might have been a nod. Mrs. Draper explained that dinner would be served in an hour, that Adrian's room was on the second floor, that he should rest after his journey. She gestured to the driver, who had followed them inside with the suitcase, and the man carried it up the stairs. Adrian followed. The room was at the end of the hall, a large space with a 4-poster bed, a writing desk, a fireplace that looked as though it had not been used in years, and windows that faced the ocean. The driver set the suitcase on a low bench at the foot of the bed and left without speaking. Adrian closed the door and sat on the edge of the mattress. The bed did not creak. The room smelled faintly of lavender and dust, the scent of a place that had been cleaned recently, but not occupied in a long time. He took the contract from his pocket and unfolded it on his lap. 30 days. $10,000, half on arrival, half on completion. The terms were simple. He would live in the house, wear Roland Draper's clothes, sleep in Roland's study, and follow the daily routine the family would provide. The explanation they had given him over the phone was that this was a local custom, a maritime tradition, dating back centuries, called the Anchor Man. When a man of prominence died suddenly, his spirit was believed to search the house for the life that had been stolen from him. An outsider who resembled the deceased would be brought in to perform the dead man's routine, to calm the spirit, to anchor it so it could move on. The woman who had hired him, a lawyer acting on the family's behalf, had been apologetic about the eccentricity of it, but Adrian had needed the work. His agent had recommended him personally. It would have been professional suicide to decline. Now, sitting in the dead man's guest room with the fog pressing against the windows, he tried to remember his agent's exact words when describing the opportunity. He could remember the phone call happening. He could remember agreeing. But the specifics would not resolve into clarity. He folded the contract and returned it to his pocket. Downstairs, a bell rang. Dinner. The dining room was on the first floor, a long, narrow space with a table that could seat 12 but was currently set for 5. Mrs. Draper sat at the head. The son and daughter-in-law sat to her right. Adrian was directed to the seat on her left, closest to the door. A 5th place had been set at the far end of the table, but no one sat there. Adrian asked if they were expecting someone else. Mrs. Draper told him the seat was Roland's, that it would remain set for the duration of the 30 days, that this was part of the custom. Adrian nodded and said nothing. The meal was served by a housekeeper, a woman in her 50s who moved through the room without making eye contact with anyone. The food was plain: roast chicken, boiled potatoes, green beans that tasted as though they had been cooked too long. Mrs. Draper asked Adrian about his journey, about his training as an actor, about whether he had worked in regional theater or only in New York. Adrian answered carefully, aware that the son and daughter-in-law were watching him with the same unblinking stillness they had shown in the sitting room. When he asked about Roland, about what the man had been like, Mrs. Draper set down her fork and folded her hands in her lap. She told him that Roland had been a man of routine, that he had woken each morning at 6, that he had taken his coffee in the study, that he had conducted his business from the desk by the window, that he had walked the grounds each afternoon at 3, that he had read in the evening before bed. She recited these details without inflection, without grief, without the small hesitations or memory-triggered pauses that usually accompanied descriptions of the dead. It sounded like a performance review. Adrian thanked her for the information. She nodded and resumed eating. After dinner, Mrs. Draper led him to the study. It was on the first floor, down a short hallway past the sitting room. A square room with oak paneling, floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, a leather sofa, and a massive desk positioned in front of the window. The desk was clear except for a blotter, a fountain pen, and a leather-bound appointment book. Mrs. Draper opened the book and showed him the entries. 6 a.m. coffee, 7 a.m. correspondence, 9 a.m. telephone calls, and so on, every hour accounted for, the handwriting small and controlled. She explained that Adrian would follow this schedule beginning tomorrow, that he would dress in Roland's clothes. She gestured to the closet in the corner, which she said had been stocked with Roland's suits, and that he would conduct himself as Roland had conducted himself down to the smallest detail. Adrian asked how long Roland had been dead. Mrs. Draper paused, her hand still resting on the appointment book, and for the first time since he had arrived, her expression shifted. Something tightening around her mouth and eyes. She told him Roland had died 11 days ago, that the funeral had been private, that the family had waited until after the burial to begin the anchorman ritual, because the custom required the house to be empty of mourning before the proxy could arrive. Adrian wanted to ask how Roland had died, but the way Mrs. Draper closed the appointment book and stepped back from the desk made it clear the conversation was over. She told him he should sleep in the study tonight, that there was a cot behind the sofa, that Roland had sometimes slept there when he worked late. She wished him good night and left, closing the door behind her. Adrian stood in the center of the room and listened to her footsteps recede down the hallway. The house settled around him with small creaks and shifts, the sounds of old wood adjusting to the evening cold. He walked to the window and looked out at the grounds. The fog had thickened. He could not see the ocean, could not see the trees, could see only the faint glow of the porch light reflected in the glass, and beyond that, nothing. He found the cot behind the sofa, unfolded it, and lay down without undressing. The leather cushions of the sofa blocked his view of the door. The room smelled of old paper and tobacco, though he had not seen an ashtray anywhere. He closed his eyes and tried to sleep, but the house would not let him. Every few minutes there was a sound, a door closing somewhere upstairs, footsteps in the hallway, the creak of floorboards overhead, and each time he opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling, waiting for the sound to resolve into something he could identify. It never did. The sounds came and went without pattern, without explanation, and eventually he stopped opening his eyes and simply lay there in the dark, listening until exhaustion pulled him under. He woke to a knock on the study door. Gray light filtered through the window. He sat up, disoriented, his neck stiff from the cot's thin pillow, and called out that he was awake. The door opened, and a housekeeper entered, carrying a silver tray with a coffee service and a folded newspaper. She set the tray on the desk without looking at him, turned and left. The door clicked shut. Adrian checked his watch. 6 a.m. exactly. He poured the coffee and drank it standing at the window, watching the fog lift slowly from the trees. The grounds were extensive, he could see now. Manicured lawns, gravel paths, a stone wall at the property's edge, and beyond that, the cliff dropping away to the invisible ocean. At 6:30, Mrs. Draper entered without knocking. She carried a dark suit on a hanger, a white shirt, a tie, and a pair of polished black shoes. She laid them on the sofa and told Adrian he should dress now, that breakfast would be served at 7, that the day's schedule would begin immediately afterward. She remained in the room while he changed, standing by the desk with her hands folded, watching him with the same evaluative stillness he had seen in her son and daughter-in-law the night before. Adrian unbuttoned his shirt, acutely aware of her gaze, and pulled on Roland's clothes. The suit fit reasonably well. The shoulders were slightly tight, the sleeves a fraction too long, but the shoes pinched. He tied the laces and stood. Mrs. Draper walked in a slow circle around him, examining the fit from all angles, and then stepped close and adjusted his collar with quick, practiced movements. Her fingers were cold. She smelled faintly of lavender soap. She told him his posture was wrong, that Roland had stood differently, that he needed to pull his shoulders back and lift his chin. Adrian adjusted. She shook her head and placed her hands on his shoulders, pushing them into the position she wanted, then moved her hand to the small of his back and pressed until his spine straightened in a way that made his lower back ache. She stepped back, studied him, and nodded. She turned and left. Adrian followed her downstairs to the dining room. Breakfast was oatmeal and toast. The son and daughter-in-law were already seated. Mrs. Draper took her place at the head of the table and gestured for Adrian to sit in the chair he had occupied the night before. The meal was silent except for the sound of spoons against bowls. When Adrian reached for his coffee with his left hand, Mrs. Draper cleared her throat. He looked up. She told him Roland had been right-handed, that he must use his right hand for everything, that the small details mattered. Adrian switched hands. The coffee tasted bitter. No one spoke again until the meal was finished. Afterward, Mrs. Draper led him back to the study and directed him to sit at the desk. She opened the top drawer and removed a stack of correspondence. Letters, invoices, documents that appeared to be related to the estate's finances, and told him he would spend the next hour responding to these as Roland would have responded. She placed a sheet of paper in front of him, uncapped the fountain pen, and handed it to him. Adrian asked what he should write. She told him to copy Roland's signature, that there was an example in the appointment book, that he should practice until he could reproduce it exactly. Adrian opened the appointment book to the first page. Roland's signature appeared at the bottom, a tight, controlled script with sharp angles and no flourishes. Adrian copied it onto the practice sheet. Mrs. Draper leaned over his shoulder and watched. When he finished, she pointed to the capital R and told him the loop was too wide, that Roland's R was narrower, more compressed. Adrian tried again. She pointed to the final R and said the tail was too long. He tried a third time. She said nothing, which he took as provisional approval, and he filled the page with signatures, each one a refinement of the last, until his hand cramped, and the letters began to look less like letters and more like abstract marks whose meaning he had forgotten. Mrs. Draper took the sheet and examined it in the light from the window. She selected one signature near the center of the page, circled it with her own pen, and told him this was acceptable, that he should use this as his model going forward. She returned the sheet to him and left the room. Adrian sat at the desk and stared at the circled signature. It looked nothing like his own handwriting. It looked like something he had forged. The morning passed in a series of small, relentless corrections. At 9, the son entered and told Adrian it was time for the telephone calls. He handed Adrian a leather-bound address book and a list of names and numbers written in what Adrian now recognized as Roland's handwriting. The son explained that these were business associates, that Adrian should call each one in turn and confirm appointments, relay information that the sun would provide. Adrian asked what he should say if someone asked about Roland. The sun told him to say that Roland was unavailable, that Adrian was calling on his behalf, nothing more. Adrian picked up the phone and dialed the first number. A woman answered, her voice brisk and professional, and asked who was calling. Adrian hesitated, then said he was calling for Roland Draper. The woman asked if Roland was available. Adrian said he was not, that he was calling to confirm an appointment for the following week. The woman put him on hold. Adrian looked at the son, who stood near the door watching him with the same unblinking intensity the family seemed to share. The woman returned and confirmed the appointment. Adrian thanked her and hung up. The son nodded and gestured for him to continue. He made 6 calls over the next hour. Each time he felt the words coming out of his mouth as though someone else were speaking them, as though he were performing a scene he had not adequately rehearsed. The son stood by the door through all of it, listening, occasionally making notes on a small pad he carried in his jacket pocket. When the last call was finished, the son told Adrian he had done well, but that his voice was too hesitant, that Roland had spoken with more authority, and that he should practice until the hesitation disappeared. Adrian asked how he was supposed to practice sounding like a dead man. The son looked at him for a long moment and then left without answering. At noon, the daughter-in-law brought him lunch on a tray, a sandwich, an apple, a glass of water. She set it on the desk and remained standing near the window, her arms crossed, watching him eat. Adrian asked if she had known Roland well. She told him she had been married to the son for 8 years, that she had lived in this house for most of that time, that, of course, she had known Roland. Adrian asked what he had been like. She said Roland had been exact. Adrian waited for her to elaborate, but she did not. She took the tray when he was finished and left. The afternoon was devoted to penmanship. Mrs. Draper returned at 1 and presented him with a stack of letters that required responses. She told him to compose replies in Roland's voice, to sign them with the signature he had practiced that morning. Adrian read through the letters. Condolences from colleagues, inquiries from business partners, a request from a charity for donation, and began drafting responses on the stationery Mrs. Draper had provided. She sat in the chair by the fireplace and watched. Every 10 minutes, she would rise, cross to the desk, and examine what he had written. Twice she tore up the letter and told him to start again. The tone was wrong. The phrasing was not something Roland would have used. By 3, his hand ached, and his back was stiff from holding the posture she had imposed on him that morning. Mrs. Draper stood and told him it was time for the afternoon walk. She led him outside through the side door and down a gravel path that wound through the grounds. The air was cold and damp. She walked half a step ahead of him, setting the pace, and did not speak until they had reached the stone wall at the edge of the property. She told him Roland had walked this route every day at precisely 3 o'clock, that he had stood here for 5 minutes, looking out at the ocean before returning to the house. She checked her watch, and they stood in silence. Adrian looked down at the water, gray and restless far below, and tried to imagine performing this routine for 30 days. It seemed less like a job and more like an incarceration. When they returned to the house, Mrs. Draper brought him back to the study and told him he would have 2 hours to himself before dinner. She suggested he use the time to familiarize himself with Roland's books, with the objects in the room, with the way Roland had organized his desk. She said understanding Roland's environment was essential to inhabiting Roland's life. Then she left, and Adrian was alone. He sat at the desk and opened the top drawer. Inside were pens, paper clips, a letter opener, a magnifying glass, and a small leather notebook filled with what appeared to be financial notations. He opened the second drawer. More files, more correspondence. The third drawer was locked. He tried the letter opener in the keyhole, but it would not turn. He closed the drawer and looked around the room. The bookshelves were filled with legal texts, histories of maritime commerce, bound volumes of financial records. Nothing personal. No photographs, no mementos, nothing that suggested Roland had existed outside the narrow parameters of his work. Adrian stood and walked to the closet Mrs. Draper had mentioned the night before. Inside were a dozen suits, all dark, all identical in cut, hanging in an evenly spaced row. Below them, 6 pairs of shoes, polished and aligned. He ran his hand along the sleeve of one jacket and felt the weight of the fabric. Expensive wool, probably custom-made. He closed the closet and returned to the desk. It was then that he noticed the small red light on the telephone's base unit, tucked beneath the keypad where it would not be immediately visible. He leaned closer. The light was steady and not blinking, and next to it was a label in small print. Rec. Recording. He stared at it for several seconds, his mind assembling the implications slowly, like a puzzle whose final shape he did not want to see. The telephone calls that morning. The son, standing by the door, listening, taking notes, had been recorded. Every word Adrian had spoken, every confirmation he had given, every time he had said he was calling on Roland Draper's behalf had been captured. He sat back in the chair and looked at the closed door. The house was silent. Outside, the fog had returned, pressing against the window like something trying to get in. The contract was still in his jacket pocket upstairs. The money already accepted. The 10 days Roland had been dead. The 11 days Mrs. Draper had said they had waited. The numbers would not align. The family watched him, not with grief, but with assessment, as though he were a piece of equipment whose function they were still evaluating. The red light continued to glow. Adrian did not touch the telephone again. Dinner that evening was the same as the night before. Roast chicken, boiled vegetables, silence. Mrs. Draper asked him how he had spent his afternoon, whether he had made progress in understanding Roland's habits. Adrian said he had reviewed the correspondence, that he had examined the books on the shelves. He did not mention the recording light. Mrs. Draper nodded and told him tomorrow would be more demanding, that he would be making additional telephone calls. Adrian asked what kind of calls. She told him he would be given instructions in the morning and said nothing more. After dinner, he returned to the study and unfolded the cot. He lay in the dark and listened to the house. The sounds were the same as the night before. Footsteps overhead, doors closing, the creak of settling wood. But now they seemed less random, more purposeful, as though the family were moving through some coordinated routine he could not see. The red light on the telephone. The son standing by the door taking notes. Mrs. Draper's cold fingers adjusting his posture. He could leave. Walk down the gravel drive to the ferry dock and wait for the morning boat. But he had signed a contract. There were penalty clauses for early termination. He had read them twice before signing. And his agent had vouched for him. Walking away would mean burning that bridge permanently. And in his business, bridges were everything. He closed his eyes and tried to sleep. The knock came at 6 a.m., coffee and newspaper. He dressed in the suit Mrs. Draper had left on the sofa the night before, a charcoal gray that fit better than the first, and went downstairs for breakfast. The meal passed without incident. At 8, Mrs. Draper led him back to the study and told him to sit at the desk. She placed a sheet of paper in front of him with a list of telephone numbers, all of them preceded by country codes that looked like the Cayman Islands. She explained that these were banks, that Adrian would be calling to verify account information, and confirm that certain transactions had been processed correctly. She said the bank representatives would ask security questions, that Adrian should answer using the information she would provide. Adrian looked at the list. The first number had a country code he thought might be the Cayman Islands. The second was Switzerland. He asked what kind of transactions he would be confirming. Mrs. Draper told him the specifics were not his concern, that his role was simply to provide verbal confirmation when the bank requested it. She handed him a second sheet of paper with account numbers and security answers. He asked why the banks needed confirmation if Roland was dead. Mrs. Draper's expression did not change. She told him the banks did not yet know Roland was dead, that the family had not filed the death certificate with the financial institutions. She said this was a temporary measure, that once the 30 days were complete, the estate would be properly settled, but that for now, Adrian's cooperation was essential. She said this as though it were the most ordinary thing in the world, as though asking a stranger to impersonate a dead man on calls to offshore banks were simply another detail to be managed. Adrian set the paper down and looked at her. He asked if what she was asking him to do was legal. Mrs. Draper told him the family's attorneys had reviewed the arrangement, that everything was in order, that he should not concern himself with matters beyond his role. She told him to make the first call. He picked up the phone and dialed. The line rang 3 times before a man answered. Adrian gave Roland's name and account number as instructed. The man asked him to hold. Music played. Adrian looked at Mrs. Draper, who had taken the chair by the fireplace and was watching him. The music stopped. The man returned and asked for the date of birth associated with the account. Adrian read it from the sheet. The man asked for the city of birth. Adrian answered. The man thanked him and said the information had been verified. Adrian hung up. Mrs. Draper made a note on a small pad. She told him to proceed with the second call. Adrian dialed. A woman answered this time, Swiss accent. He gave Roland's name. She asked the security questions. He answered. She thanked him. He hung up. The pattern repeated 4 more times. Each call was nearly identical. By the 4th call, Adrian's voice had steadied, and the words came automatically, as though he had been doing this for years. By the 6th call, he had stopped thinking about what the words meant, and was simply reading them, performing them. Mrs. Draper made notes after each call. When the last one was finished, she stood and told him he had done well, that there would be more calls tomorrow. She left. Adrian sat at the desk and stared at the telephone. He had just verified account information using a dead man's identity while being recorded. The red light glowed steadily beneath the keypad. He thought about the attorney who had hired him, about the contract he had signed, about the explanation he had been given. A local custom, a maritime tradition. None of it made sense now. Customs did not require calls to offshore banks. The days that followed developed a rhythm. Coffee at 6 when the housekeeper unlocked the door. Breakfast at 7. Telephone calls at 8, sometimes 6, sometimes 10. Mrs. Draper's corrections grew less frequent. His signature had stabilized into something nearly identical to Roland's. His posture had become automatic. He no longer reached for things with his left hand. On the 7th day, something happened that made Adrian's hands go cold. He was writing a response to a letter, some business matter he did not fully understand, and he signed Roland's name at the bottom without thinking. It was only when he set down the pen that he realized he had not looked at the practice sheet, had not consciously formed the letters. His hand had simply known what to do, had executed the signature as automatically as his own name. He stared at the page and felt something fundamental shift beneath him, like standing on ground that had always been solid, and discovering it was only a painted floor over empty space. He had not chosen to write that signature. He had not remembered how to write it. His hand had known. Some part of him, deeper than thought, deeper than intention, had reached up through his conscious mind and moved his fingers in patterns he did not own. He tried to write his own name, Adrian Mercer, on a fresh sheet of paper. His hand formed the letters slowly, deliberately, like a child learning to write for the first time. He looked at both signatures side by side. Roland's was fluid, automatic, perfect. Adrian's was labored and uncertain, like a forgery of something he had once known how to do. That night during the telephone calls, it happened again. He was speaking to someone about account balances, and he heard himself use a phrase, portfolio reallocation in light of current market volatility, that he did not remember learning. Not just the phrase itself, but the cadence, the slight emphasis on current, the way his voice dropped half a tone on volatility. These were not words he was reading. They were not words he was choosing. They were coming from somewhere beneath consciousness, rising up through his mouth as though his body were speaking a language his mind had never studied. He tried to stop a mid-sentence, tried to insert a different word, anything to prove he was controlling what came out of his mouth. But the sentence completed itself smoothly, professionally, exactly as it needed to. When he hung up, he sat very still and tried to remember, learning financial terminology, tried to summon the moment when someone had taught him what portfolio reallocation meant. There was nothing, just the knowledge itself sitting in his mind like furniture in a house he had never lived in. When he hung up, Mrs. Draper made a note and told him he had done well, that his voice had sounded very natural. Adrian's hands were shaking. He asked her what she meant by natural. She told him he had sounded like himself. Adrian said he did not sound like himself, that the voice coming out of his mouth belonged to someone else. Mrs. Draper looked at him for a long moment and then told him to rest, that tomorrow would be less demanding. On the 12th night, something happened that made Adrian understand he was running out of time. He was lying on the cot, unable to sleep, when he heard voices in the hallway, low, indistinct, and then footsteps approaching the study door. He sat up. The footsteps stopped just outside. He could see shadows moving in the gap beneath the door. Someone was listening. After a long moment, the shadows withdrew and the footsteps receded. Adrian stood and walked to the door. He tried the handle, still locked. He pressed his ear to the wood and listened. The house was silent except for the distant sound of the ocean. He returned to the cot but did not lie down. 18 days remaining until the 30 days were complete. 18 days until whatever was supposed to happen on day 30. The suits that fit too perfectly. His hand writing Roland's signature without thinking. Trying to remember his mother's face and finding nothing. The apartment in New York that felt more like a description he had read than a place he had lived. The next afternoon, while Mrs. Draper was reviewing his correspondence, the housekeeper entered carrying a small recording device. She set it on the desk without a word and pressed play. Adrian's voice emerged from the speaker, calm, professional, speaking to someone about account balances and portfolio adjustments. But it was not a voice Adrian recognized. The tone was right, the words were his, but there was something in the cadence, in the slight emphasis on certain syllables, that felt like listening to a stranger who had learned to imitate him perfectly. Mrs. Draper told the housekeeper that would be sufficient. The woman turned off the recording and left. Mrs. Draper made a note and told Adrian his voice had stabilized nicely, that he sounded very natural now. Adrian asked what she meant by stabilized. Mrs. Draper said merely that his early calls had been hesitant, but that he had found his confidence. She moved on to the next letter. That night, Adrian stood at the mirror above the fireplace and looked at his reflection. His face looked back at him. He tried to see someone he recognized. The person looking back wore Roland's suit, stood with Roland's posture, spoke with Roland's voice. Adrian pressed his hands against the mirror, leaving prints on the glass, and tried to remember a single moment from his life in New York that felt completely real. He found nothing solid, just descriptions, just photographs he might have seen, just a story someone might have told him about a person named Adrian who had never actually existed. Adrian left the study and walked down the hallway to the front door. He tried the handle, locked. He had not noticed the lock there before. He walked to the side door, also locked. He returned to the entry hall and climbed the stairs, checking doors as he went. His room, locked from the outside. Every exit he could find had been sealed. He went back downstairs and found the housekeeper in the kitchen. He asked her if she had a key to the front door. She did not look up from her work. She told him the family managed the keys, that if he needed to go outside, he should ask Mrs. Draper. Adrian asked where Mrs. Draper was. The housekeeper said she was unavailable. Adrian left. He returned to the study and stood in the center of the room. The house was silent. The locked doors, the recordings. His hand writing signatures he did not remember learning. He walked to the desk and looked down at the third drawer. He had tried the letter opener in the lock on his first day, and it had not worked. Now he pulled the drawer open as far as the lock would allow, perhaps an inch, and examined the gap. The drawer was shallow. He could see the edge of a folder inside. Adrian knelt beside the desk and ran his hand along the back panel. The wood was smooth, fitted tightly, but when he pressed near the bottom corner, he felt it give slightly. He retrieved the letter opener from the top drawer and worked the blade into the seam. The panel was held by small nails. He pried carefully, and after several minutes, the panel came free. Inside the cavity behind the drawer, he found a folder. He pulled it out and opened it on the desk. 3 documents. The first was a medical bill from a clinic in Vancouver, dated 6 months earlier, billed to Roland Draper for psychiatric services. The second was a consent form authorizing treatment for dissociative disorder, signed in the same tight script Adrian had been practicing. The third was a handwritten note on the clinic's letterhead. Federal contact day 30. Patient must be stabilized and performing routine without supervision by then. Recommend isolation, structured environment, reinforcement of alternate identity. Adrian read the note 3 times. Federal contact, day 30. The family had not been performing a ritual. They had been preparing him for inspection. Someone was coming. Someone from the federal investigation. And when that person arrived, they would find Adrian Mercer living as Roland Draper, signing Roland's name, making calls in Roland's voice, inhabiting Roland's life so completely that no one would believe he had ever been anyone else. He returned the documents to the folder and slid it back into the cavity. He fitted the panel into place as well as he could. Then he picked up the telephone. No dial tone. He examined the cord and found it had been cut cleanly, the severed end tucked behind the desk where it would not be immediately visible. Adrian sat on the cot and put his head in his hands. 17 days remaining. 17 days until federal contact, until someone arrived. If he stayed here until day 30, whoever came would find him performing Roland's life, surrounded by recordings of his voice authorizing transactions using Roland's identity. The only option was to leave before day 30, to escape and reach the authorities first, to tell them what had happened before the family could control the narrative. That night, locked in the study, Adrian lay on the cot and made his decision. Tomorrow, during the afternoon walk, he would not return to the house. He would keep walking, down the gravel drive, through the trees, all the way to the ferry dock. He would find a way to the mainland. He would go to the authorities and tell them what had happened. The documents were still in the desk. The medical bill, the consent form, the note about day 30. Once he reached the mainland, once he told his story, someone would come to the island and find the proof. The waves broke against the cliff. The fog pressed close. And Adrian closed his eyes and waited for morning. At 3 o'clock the next afternoon, Adrian stood at the stone wall with Mrs. Draper and watched the fog roll across the invisible ocean. She checked her watch. 5 minutes passed. She turned to walk back. Adrian did not follow. Mrs. Draper stopped and looked back. She asked if something was wrong. Adrian told her he wanted to stay a few more minutes. Mrs. Draper told him, That was not part of the routine. Adrian said he needed to be alone. He said it with enough firmness that Mrs. Draper's expression shifted slightly. She told him not to be long. The dinner would be at 6. Then she walked back toward the house. Adrian waited until she disappeared into the fog. Then he turned and walked in the opposite direction, following the stone wall away from the house, moving quickly through the wet grass. The wall curved along the cliff edge before ending at a gate set into a line of trees. Adrian pushed it open and stepped through. Beyond the gate, a trail led downward through dense forest. He followed it, half running, his shoes slipping on the muddy path. Branches caught at his suit jacket. After 5 minutes, the trail leveled out and emerged onto a narrow gravel beach. The ferry dock extended into the water 50 yards to his left. At the far end of the beach, pulled up above the high tide line, was a small aluminum boat with an outboard motor. Adrian crossed to it and examined the motor, old but functional. He grabbed the bow and pulled. The boat was heavy. He dug his heels into the gravel and dragged it toward the water, the hull scraping. Halfway to the waterline, he heard voices from the direction of the house, faint, distorted by fog, but unmistakably calling his name. Adrian pulled harder. The boat reached the water's edge. He shoved it into the shallows and climbed in. He looked back. 2 figures stood on the beach, the son and the daughter-in-law. The son was already running into the water. Adrian grabbed the oars and rowed 3 hard strokes. The boat lurched forward. He shipped the oars and turned to the motor. He pulled the starter cord. Nothing. The sun was waist-deep now, closing the distance. Adrian pulled the cord again. The motor coughed. He adjusted the choke and tried a 3rd time. It roared to life. He twisted the throttle and the boat surged forward. The sun lunged for the stern, his fingers brushing the gunwale. But Adrian accelerated and the boat pulled away. The island fell away into the fog. He had no compass, no map. He kept the island's dark mass to his left and motored in what he hoped was a straight line. The fog was complete. The water was choppy and the boat slammed against the waves. The motor's pitch rose and fell as the propeller came partially out of the water. After 45 minutes, the motor began to sputter. Adrian checked the fuel tank. Nearly empty. The motor coughed twice more and died. Silence descended. Adrian picked up the oars and began to row. His arms ached. After 50 strokes, his shoulders burned. After 100, his palms had blistered. He kept rowing. The fog began to thin. Adrian could see farther now, and the water's surface had changed, flattening as though something ahead was sheltering it. He rowed harder. The fog lifted further, and he saw it. Land, a dark line of trees rising from rocky shore, perhaps a quarter-mile distant. He rowed the remaining distance in a trance, his blistered hands screaming. The boat scraped bottom in the shallows. Adrian climbed out into knee-deep water and dragged the boat onto the rocks. He stood on solid ground and felt his legs nearly give out beneath him. He was on the mainland. He had escaped. He turned and looked back toward the island, but the fog had closed in again. He needed to move. He needed to find the authorities before the family realized where he had gone. He climbed up from the beach and found himself in a parking area. Beyond it, a 2-lane highway ran parallel to the coast. Adrian walked to the highway and looked both directions. He chose north and began walking. After a mile, a police cruiser approached, slowing as it neared him. The officer rolled down the window and asked if he was all right. Adrian said he needed help, that he needed to get to Seattle, that it was urgent. The officer looked at his soaked suit, at his blistered hand, and asked if he had been in an accident. Adrian said no, that he needed to speak to federal authorities. The officer asked why. Adrian said there had been fraud, that he had information. The officer's expression changed. He told Adrian to get in the car. Adrian climbed into the back seat. The officer radioed his position and said he was transporting someone to meet with federal agents. Adrian said he needed to contact the FBI. The officer asked his name. Adrian hesitated. The question hung in the air. The officer watched him in the rearview mirror. Adrian opened his mouth to say Adrian Mercer, but the words caught. He thought about the recording the housekeeper had played, and about the voice coming out of the speaker that had not sounded like his own, about his hand signing Roland's name without thinking. He told the officer his name was Adrian Mercer. The officer wrote it down and asked for identification. Adrian said he had none, that everything had been taken. The officer asked what island he had come from. Adrian described the location as best he could. Northwest of Seattle, a large house visible from the water. The officer said there were several islands matching that description. He said they would contact the FBI office in Seattle, that someone would meet them there. The drive took 90 minutes. The officer brought Adrian to a building in downtown Seattle, led him inside and into a conference room. A small space with a table, 4 chairs, no windows. The officer told him federal agents were on their way, that he should wait. Adrian sat alone. After 20 minutes, the door opened and 2 men in dark suits entered. One was in his 40s, trim, with the close-cropped hair. The other was older, softer around the middle, with tired eyes. They introduced themselves as FBI agents and sat across from Adrian. The younger one placed a digital recorder on the table and pressed record. He asked Adrian to state his name. Adrian opened his mouth to say Adrian Mercer, but hesitated. The words felt thin in his mouth, unconvincing even to himself. He said the name anyway. The younger agent asked for his Social Security number. Adrian recited the number he remembered. The agent wrote it down and said they would verify it. The older agent asked where Adrian lived. Adrian said, New York, Washington Heights. The agent asked for the address. Adrian gave it. The 5th floor walk-up, the radiator that clanked at night. The agent asked for his landlord's name. Adrian opened his mouth and found he could not produce it. He said he would need to check his records. The agent asked where those records were. Adrian said they were in his apartment. The agent asked if there was anyone in New York who could verify Adrian's identity. Adrian tried to remember his agent's name and found only a blank space. The younger agent asked about the island. Adrian described the house, the family, the anchorman ritual, the telephone calls using Roland Draper's identity. He said the family had been keeping him there, that they had locked all the doors, that something was supposed to happen at the end of 30 days. He said his own voice on a recording had not sounded like him, that his hand had started writing signatures he did not remember learning, that he could not recall his landlord's name, or his agent's name, or his mother's face. The agents listened and took notes. When Adrian finished, the 2 agents looked at each other. The older agent asked if he had any of the documents with him. Adrian said they were in the house, that he had fled without taking anything. The younger agent asked for the exact location of the island. Adrian gave the best description he could. The older agent leaned back in his chair and was quiet for a moment. Then he asked Adrian when he had last seen a doctor. Adrian said he did not know, that he could not remember. The agent asked how long he had lived in New York. Adrian said years, that he had moved there after college, but he could not remember which year. The agent wrote something down. Both agents left. Adrian sat alone in the conference room and listened to the fluorescent lights hum. He could hear voices in the hallway, muffled and indistinct. The digital recorder sat on the table, and its red light glowing. Time passed. Adrian did not know how long. An hour, perhaps. Long enough for the fluorescent lights to begin to feel like a physical presence, humming inside his skull. Long enough to start counting the water stains on the ceiling tiles. long enough to wonder if they had forgotten about him entirely. The door opened. Only the older agent returned. He sat down and folded his hands on the table. He told Adrian they had run the Social Security number. There was no record of anyone named Adrian Mercer associated with that number. The number itself belonged to someone else, someone who had died in 1987. He said they had checked the address in Washington Heights. The building existed, but the super had no record of anyone named Adrian Mercer ever living there. And the fifth-floor unit had been occupied by the same tenant for 6 years. Adrian said that was impossible. The agent said he understood this was difficult. He opened a folder and removed a document. He slid it across the table. It was a driver's license. The photograph showed a man in his 50s who looked somewhat like Adrian. Same build, similar features, but older, with different eyes. The name on the license read Roland Draper. The agent asked if Adrian recognized the man in the photograph. Adrian looked at it and said no. The agent said the photograph was taken 8 months ago. He said they had pulled Roland Draper's file. The physical description matched. Height, weight, blood type, a small scar near the base of the left thumb. Adrian looked down at his own left hand. The scar was there. He could see it, but he could not remember how he had gotten it. The agent said they had spoken to the family on the island. The family had confirmed that the person in this room was Roland Draper, that he had been staying with them, that they had been trying to help him. He said Roland Draper was under federal investigation. He said the family had contacted authorities months ago because they were concerned about Roland's mental state. Adrian said the family were lying, that they had kept him locked in the study, that they had made him make calls to banks using Roland's identity. The agent asked if Adrian had anyone who could verify his identity as Adrian Mercer. Adrian said his agent could. The agent asked for the agent's name. Adrian opened his mouth and found he could not produce it. The agent waited. Adrian said he would need to check his phone. The agent asked where his phone was. Adrian said it was on the island. The agent asked if there was anyone else. Adrian thought about his landlord, about his friends, about anyone in New York who knew him, and realized he could not produce a single name that felt solid. The agent leaned forward slightly. He said the family had been very cooperative. He said they had provided documentation going back 30 years. Medical records, tax returns, employment history. He said the family had contacted federal authorities months ago expressing concern about Roland Draper's mental state. He said what Adrian had described, the island, the ritual, the bank calls, was consistent with what the family had already told them. Adrian said the family were lying. The agent opened a second folder and removed several documents. He slid them across the table, one at a time. A medical consent form signed by Roland Draper authorizing psychiatric treatment. A report from a clinic in Vancouver. Correspondence between the family's attorney and the FBI field office in Seattle dated 4 months earlier. The agent said the family had been trying to help. He said they had hired specialists. He said when Roland disappeared from the facility in Vancouver, they had brought him to the island because they thought the isolation might calm him. He said they had been following medical advice. Adrian stared at the documents. He said the family had locked him in the study. He said they had made him impersonate Roland on bank calls. The agent said the family's account was different. He said according to them, Adrian had insisted on performing the routine, that it had seemed to help stabilize him, that they had been careful not to disrupt what appeared to be a therapeutic process. Adrian opened his mouth and found he had nothing to say. The agent gathered documents and returned them to the folder. The agent closed the folder. He said they were going to transport Adrian to a facility for psychiatric evaluation, that this was a medical hold, not a criminal charge. He said doctors would determine competency, that if Adrian was found incompetent to stand trial, the federal case would be suspended indefinitely. He said the facility was comfortable, that there would be treatment, that some people stayed for months, and some for years, and some indefinitely. Adrian said he was not Roland Draper. The agent said he understood. He said identity was not just what someone believed about themselves. It was what could be verified through documentation, through institutional records, through legal frameworks. He said the law did not care what Adrian felt he was. The law cared what could be proven. And what could be proven was that the person in this room was Roland Draper. The agent stood. He said the van was waiting. Adrian asked what would happen when someone went to the island and found the documents. The medical bill, the consent form, the note about federal contact on day 30. The agent said if such documents existed and could be authenticated, they would be reviewed. But he said even if the psychiatric treatment had been deliberately induced, it would not change Adrian's legal status. Roland Draper's body had committed fraud. Whether the consciousness currently inhabiting that body called itself Adrian or Roland or anything else was a question for doctors, not courts. The charges were against the body, the fingerprints, the voice. The consciousness was irrelevant. Adrian sat very still. The agent's words settled over him like a weight. The consciousness was irrelevant. It did not matter what he remembered or what he believed or what he called himself. The system had already categorized him. The paperwork had already been filed. The institutional machinery had assigned him a name and a history and a set of crimes, and nothing he could say would change what the file said. He was not a person. He was a case number, a medical hold, a suspended prosecution, a body to be warehoused until doctors decided what to do with it. The agent opened the door, and 2 orderlies entered. They told Adrian it was time to go. Adrian did not resist. They let him out through the building, out to a waiting van. They told him to sit. Adrian sat. Through the window, he watched the FBI building recede as the van pulled into traffic. The agent's words came back to him. The consciousness was irrelevant. Identity was not what you felt. It was what could be proven. It was documentation. It was institutional consensus. It was a name in a file. The person he believed himself to be, Adrian Mercer, working actor, who had taken an unusual contract because his agent had vouched for it, because walking away would have meant admitting he had been fooled. That person had memories, had a history, had a life, but none of it could be proven. There were no documents. No one corroborated his story. The apartment he remembered did not exist at the address he had given. The agent's name he could not recall had never been real. The life he thought he had lived was vapor. And against that vapor stood the institutional weight of Roland Draper. Bank records, tax returns, a driver's license, medical records, a family who confirmed his identity, recordings of his voice, fingerprints on documents, a body that matched the description, down to the scar on his left thumb. The entire machinery of the state had looked at him and said, "You are this name. You are this file. You are these crimes." He had thought escaping the island would save him. He had thought reaching the authorities first would let him control the narrative. But there was no narrative to control. There were only facts, and the facts said he was Roland. The facts said Adrian had never existed. And facts, he understood now, were not things you could argue with. They were things that simply were, immovable and final, and the consciousness experiencing them had no weight, no leverage, no ability to push back. The agent had called him Roland, had spoken the name as though it were obvious, as though there had never been any question. And Adrian had felt, in that moment, the last thin thread connecting him to the person he thought he was finally Snap. Because the agent was right. Of course he was Roland. What else could he be? A person who did not exist? A ghost piloting a criminal's body? He looked at his hands resting on his knees. They had rowed him to freedom. They were blistered and bleeding. They were real. He could feel them. But whose hands were they? The person who had rowed the boat called himself Adrian. The person the state recognized was Roland. And sitting between those two names was just a consciousness, adrift, with no mooring, no proof, no way to demonstrate that it had ever been anything other than what the file said it was. The fight went out of him all at once, not dramatically, not with any sense of surrender or decision, but simply as a fact. There was nothing to fight. You could not fight a filing system. You could not argue with institutional consensus. The world had decided who he was, and the world did not care what he believed about it. He pressed his blistered palms against his knees and stared at the floor. The van drove through Seattle. Somewhere the Draper family was being released from whatever hold Roland had over them. Somewhere a federal prosecutor was moving a file to storage, stamped with words like incompetent and suspended. Somewhere in a clinic in Vancouver, a doctor was adding a final note to a case file about experimental treatment and irreversible outcomes. And here, in the back of a van heading to a facility whose name he did not know, sat a consciousness that had no past it could prove, no future beyond institutional care, no name that meant anything. Not Adrian, because Adrian had never existed outside of Roland's construction. Not Roland, because Roland had made sure Roland would never exist again. Just this present moment, this breath, this heartbeat, these hands resting on these knees, blistered and bleeding, beginning to heal. The van turned a corner. Through the window, he could see the sky, gray and heavy. He closed his eyes. In a few days, the blisters would heal completely, would leave scars he would not remember acquiring, marks on a body whose history belonged to someone else.